Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. If members could just either take their seats or leave the chamber, we're going to go straight to reports from committees. And I call the clerk.
Reports from committees, presentation of reports.
And I call the member for Perth.
I present the committee's report entitled Report Concerning Legal Action in the Federal Court of Australia and Possible Issues of Parliamentary Privilege, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
There being no objection to leave being granted, the member for Perth may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Members will recall that on 15 June this year, the honourable member for Clark raised a matter of privilege, an interlocutory judgment of the Federal Court of Australia made on 1 June. This was in an action brought by the Registered Clubs Association of New South Wales against Mr Troy Stoltz. The judgment granted leave to Clubs New South Wales to obtain correspondence between Mr Stoltz and the member for Clark's office, including emails, text, messages and documents. The member for Clark stated that he had relied on these materials to speak in the House on 13 February 2020, therefore establishing a direct link between the materials covered by the court decision and the member for Clark's contributions in parliamentary proceedings. On 22 June this year, the House resolved to refer the matter to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. The committee was asked to consider whether the legal action taken by Clubs New South Wales raises issues of parliamentary privilege or contempt, and, if so, whether the House should intervene in court proceedings to ensure that parliamentary proceedings are appropriately protected by the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987. In carrying out its inquiry, the committee considered the written submissions from the member for Clark, correspondence from Clubs New South Wales, legal advice and relevant court documents. The committee also carefully examined relevant case law and the law relating to parliamentary privilege. At the heart of this matter is whether parliamentary privilege is likely to attach to some of the material covered by the interlocutory judgment. A threshold issue is whether the documents fall within the definition of proceedings in Parliament, thereby attracting the protections afforded by the Parliamentary Privileges Act. The committee therefore considered, firstly, whether the documents were provided to the member for Clark in the knowledge that they would be used by the member in parliamentary proceedings, and, secondly, whether an action was taken by or on behalf of the member for Clark for the purposes of parliamentary proceedings. After careful consideration of the evidence available to it, the committee is satisfied that both conditions have been met in the current case, and that the documents in question therefore fall within the definition of, quote, proceedings in Parliament. In reaching its conclusions, the committee acknowledges, first, that the question of law is ultimately for the courts to decide. Secondly, the committee does not have knowledge of the full range of documents referred to in the interlocutory judgment and accepts that parliamentary privilege may attach to only a subset of documents. Finally, if a member's documents are covered by parliamentary privilege, this does not prohibit those documents being disclosed or produced in a court or tribunal. Rather, it places limits on the use of those documents in legal proceedings. These limits are set out in section 16(3) of the Act and, as with all aspects of the Act, are subject to interpretation by the courts. Nevertheless, the committee is satisfied that parliamentary privilege is likely to attach to some of the documents in question, and that the legal action raises issues such that the House should intervene in the court proceedings. Mr Speaker, as our report states, the committee considers that the most appropriate course of action is for the Speaker, as the representative of the House, to take steps to ensure that the House's interests are represented before the courts. The committee's report makes one recommendation, endorsing a motion for the House's consideration. Accordingly, I am foreshadowing that, to allow an opportunity for honourable members to consider the committee's report, as Deputy Chair of the committee, I will seek leave to move a motion in this House tomorrow. I'll do that on behalf of our Chair, who is not permitted to remove such a motion remotely. Finally, I would like to thank the Chair and all members of the committee for their work on this matter. Particularly, we thank the member for Menzies, whose thorough analysis helped the committee navigate these very complex issues that were in front of us. Mr Speaker, the matter referred to the committee raises issues that are relevant and of potential interest to all members of this House, and therefore I commend this report to the House.
I now call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on on behalf of the Standing Committee on Tax and Revenue, I present the committee's report entitled 2018-19 Commissioner of Taxation Annual Report, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
There being no objection to leave being granted, the member for McKellar may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I've often said in this place that tax collectors are not the most popular people in the world. Indeed, the Bible records that when Jesus was asked to find the lowest of the low to show the populace of the Roman Empire that we should be forgiving of all people. Amongst those most hated were tax collectors that he invited into his home for dinner. We, I am happy to say, on the House Committee for Tax and Revenue, find tax collectors in Australia to be very pleasant individuals who we would happily have dinner with at any particular point in time. We have, over the last 2 years, faced enormous challenges in this country. Literally, at one point, we thought that we would see most of the economy fall off a cliff. In that moment, this parliament, this government and the people of Australia relied more than ever on the Australian Taxation Office to deliver payments to people who were most in need of them in an efficient and effective way that ensured that it was not to be abused in the long or the short term. This is something that very few other nations have the capacity of and the ability to do and to rely on. We take many of our bureaucratic functions in this country for granted. Indeed, we are very good at, from time to time, being abusive when it doesn't go our way. But the Australian Taxation Office showed in this moment and at that time both the importance of investing in these institutions and the bureaucracy that allowed us to move from one side of that crisis to the end of that crisis. Warren Buffett says that you should criticise in general and thank in specifically. I don't have time to thank all the people in the Australian Taxation Office who made this possible, but I would like to note the leadership of Chris Jordan, Jeremy Hershorn and Melinda Smith in achieving this magnificent outcome. The report that I have just presented to the House makes a number of recommendations which I would like to note, but there are three that I would like to note very quickly. The first is the Australian Business Register. This is a critically important piece of infrastructure. If implemented properly, it could see the end of phoenixing in this country, the end of abuse of people who have no opportunity to or recourse to the court system to ensure that they can have their debts paid. Our report urges the federal government to go further than it already has on this and look at implementing blockchain as the underlying infrastructure for those registries in ensuring that we have world-best outcomes that will enable all sorts of people to undertake data analysis to ensure that phoenixing doesn't occur. Secondly is the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission, and the Deputy Chair, the member for Parramatta, was intimately involved in the establishment of this commission, so I bow to her greater knowledge. But during the inquiry, what we found was that there are a number of organisations that sit within the ACNC, such as the Catholic school system, who are already heavily regulated by a number of other bodies. And it query whether, not so much whether they should or shouldn't be regulated by the ACNC, my personal view is they shouldn't, but what level of regulation they have, while we have other charities which are fundraising for noble causes, but the people giving those charities money take so on trust. And we have too many charities in Australia where their cost to income ratio is above 90% on marketing and administration. And that is not what people believe that they are giving their money to when they donate those things. So a better allocation of resources by the ACNC may see that, a major improvement in that sector. It was the Emperor Diocletian who saw the decline of the Roman Empire, who said that civil liberties are adjusted to tax systems. Tax systems are never adjusted to our civil liberties. Our tax system has too many disputes. It is too complex and it is too difficult for ordinary Australians and small businesses to navigate. This report makes some very specific recommendations around the implementation of a taxpayer advocate similar to that in the United States, a person who sits and is embedded in the tax office to represent the interests of ordinary Australians in how the tax system is administered. The Inspector General of Taxation has done an excellent job. Her role needs to be upgraded and her role needs to sit on the board meetings, in the management meetings of the ATO. We have seen in the United States that the implementation of a taxpayer advocate has led to the cost of collecting tax declining, has seen trust in the tax system and the administration of the tax system go up, has seen disputes fall, has made it possible for the United States government to administer their tax system in a more efficient and effective way. And I suspect it has also had the result of better and more effective tax regulations coming to the fore in the United States as people were able to take into account what was going on where the rubber meets the road, at the coalface of the collection of tax, rather than the sort of ethereal principle that we can sometimes talk about in this chamber. The importance of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights can also not be underestimated. You can't have a taxpayer advocate unless ordinary Australians have a Bill of Rights that they can find themselves relying upon. In Australia at the moment, the onus of proof for a tax debt lies not on the tax office, not on the government, but on the individual. This is onerous, unfair, and reverses all principles of common law that we understand and know. That needs to change, and a Bill of Rights should enshrine that. The second thing that most Australians will be surprised to hear is that once the tax commissioner decides that they owe the tax office money, that debt becomes payable, even if it is in dispute, even if it is in front of a court being argued about. That needs to change too. A debt should only be payable once it has been confirmed by all the proper rules. Mr Speaker, the truth is Emperor Diocletian was right. It is the role of this chamber to ensure that our tax system adjusts to the civil liberties of ordinary Australians and not the other way round. I recommend the report to the House.
The member for Parramatta is seeking leave.
I am, Mr Speaker, to make a short statement.
And there being no objection to leave being granted, the member for Parramatta may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm really pleased to stand and speak on this report. It is an important one. And as the Chair has said, there are a number of recommendations in this report that ask the Tax Office to go further in a range of areas. But before I go to that, I just want to add my voice to something the Chair said, which is to acknowledge the work that the ATO staff have done over the last little while. In fact, not just during the COVID pandemic, but before that. They are an institution in this country that has done remarkable work over many, many years. But the last decade have seen extraordinary challenges as the world changed, and extraordinary opportunities as technology made it possible for them to rethink entirely the way they interact with the general population. These are extraordinary times for any organisation. And during those extraordinary times, we've seen them also take on the Australian Business Register, the Australian Not-for-Profit and Charities Commission, the Super Clearing House. They've undertaken a digitising and streamlining process. They've introduced online tax professional platforms, single-touch payroll, activity statement financial processing, greater tax compliance and tax avoidance, a training program for small business. And then, of course, came the COVID pandemic, and they were doing early release of superannuation, JobKeeper, extraordinary additions to what was their workload a decade ago. Extraordinary. And in many areas, an area where the world was changing so fast and the opportunities and the possibilities were changing so fast, it wasn't really possible for anyone to be in front of that, particularly people that work in an institution that has to be so precise as the ATO. They did a really, really clever thing early on with their practitioner lodgement service, which allows software vendors and digital providers to sit on the back end and allow taxpayers great flexibility in the process that they use to engage with the tax office. That's a possibility that needs expansion, by the way, because as the world changes around the world, the technology becomes more interesting and opens up more opportunities. We in this country want to be leaders. We want our software and software vendors to be leaders in finding those solutions for the full range of taxpayers and being there on the front line and exporting to the world. And congratulations to the ATO for what they've done there. But there's one paragraph in this report that I just want to come to next, and this is a statement made by the Inspector General of Taxation, and it's actually on page 13. The IGTO noted in its submission to the committee that while the ATO has had its functions extended over time, its workforce has experienced the opposite fate. The agency's 2018-19 annual report noted a reduction in the number of employees, both ongoing and non-going, of approximately 6% over the reporting period. So while we had this extraordinary increase in opportunities and challenges, we had a reduction in the resources that the ATO had to apply to this extraordinary time that they find themselves in. Mr. Speaker, the Chair is also right that this chamber is responsible for the vision that the ATO follows. This chamber, government specifically, but all of us in this chamber, form part of the process that guides the ATO and ensures the ATO has the resources it needs to be a world-class leader in change management that is taking place right now in our tax systems right across the world. And you have to remember that we have a tax system essentially that began in the agrarian age. A monk develops the accounting year perfectly fine before you have industrial equipment and negative, and depreciation, perfectly fine when you have an annual thing. Christmas decorations would work under the same process, and then suddenly we had capital equipment, so we had depreciation, and then suddenly the business cycle wasn't a year, so we had lost carryback, and we added to it. Then we had multinationals, and things changed. We had business, then we had PAYG, now we have contractors, and so the world has changed so much, and we've added bits and pieces of tax law to make it work until the Tax Act is like this. The Chair is right. There are processes we could find that would simplify the law for sections. And that process that the ATO introduced that allows software vendors to develop software packages specifically for different sectors of the community is really, really important in helping to make that happen. But we are at an extraordinary time, Deputy Speaker, and I'd say again, whether we're talking about multinational tax avoidance, whether we're talking about compliance generally, there is a much, much greater role for this chamber in providing the vision and the resources that the ATO needs to lead. They are an organisation that has some amazing people in it. They are capable of much more than they're doing. And again, when they read this, they'll probably notice that most of our recommendations ask them to do more. And every time we ask them to do more, we then ask them to verify it with data, which means to do more, to verify that they did it. It's really kind of quite a challenge that they face at the moment. So we really need to just make sure that if we ask them to do things, we in this chamber are standing with them and ensuring they have the power and the resources to do it.
The member for McKellar.
Mr Speaker, I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for McKellar.
Can I also move in that case that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate?
The question is that the motion moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Social Security Legislation Amendment, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Barton.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Stirling in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And given that we are now in continuation, I'll just reflect very briefly on some of the sentiment that I expressed yesterday. And fundamentally, it is this, that with employment comes a greater sense of both dignity and self-worth for the person who's filling that role. And I'm sure all of those who join me in the chamber today, and for the great many who I'm sure are listening online as well, feel the same way, that not only are there the extrinsic rewards of being able to take home a salary, but there are the intrinsic rewards of having a sense of purpose, providing a good or a service is valued out there in the community, and that brings with it a sense of, as I said, dignity and self-worth. And it is against that backdrop where this current bill is absolutely positioned. Indeed, according to an AIHW report titled Australia's Welfare in 2021, Indigenous employment rates reduced from 54% to 49% in the period between 2007-8 and 2018-19. While the rate for non-Indigenous Australians' employment remains stable at around 76%. And the report also tells us that in 2018-19, Indigenous Australians were less likely to be employed the further away from a major city they lived. So it's clear that as a nation, we must adapt and evolve to better meet new and existing challenges. This Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Payment Bill 2021 will provide a framework for piloting new approaches to delivering employment services in remote communities, ahead of implementing the government's budget announcement that the Community Development Program, or CDP, will be replaced in 2023. The bill builds on the Australian Government's commitment to reform employment services, and it's a critical component of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. The bill will establish a new supplementary payment for eligible job seekers in remote engagement program pilot sites who volunteer to participate in placements that are like having a job. And I note that the definition of eligible job seeker here is as follows. Someone receiving a qualifying income support payment who receives employment services from a remote engagement program service provider and who has agreed to participate and is participating in an eligible placement with a host organisation for at least 15 hours each week. I further note, Mr Speaker, that the supplementary payment provided to eligible job seekers participating in the program will not be subject to an income test. The placements will build participants' skills to deliver goods and services to the benefit of their local communities and provide a pathway for job seekers to find a job. That end goal of a job is the key driver of this policy because, as we know and we have rightly heard oft repeated, that the very best form of welfare is, of course, a job. So it's important to note that what's proposed in this bill is a pilot. and the pilot will support collaboration with communities to develop an appropriately flexible program that will build the skills and the vocational capabilities of people in remote communities. This is an approach that will put people living in remote communities at the heart of related decision-making. As with any pilot, it is anticipated that adjustments may be made throughout the process, and the government welcomes the opportunity to work with people living in remote communities to develop a policy that empowers them to shape their own future. And on that basis, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Vulnerable Australians deserve support, and vulnerable Australians deserve programs that actually work to ensure that they have the opportunities that most of us in this place have enjoyed our entire life. And unfortunately, I believe that this bill shows that the Morrison government doesn't truly understand how to provide the sorts of social services that are needed in the sorts of communities that we are talking about in this legislation. What we've seen with the Community Development Program as it has operated for many years is that it has experienced many problems and has lacked actually the ability to get people into long-term work. And surely if you're going to put the test of any of these pieces of legislation, that has to be the ultimate goal. Does it get people into long-term work? We've seen significant failures in the Community Development Program highlighted to the government when the Senate inquiry that was launched into it 5 years ago noted that the government had failed to listen to what communities and stakeholders had said and failed to work with them in developing the sorts of programs that communities actually wanted. And unfortunately, when I've read through this legislation, the explanatory memorandum and everything else, there still is not a path for long-term, quality, lasting jobs for the people who participate in these programs. This legislation is a missed opportunity. We need fundamental reform of the CDP. We need fundamental reform that listens to the concerns that have been raised with the government and with agencies for years and years and years now, and that this is all that we have to show for those concerns is deeply disappointing. I think the quote, we talk about co-design, and the legislation has a lot of language about co-design, but I then look at the people who would be involved in that co-design and what they're actually saying about the legislation. Surely if you believe in co-design, you start with co-design when you actually write the legislation in the first place, rather than kick it off down the road as a piece of work to be done later. And Aboriginal peak organisations of the Northern Territory stated, quote, "Remote Aboriginal communities need more jobs so that more people can secure work and the benefits that work brings. This bill does not address this challenge. Instead, it allows people to work in jobs that would normally be paid while remaining on income support." That's what they say. This is a program that leaves people on income support while they are doing work that would otherwise be paid as a job. It doesn't have jobs and it doesn't have a pathway. Now, I heard a number of members opposite roll out the classic line, "The best form of welfare is a job." Well, that's a great little grab quote, but unfortunately the best form of job-creating legislation is legislation that actually gives people jobs, and this does not do that. Labor has very firmly committed to scrapping the CDP and replacing it with a new program, a program which gives people real jobs with proper wages. That's how you give people fundamental dignity, and that's how you deliver on truly transformative change in the sorts of communities that we are trying to help. That's also how you get real buy-in for co-design. If you're serious about co-design, then you are serious about making sure that you have a pathway to a job at the end. Co-design is essential for success. It is part of a strong policy process, and it's part of an ongoing policy process that should have started in the drafting of this legislation rather than being left to legislative instruments down the track. And we can't ignore that the problems that this bill seeks to address have been problems that have been known to people in this place for a number of years. The Australia Institute report titled Remote Control, the Community Development Program, Remote Australia's Work for the Dolls scheme, highlights in detail the problems that have been in this scheme for years. This was a report that was released in 2018. They note that the regions where this program is operating have unemployment rates of up to 51%, Deputy Speaker. That is, where the program is supposedly successful, we're seeing unemployment of up to 51%. They noted the huge concerns with human rights that the CDP pays below minimum wage. In 2018, they noted that the payment for work on this program was $11.20 an hour, well below the minimum wage. On top of that, despite working for below minimum wage pay, a person who is part of the CDP is more than 25 times more likely to receive a penalty than a participant in the Urban Australian Job Active program, which operates in my electorate. People on these programs were 55 times more likely to receive a serious penalty. And these penalties aren't just a written warning. It's not just something that goes on a record. It's a financial penalty where people then find they don't have enough money to pay for their kids' food, that they don't have enough money to pay for the very essentials that they've been going to work in this program to deliver. It actually demotivates people. It disconnects people's association with work because they are in a penalty-based regime where the only incentive is penalties. There is not a job at the end of the program. The analysis by the Australia Institute looked at what actually happened, what was the results of the program. Their analysis showed that less than 1 in 5 participants was supported into a proper permanent job. Less than 1 in 10 participants remained in that job for more than 6 months. On average, a participant would have to spend 9.5 years in the scheme before achieving the 13-week employment outcome, or 12.7 years in the scheme before achieving a 26-week employment outcome. Further, like many things, including in-due cards and other pieces this government is obsessed with, this program is incredibly expensive. Analysis shows that for every dollar that a recipient receives in income support, approximately 70 cents is spent administering the scheme. So for every dollar that you push out the door, it's costing you 70 cents. I don't know how that in any way is a good spend of taxpayers' money. I do not understand how that is possibly a fair way to use taxpayers' money, or if it's the most effective use if you are trying to create jobs in regional Australia. To put that in terms of what it's actually cost taxpayers, the 2,682 part and full-time jobs with 26-week employment outcomes cost $360 million per year to operate. That amount could directly employ 19,700 people for 26 weeks full-time. Like many in this place, I regularly travel to regional centres, and I, because of a range of border arrangements, that has been focused very much on regional Western Australia for this year. You see the importance of jobs, you see the importance of investing in our regional centres. Recently I was in Kalgoorlie, where I met with Training Alliance Group. They are a job network provider. They help people into work. They have on the main street of Kalgoorlie, they have a facility there where I met with a bunch of young students, talking to them about what they wanted to get, what their hopes were. And it was great to sit and speak with them about how excited they were about what sort of jobs they might be able to do in the future. And they were also learning some pretty high-tech skills. The member for Econom, I've also been there and played the same Street Fighter II console that I did, that had actually been built by the students, building a video game arcade thing, learning some tech skills as a way to re-engage students who had otherwise become disengaged with school back into work. But wherever you go, you are confronted across Western Australia with the fact there are not enough skilled workers. The skills crisis in this country is getting worse, not better. I've heard of the challenges of finding childcare educators in Tom Price, where the limits on childcare are being driven by huge challenges of accommodation pressures and challenges of getting people with the qualifications in early childhood education into Tom Price. In Albany, I've heard of the challenges of in fact, basically anywhere you go in WA, even in the city, you hear challenges of truck drivers and the lack and the need for more truck drivers on our roads to help with logistics, to help with the mining industry, to help with the agricultural industry and more. Challenges in Geraldton of aged care workers or tourism providers who are facing unique challenges in terms of both a different customer base but also need for different skills across the state. So we do have jobs, but this legislation, this program, doesn't do the hard work of connecting people to those jobs. One successful program that I was fortunate to see in the member for O'Connor's electorate recently was to go out in Esperance with the Dalderac Cultural Rangers, an amazing program that I know the member for O'Connor and many in this place, and I was there with the member for Fremantle, recognise is something that is a successful demonstration of an Indigenous Rangers program that provides community education, school programs, preventing invasive species taking over beautiful parts of native vegetation, working on developing and protecting cultural sites, the very important work of rehabilitation, and also the important work of tourist education. This is a successful program. We should be having more focus on these successful programs. We should also acknowledge that there are challenges when it comes to making sure that the people who are participating in these programs have access to all of the other services that we rely on to have a successful working life, whether that is services in childcare, whether that is services in terms of access to government agencies, or whether it's in terms of access to health services. I'm really concerned still, as many are in this place, that unfortunately you do have a city and regions divide when it comes to the rollout of the vaccine. Clearly, we have not given enough support to Indigenous organisations, Aboriginal controlled health organisations to be part of the partnership to roll out the vaccine. And now I understand that for many, many months there wasn't enough vaccines to roll out, so that would have been pointless. But now we have to be honest that in Coolgardie we've got less than 50% of the population with their first dose. Boddington 60%, Kalgoorlie 60%. We need a plan from this government to fix vaccination rollout in our regions, because if we don't have that, then we're going to see more people miss out on job opportunities, more people miss out on the ability to re-engage with the workforce, which is exactly what this legislation seeks to do. And I note that the Aboriginal Peak Organisation of the Northern Territory have serious concerns about this legislation. One of their biggest concerns is the effect of those receiving payments under the bill. In one of their submissions inquiries into this bill, they noted, quote, "Those in receipt of the payment would remain in the income support system. They could be subject to income management. While they would do work that is, quote, like a job, they would not have the rights and protections of other workers." So there's a whole bunch of problems tied up in just that one sentence. That they would remain in the income support system despite the fact that these people are working. They would have no protections as employees, and that despite working and earning their income, they could be subject to income management. And unfortunately, I believe that this is part of the sick obsession with this government of telling people how to spend their money. Their obsession with income management and cashless debit cards is just something that seems to pervade into every area of government policy. We know that the government has said that they want this to be a mainstream part of how they roll out government funding. I'm a very strong supporter of Member for Bruce and his private members bill to make sure that we stop this in its tracks, because who knows where it ends. We could. And around Australia, what we see is that this cashless debit card system is already creeping its tentacles all over the place. Parts of Western Australia, people on disability support pension and carer payments are already being put onto the cashless debit card. Far North Queensland, you've got aged pensioners being placed onto this card. And when you think about this, if you start to normalise that for people in their working life, and then you normalise it once they stop working, once they hit retirement age, that's a real concern. There's 2.6 million aged pensioners in Australia, 241,000 of them in Western Australia. I don't want to see a situation where someone is forced under this system to work for below minimum wage for years on end with no promise of a proper job, and then once they've worked below minimum wage with no promise of a job and they get to retirement age, they're forced onto a cashless welfare system. That's not how you treat people. It's not forward-thinking policy, and this legislation doesn't do anything to send us in the right direction. Thank you.
I thank the member for Perth. The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Second Deputy Speaker, and I'll begin by reminding the member for Perth that it's a very serious offence to mislead the House. Now, I'll be checking with the Minister for Social Services. The member made a statement that there are pensioners in Queensland that are forced onto the cashless debit card. Now, I'm not aware that that's the case. I'll be checking that. As far as I'm aware, and there's a cashless debit card trial across my electorate with 3,500 people on the card, and I'm not aware of one pensioner that is on the card. So I'll be checking that, and I'll be bringing that to the attention of the House if it's proved to be incorrect. But the main substance of what I'm here for today, Deputy Speaker, is to...
The member for O'Connor will resume his seat. The member for Perth on a point of order.
The member mischaracterised me. He used the word forced. I do not recall using the word forced. I'd ask you. I mean, I'd ask you to.
What's your point of order? I
asked him to withdraw. He quoted me, and he misquoted me.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the time. You could make an explanation later, by all means. The member for O'Connor will resume.
Thank you, Second Deputy Speaker. But I'm here today to support the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill of 2021. And this is one component of the legislation that will help enable job seekers in some of the most isolated Australian communities, including communities in my electorate, to access job skills training appropriate to the employment opportunities in their particular community. I'd like to acknowledge that this is a good outcome for the remote Nunadara lands in my electorate of O'Connor. And I'll also give the member for Perth a bit of advice. So you can fly into Esperance, you can fly into Albany, and you can fly into Kalgoorlie. But if you jump in a car and you drive 1,000 kilometres northeast of Kalgoorlie, you get to the town of Warburton, and that's where the really remote communities in my electorate are. You drive through Leonora, Laverton and Menzies on the way, and it'd be good to drop in and talk to some people there about the cashless debit card. But anyway, the NG lands, as I'll abbreviate them, have just been announced as one of the 5 pilot sites for the Morrison government's new remote engagement program, which will work towards devising a needs-based job training program to replace the current community development program. While the bills being introduced and debated throughout this spring period helped provide the framework for this pilot, I'm pleased to see that the NG lands is finally getting the autonomy that they have long been calling for. This will enable them to design a program that will be better targeted to the needs of their people. Unlike many remote Indigenous communities, there are in fact highly paid job opportunities within the NG lands. The Great Central Road already carries a significant volume of tourist traffic outside of COVID as people travel from Uluru through the NG lands to Laverton and the Northern Goldfields Gateway into WA. And construction is progressing well on the Outback Way, Australia's longest shortcut, which connects Winton in Western Queensland to the Northern Goldfields in WA. The Outback Way will not just create an iconic new trans-Australian tourist route, but will provide vital logistics corridor for the movement of agricultural produce, livestock, mining and freight between Queensland, the Northern Territory and WA. Shire of Nunandara Shire President Damien McLean, his Shire Council and the Nunandara Lands Council have long called for changes to the current community development program. So I'm pleased to see this opportunity has become available to them. In a nutshell, the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill of 2021 will establish a new supplementary payment for eligible job seekers in remote engagement program pilot sites who will participate in placements that are job-like. These placements will build participants' skills and deliver goods and/or services and benefits to their local communities and provide a pathway for job seekers into a job. In short, it will enable supplementary payments beyond the current working age welfare payments to be made to those job seekers who engage in meaningful job training in real-life working environment. I can't preempt the outcome of these community consultations, but for the lands, this may present opportunities towards training in hospitality, tourism, Indigenous arts and craft, or in the highly paid jobs of the many mining operations nearby, or road construction on the Outback Way and the associated freight logistics and industries that will ultimately follow. I'm excited about what this program may mean for many of my remote shires who have long found the CDP does not deliver for their particular communities. Many of these shires have found an opportunity to create their own remote jobs engagement program through being part of the cashless debit card trial. Interestingly, Labor has just introduced their own bill aimed at scrapping the cashless debit card, which will destroy the pilot Jobs Ready program, which is currently operating in the adjacent Northern Goldfield shires of Laverton, Leonora and Menzies, as well as the Shire of Coolgardie, all shires where the CDP does not meet the needs of their job seekers. So the Jobs Ready program is already a component of the cashless debit card trial that has been operating in the Goldfields since March 2018. Yesterday, the member for Bruce, and good to see him here today to hear my contribution, introduced his bill that, if successful, will force the premature termination of the cashless debit card trial, not only in my electorate but across the other trial sites. Now, Deputy Speaker, I can only speak from my own personal experience, being closely connected to the shires of Laverton, Leonora, Menzies and Coolgardie, as well as the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder shires. I don't believe the member for Bruce has ever visited or consulted with any of the above. For the benefit of the member for Bruce and his Labor colleagues, these shires volunteered to be part of the cashless debit card trial. They hoped it would be a tool to help address the social harm occurring in their communities as a result of welfare dollars being expended on alcohol, drugs and gambling rather than the necessities of life. If only the member for Bruce had been in Leonora the day a second teenager in that 1 week had taken her life.
The member for Bruce on a point of order.
I actually wish to seek an intervention understanding Order 66A.
Will the member yield?
No.
Well, I thought he might want to stop misleading the House and I could put some questions to him to make a more informed speech.
If only the member for Bruce had been in Leonora the day that teenager took her life. The day respected Aboriginal elder Gay Harris urged me to find a way to help solve some of the endemic issues of child sex abuse, teen despair and family domestic violence and the breakdown of fabric in her community. In the following months, then Minister for Human Service Alan Tudge came to my community not once but many times. The Department of Social Services also came and consulted widely with the communities of all 5 Goldfields local government authorities. From memory, there are over 250 consultations hosted by the DSS, and I conducted my own surveys and consultations. These shires represented their community needs and aspirations, and they lobbied tirelessly the many ministers and even the Prime Minister when they visited the Goldfields to consult on and to announce the Goldfields cashless debit card trial. So for the 5 shires of the Goldfields and for my colleagues who have CDC trial sites in their electorates of Grey, Durack and Hinkler, this Labor proposal to bring forward the sunset date of the existing cashless debit card legislation will undo the great work well underway. I wonder if the member for Bruce has even asked any of these communities what it is they want and how it can be best achieved. The government certainly has, and we've funded it too. Since the cashless debit card program first started in 2016, the Coalition has provided more than $13 million to deliver complementary and support services in all trial sites. That investment has been used to support drug and alcohol rehabilitation services, community hubs, family and children's programs, financial counselling, wellbeing programs and more. In the recent budget, this government announced a $30 million Job Ready initiative to improve employment outcomes and opportunities in the cashless debit card trial sites, which, Deputy Speaker, also coincide mostly with the CDP sites. Currently piloting their own jobs training initiatives tailored to the employment prospects in their particular geographical areas. Deputy Speaker, the entire goldfields actually has a chronic shortage of workers, and many of the 1,000+ job vacancies are actually for unskilled and low-skilled positions, effectively starter jobs. And many of these job opportunities provide training towards formal qualifications. But even the lowest skilled job still requires a degree of job readiness that many working age welfare recipients have to date been unable to achieve and haven't been provided with. That's why shires like Laverton are grateful for nearly $500,000 from the federal government to establish and deliver job readiness trainings for jobs available in their patch. This is why they've engaged an experienced job readiness trainer, Mr Mac Jensen, who has proven track record of working with particularly Aboriginal youth and providing them with necessary skills to secure and retain a job. Now, Deputy Speaker, I just want to digress for a minute. One of the privileges of our jobs, and we've all come across remarkable people in our travels, and the member for Lingiari I see has joined us, and I'm sure he would have many stories to relate as well. But Mac Jensen, who's a former Army officer who worked with North Force, has worked with Aboriginal people and Aboriginal communities most of his working life, set up a program in the town of Wiluna in the Northern Goldfields, a very isolated community with mining opportunities around the town. He engaged with the local Aboriginal people, particularly the families, identified those people who were really wanting to find work and wanted to change the circumstances in which they live. He ran a program in Wiluna which revolved around road construction. The state government and the WA government, to their credit, stumped up the funding for 5 kilometres of road construction and sealing on the Wiluna-Meekatharra Road, which this team worked on, honed their skills, and, Deputy Speaker, 8 of the 12 people involved in that program are now in full-time work, which is a remarkable outcome. We've seen many of these programs that have come and gone and haven't delivered the goods, but certainly Mac Jensen is right on the money. The City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder has been granted almost $1 million to coordinate job-ready training activities for over 2,000 cashless debit card participants and to provide support for the job-ready training activities of the surrounding shires. And yesterday, a federal grant round just closed, inviting community groups to put forward their ideas and proposals for increasing engagement and opportunities in their regions. So, Deputy Speaker, while Labor claims that instead of the cashless debit card they will provide an employment program in these communities, it seems they haven't done their homework because these actions are already in motion. Bringing forward the termination of the cashless debit card programs to January 2022 will only launch the Goldfields cashless debit card trial sites and over 3,000 participants into disarray. Labor's reckless plan to scrap the cashless debit card will put vulnerable people in these communities back at risk. And, Deputy Speaker, I can tell you from first-hand experience, children who went to school hungry are now being fed at home or purchasing food with the cashless debit card, so much so that school meals programs have been scrapped at some primary schools. Elders who have volunteered to be put on the cashless debit card now avoid the humbugging and elder abuse that they used to endure. And mothers and grandmothers now have money on their Visa debit card to be able to buy groceries, toys and clothes. When available as cash, this has been squandered in the past on gambling or the purchase of alcohol and drugs. While it's never been claimed that the cashless debit card will be a universal panacea, it has been working well in addressing some of the social harm previously experienced in the Goldfields region of my electorate. So while Labor are intent on undoing the great results it has had thus far, I remain committed to helping unemployed Goldfields constituents and their communities help stabilise their lives. And I commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for O'Connor. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the amendments which have been moved, or support the legislation and the amendments which have been moved by the member for Barton. Can I just say to the member for O'Connor, I met Matt Jensen at Wiluna. And you're right, he's a person with a great deal of drive and commitment, and he does an outstanding job. So he is someone who's done his bit, if I might put it that way. I won't make any other observations about the member for O'Connor's speech. I just want to talk about this bill, which would have been helpful if the member for O'Connor had. This bill, in my view, is an absolute acknowledgement of the failure of the government's CDP scheme and what an absolute disaster it was. It was when the old CDEP scheme, Community Development Employment Project scheme, was abolished by the Howard government, commenced by the Howard government. That stupidity of the abolition of the CDEP scheme was acknowledged by a subsequent Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, when he said, and I quote, "Abolishing CDEP was a well-intentioned mistake and CDP is our attempt to atone for it." What a miserable observation, frankly. The CDEP scheme should never have been abolished. And I might say I'm somewhat ashamed that a former Labor government, subsequent to the Howard government, continued with the process to abolish the CDEP scheme by putting a sunset clause in place. I oppose that. I worked on a report around the initial CDEP scheme in 1979 and 1980 in the Pitjantjatjara homelands area of the northwest of South Australia and into the Nunajara area of Western Australia. And I think, and I saw an observation just only a day or so ago around people saying, well, this is all about getting rid of the CDP scheme, is in part to stop people getting sit-down money. Well, let me make it very clear. CDP was a welfare program, is a welfare program. CDEP was a work program. And it's worth contemplating that CDEP was part-time work for part-time pay at award equivalent wages. There were deficiencies. Superannuation wasn't paid, sick leave, long service leave. They were absolute deficiencies of the program. But it's worth reflecting on how it started. This program started, CDEP, started in the early 1970s, the process commenced in the early 1970s, when Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory said to the government, we're sick of getting unemployment benefits, we don't want sit-down money. We want to have our communities work for the money they are receiving. The first communities involved in this were Barunga and Beswick, outside of Katherine, and Kalkaringi, or what is now Wave Hill Walk-Off country. And what happened was that the government, under an enlightened Social Security Minister at the time, Margaret Guilfoyle, a Liberal minister, agreed that what they would do is accept paying the unemployment equivalent for the community that they were addressing. The sum of that money was paid to the community for distribution by the community. So they distributed the money in a way which met their priorities and made sure people did something in return for that income. That evolved into the Community Development Employment Program scheme, which, as I say, was part-time work for part-time pay at award rates. Now, that happened as a result of an initiative of Aboriginal people. It didn't come from government. And to hear people in this place disparage the intent of Aboriginal people across this country to seek employment options and to imply that somehow or another they don't want to work because of the failure of CDP is an absolute insult. an absolute insult. What we know is, and this is apparent, as I've experienced over many years now, there are not sufficient jobs for all working-age people in remote communities, as I'm sure the member for O'Connor understands. That each of these communities have their own discrete small area labour market, which are not really understood at a macro level. And what it says is that people where the population is rising relatively quickly in comparison to the rest of the Australian population, large numbers of young people are left looking for an opportunity. They don't want to leave their home community, and if they're lucky enough to have an education, they might be attracted to go off and do further training. But what they need is labour market intervention. What they need is an investment in a program that will create work opportunities which are defined by the communities themselves. And that's what CDEP used to be. So it was controlled and managed locally by local organisations. They determined the nature of work to be undertaken and the people who were to do that work. They were paid award wage equivalents, and if you didn't go to work, you didn't get paid. Now, this is a very popular program because what it also allowed was wage top-up. So that if people undertook jobs and worked for their 15 hours, and then there was still work available in that workplace, they could get that work and be paid a wages top-up for doing that work at the award wage equivalents. Very successful program. Now, it wasn't perfect by any stretch, and in some places the administration left something to be desired. But what we need to understand is we need to give people back that responsibility. CDP took away that responsibility, breached people needlessly, and caused people to suffer. Now, it was a welfare program. It is a welfare program. And so what we're after now, and communities have argued for this for a long time, is that they want to have control. They expect to do the work, but they need to be paid proper award rates. They need to have their income guaranteed. They understand the penalties of not going to work. They need to be paid superannuation, and they need to be given entitlements. Now, that's something which can be done. And I'm sure the economic benefit of doing that sort of investment would far outweigh the cost in the long term of not proceeding with such a proposal. So a new job creation and community development program should have at least the following objectives. Decision-making powers should be devolved to local communities and local community organisations. The objective is, of course, is to provide work opportunities and training opportunities where they're relevant and alleviate the issues about the lack of access to job, low income support payments, remoteness and small community size, and current welfare conditionality that imposes income penalties and barriers in gaining access to appropriate payments. It's worth noting that the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs, in its August report on Indigenous participation in employment and business, contemplated the failure of CDP and made the following recommendations. 1. That the committee recommends that in engaging the process of co-design, the Australian Government should consider incorporating the following elements into the redesign of the Community Development Program. It should be a place-based program and, as far as possible, be jointly governed and administered with locally and regionally owned and community-based organisations that reflect the needs and aspirations of their local communities. It should recognise the unique characteristics of communities and small area labour markets and be able to address the difference and diversity in communities across the country, across Australia. It should be part-time work for part-time pay. It should not be designed as a welfare or job replacement scheme. Flexibility should be built into the program design, with local communities having a leadership role in determining activities to be undertaken within it. Consideration should be given to the additional resourcing required for meeting on costs and the provision of capital for job creation. It should support the development of locally generated entrepreneurial activities to create small business opportunities in remote areas, and the activity requirements between the newly developed CDP and Job Active should be better aligned and stop people moving from one program to the other. Entirely sensible recommendations, not reflected in the government's CDP program or its reform. And whilst the government talks about co-design, what we do know is that they've chosen 5 sites, we're told, for a total of 200 people in this trial over 2 years. Bizarre. How is that going to alleviate or change things? It ain't. What they need is action now, and there should be a co-design process which talks to the people in this country who have been working in this space for many years. And Aboriginal organisations and their peak organisations, their representative bodies, need to be involved and consulted, and they have not been. Why not? Is it the arrogance of this government? We need to do this, and we need to do it now. Now, Labor is committed to getting rid of CDP and replacing it with a real jobs creation and economic program for remote Australia, developed in partnership with local communities and organisations, as I've described. And I might just go back just a moment. The experience, my observation and experience of the old CDEP program was that it generated its own economy and it created real opportunities and it provided the capacity for additional staffing to go into places like schools and health services. Sadly, when the CDEP was abolished, the positions that they were undertaking in those schools as additional staffing, not within formula, were taken away. Their jobs were gone. So not only did those jobs go, but it meant the schools lost the important contribution was being made by language speakers and parents in those school communities. It's directly what happened. And of course we had people say, oh, but these are jobs that should have been paid for by government. They weren't within the formula. They weren't part of the staffing profile of the school. They were additional, as they were in some local government areas doing what might be additional local government jobs. And somehow or another what we've done is say, well, they're jobs that should be paid for by local government or by education or by health. Therefore, what we'll do is abolish CDEP because they're not real jobs. What an absurdity. And at the same time, we know that they are generating business opportunities. I know of a number of communities where large CDEP organisations ran small businesses such as shops and the like. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor will end the CDEP and put in place a remote employment program that creates jobs and economic growth in remote areas. And I do say to the government, it's not too late to change. It's not too late to change, but you need to do it now. Aboriginal people want this in remote parts of this country, including in the member for O'Connor's communities.
I thank the member for Lingiari. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's certainly well established that gainful employment has more positive effects on an individual and their communities than simply just financial gain, and it's perhaps second to only a meaningful relationship. Work is the most important determinant of quality of life. There's no doubt about that. Gainful employment has positive impacts on not only identity but also social interactions and a sense of purpose and a sense of feeling part of the community. Unfortunately, it's also a well-established fact that remote communities face a unique and complex challenge to gain employment. And I do note the last speaker, the member for Lingiari, his contribution and his wealth of experience. However, I must say that regardless of whether you're for this bill or you're wanting amendments, I do not know of one member in this place that suggests that Indigenous people do not want gainful employment. And certainly that is not the case in my community in Cowper. As a direct result of remote communities' smaller population, there are obviously, it flows fewer businesses, less potential employers, and while working remotely is expanding field for white-collar workers, particularly since COVID, being located away from larger job markets clearly means less opportunity for the majority of remote Australian labour force. And the fact is that less than 2% of Australian businesses are located in remote areas, and many are unable to relocate in areas with more work opportunities due to either cultural, family or financial reasons. That being said, it's also true that many people in remote areas possess the ability, the skills and the experience needed to obtain long-term employment, but as a result of those difficulties faced, they remain underemployed or unemployed. Deputy Speaker, the federal government recognises this in the Community Development Program, or CDP, should I say, that was introduced in June 2015 to specifically support JobKeepers in remote Australia to build skills, address those barriers that are there to employment and contribute to their communities through a range of flexible activities. And since its inception, approximately 40,000 Australians across 60 remote regions and over 1,000 communities have participated in the program, with some CDP communities having fewer than 20 residents. In October 2017, when the program had been running for just over 2 years, it was noted that over 80% of these job seekers within the program identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders people, and 65% of eventual CDP providers were Indigenous organisations. Over the last 6 years, the CDP has provided meaningful insight into the true needs of remote communities and the challenges that programs such as this both address are conversely faced with. Programs like the CDP are necessary and commendable, and they need the ability to adapt and evolve, and this is what this bill is doing. And it's doing through consultation and learning into something that provides the ultimate value to communities that they are devised to assist. In recognition of this, some adaptations have already been made as part of the recent 21-22 budget. Firstly, as a result of direct community feedback and consultation, the mutual obligation requirement were modified to make CDP activities voluntary for participants, removing the penalties which previously faced. It was also announced that Remote Engagement Program, or REP, would be introduced to ensure employment services fit the changing job market in remote Australia and meet the unique needs of job seekers in those communities. Deputy Speaker, one thing that we should recognise and should act on immediately, and this is something that I raised in this place last week, and I have filed a private member's motion, is the 240,000 or 243,000 Indigenous people who do not have a birth certificate. The birth certificate gives us our identity. Without a birth certificate, it's difficult to enter into education. it's difficult to get a bank account, a driver's licence. And if we think about that number, 243,000 without an identity, there are just over 800,000 Indigenous in Australia. That is a quarter, that is over a quarter of Indigenous people in Australia don't have a birth certificate. So whilst we have programs such as this, there is a desperate requirement, a desperate need to address the fact, the shocking fact, that Indigenous people face the challenge of being unable to get a job because they don't have a birth certificate. So the federal government, we need to call on all the states and territories to implement programs that address that problem, because without addressing that problem, then we can't address programs such as the CDBP or getting Indigenous people into gainful employment. Deputy Speaker, the National Indigenous Australians Agency has a number of bills before the Parliament for progressing during sitting period, this being the first, and this bill will amend the Social Security portfolio legislation to specifically support the commencement of these critical REP pilots in sites across remote Australia. This bill sets out to create a new supplementary payment to be called the Remote Engagement Program payment of between $100 and $190 per fortnight. This payment will be made to eligible job seekers in the Remote Engagement Program pilot sites who volunteer to participate in a specific placement, such as with government services or available community organisations. This bill will also establish the high-level qualifying criteria for the payment, establish that participation in the REP is voluntary and that a person can opt to leave a program placement, and it will also enable the Minister to make legislative instruments relating to the program's qualification criteria and program payment. These placements will develop a participant's skill and confidence and provide a tangible pathway for job seekers to find gainful employment. Importantly, the proposed pilots of the program introduced by this bill will be co-designed with remote communities, and this is fundamental. This is absolutely fundamental that it is co-designed. The government has outlined and committed to take the time to work together and listen to the communities in the pilot sites about what they think could work in their community in relation to the amount of payment to be provided. And I do agree with the last speaker that it has to be community-led. It has to be led on the ground. We should not be telling individual communities what they should be doing and how they should be doing it. And on that note, Deputy Speaker, we in Cowper, in particular in Kempsey, and I'm extremely pleased with the Safer People, Safer programs program that is being rolled out now, and the way it's being rolled out is with a hands-off, government hands-off approach, and allowing that community to determine what the structure looks like. Because for decades, and being a Kempsey boy, for decades programs have been implemented into the Macleay Valley and the Kempsey community that were government-driven, and they have not been successful. So the secret here, and as with this bill, it is co-designed with the communities, and in terms of the Safer People, Safer program, Safer Places program, I look forward, and I know there will be results in the Kempsey community. Deputy Speaker, this bill also better allows for adjustments during the pilots as lessons are learnt, and that's so important as well. There is no point having a rigid structure when you learn something that isn't working, that you cannot deviate from or implement the better systems that are out there. Deputy Speaker, as Ryan Bullman, from Group Manager of Economic Policy and Program Group at the National Indigenous Australian Agency noted, if Parliament passes this bill, it would be quite a unique framework for co-design groups to put in place arrangements for the regions to test and trial only up until 2024 into the social security system. I don't think we've ever had that, as far as I can recall, in our history. Now, that is a quote which just solidifies that fact about the co-design and it being community-driven, community-led, and that is the only way that we as a government and we as a community and we as a nation can close that gap. Without it being done from the ground up, we will never achieve those goals. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, what this bill seeks to achieve is a first step towards building the best possible program to assist those in remote communities to find gainful employment. It seeks to achieve a meaningful collaboration between government and affected communities through close consultation and adaptation, and importantly, it is the first of several bills progressing during these sittings, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Cowper. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the second reading amendment moved by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Barton, a proud First Nations woman, the first Aboriginal woman elected to the House of Representatives, who is very steeped in her community and very well connected to our First Nations peoples. Now, this amendment asks the House to note the government's role as the architects of the failed CDP, and it asks the House to note that these proposed pilots, proposed in this bill, don't solve the many of the fundamental issues that we know exist in this program. They are admitting up front that this bill is not fixing the failures of the CDP. The government positions the CDP as the key to transitioning people in remote Australia into the workforce. Yet we know that this is nothing more than a work for the dole scheme dressed up with a different name. It does nothing to create jobs. It does nothing to develop the economies of the communities that it affects. It does nothing to embed lifelong skills that ensure lifelong employment. It ignores the entrenchment of workers' rights in this country and all the benefits of a decent job that are lost to this program, like superannuation, like paid leave, like sick leave, like decent pay that actually pays for the everyday needs of life. And it fails the test when it comes to self-determination. This second reading amendment goes to the core of how this government engages with First Nations peoples. They enter communities with programs created with inadequate consultation, that have not been co-designed with leaders and locals, and they act surprised when the programs fail, when they lead to perverse outcomes and do more harm than good. These are the issues with the CDP as it stands. Yet the exact same issues will be identified, we're sure, with the pilot schemes proposed by this bill. Now, we make it clear that Labor is not looking to block the bill before us today. We know that it will, for a handful of participants, mean an increase to the paltry payments that they get for doing the program, and those increases will be for the life of the pilot. So who could refuse those people that? But we need an end to the exploitative system that is the CDP. The increase in payments don't extend to participants of the existing program. It's limited to the participants of the pilot, which we know are around 200 people, and it's only for the next 2 years. It's a strange half-admission by this government. They admit that the CDP is a failed program, that it doesn't work, that it's deeply flawed. They admit we need a new program for jobs and skills development in remote Australia. They admit that under their existing scheme, as I said, effectively a work for the dole scheme, participants are not being paid enough. But rather than take measures that we know could make this scheme right now, like raising the payments of the 40,000 people who are currently registered under the CDP, they're going to lock those low payments for those people not in the pilot for another 2 years. The people on the program will work under the exact same conditions we know participants are struggling under for 2 more long years, all in the name of trialling alternatives. Now, it is a good thing that there will be an attempt to have a jobs and skills program. It's something that those of us on this side of the chamber have been calling for years now. But there's little more in this bill than half measures. The bill describes participants as being engaged in work-like activities, but we know that they won't be offered the protections and conditions of other workers, and the member for Lingiari very clearly laid out the problems there, like leave and proper entitlements and superannuation. They're not protected by occupational health and safety laws, and we know they won't be given traineeships or apprenticeships and will have absolutely no guarantee of a real job at the end of the 2 years. There's no certainty, no security baked in for participants in this bill. And the government extraordinarily is telling remote Indigenous communities to just trust them. Oh, trust us on this. How can they say that after they have failed them for so many years, after they have failed to properly consult and have no real process for co-design for the alternatives to the CDP? They've shown no insight into the human rights implications of these pilots or this bill. Now, we know that serious questions have been raised about the CDP around its implications for human rights. One could ask, where was the consultation with the Human Rights Commission? The member for Mingiari laid these things out. Minimum wages, it doesn't pay the minimum wage, it pays way below. People on this program are far more likely to receive severe penalties, and these are monetary penalties, and we know that the monetary penalties are driving people to despair, to abject poverty. It is demotivating. It sends them backwards. They say they have no money for food for their families, and we know that people on these programs are more likely to receive penalties than any of the other government work programs. There are reports that people have been forced to steal food for their families. Are we driving people to crime? One participant reported to the ABC when a program was done on this that it's like being a slave. It drags you down. It makes you feel terrible. What sort of government makes its own citizens feel like slaves? Feel terrible? What sort of program wants to drive people down into the ground? What sort of government wants to do that? With this bill, there is no guarantee of consultation or co-design, and there's no guarantee that it doesn't impede human rights. And why should the government be trusted by anyone to get it right this time? This bill was a test. It was a test for the government. They could have done it right. They could have got it right. They could have gone from the very beginning. We can see the problems and we know how to fix them. We've got enough time to do it. But again, they didn't do it. They didn't. They've just kicked all the problems down the road for another 2 years. They could have done so much more. Our First Nations people and their communities deserve so much more from their government. So now, Deputy Speaker, the purpose of any jobs and skills program in remote communities must be to empower them, to boost their economies and to create capacity, and they must be delivered within a frame that doesn't abrogate human rights.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A report by the Western Sydney Migrant Resource Centre named Amplifying Voices During COVID-19 was released at the beginning of this month. The report describes the long-term impact of the Sydney lockdown and what it will mean to my community. Speaking with local community members across diverse backgrounds, the MRC found the biggest issues in the community is distrust with institutions, the impact of mental health and the effectiveness of public health campaigns in Western Sydney. The report also highlights real concerns about how quickly job prospects will reappear. It is a snapshot of a community locked down in an LGA of concern and the stigma that was associated with all of that. It calls out the messages of blame and provides suggestions for change. Right now, families and businesses are hurting. Without support, anxiety will only increase. I thank the Western Sydney Migrant Resource Centre for shining a light on the systemic issues that are well known in our community. Further acknowledgement of the issues are needed to fundamentally change and support our community. I call on governments to provide immediate support for our struggling people as we come out of lockdown. Unless we improve support now, the income and social divide will only strengthen. The Amplifying Voices During COVID-19 report adds to the mounting evidence, providing that my community needs support and they need it now, but moreover, they deserve it.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to report that Tasmania's economy continues to lead the nation. According to the latest ComSec State of the States report, for the 7th consecutive quarter, our state is at the head of the pack. Tasmania tops the ranking on 4 of the report's economic indicators in construction, retail spending, relative unemployment and dwelling starts. It's great news for job seekers also, Deputy Speaker. Tasmania has the strongest job market, with unemployment 26.2% below the decade average. This result is proof that the Morrison government's focus on supporting our economic recovery is working for Tasmanians. On Saturday night, it was fantastic to join the Australian Livestock and Rural Transporters Association National Conference in Hobart. When speaking about our state's prosperity, this is an industry that is literally driving Tasmania's economy forward. The fact is that nearly every sector of the economy relies on trucks to transport goods, and even though the last couple of years have been incredibly challenging, our trucking industry has risen to the challenge and kept supply chains open. So next time you see a truckie on the road, give them a wave, give them plenty of space, be grateful of the big part that they play in moving us all forward. Our transport industry carry Tasmania, and I'm proud of them.
I call the member for Kingston.
Well, another report that says that childcare fees are out of control under this Morrison government. The latest data shows that childcare fees have risen by 2.4% over the 12 months to March 2021. That they went up 2.4% despite fees being frozen for 6 months in 2020. That is more than double inflation. And what this means is that the value of the childcare subsidy is going down and out-of-pocket costs are rising. And despite the government constantly telling us that there's no problems, today I read reports that many childcare centres are introducing buy now, pay later because childcare is so unaffordable. That is what we've come to in this country, where centres to ensure families are able to afford the out-of-pocket costs, they've got to enter into buy now, pay later schemes. This is just unacceptable. Of course, the government wants a pat on the back for with a policy that helps only a minority of families who still have to wait another 6 months to even get any relief. Of course, this government's so out of touch. What they realise is that every family using childcare is paying high out-of-pocket costs and they deserve support, not just a minority of
time has expired. I call a member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Labor's actions yesterday in this chamber in moving a bill for the abolition of the cashless debit card had a broader and more sinister purpose. It was to establish a platform to take to the next election which is based on a lie, that the government will put aged pensioners on the cashless debit card is nothing but a despicable lie, and it needs to be called out. We never have, never will, and have never intended to. It is the 2016 Mediscare campaign lie all over again, which culminated in robocalls to senior Australians on the eve of the election, telling them that the coalition would scrap Medicare. It was a lie then, it was a lie now. It scared these poor old people, these people the most vulnerable in our community, and it was designed to scare them. And it was nothing more than the old Labor motto, at any cost, whatever it takes. They were determined to win the election on a lie, and shame on them. And the bill also had its primary aim of scrapping the cashless debit card trials, and the condescending Labor Party was at its worst. We had the member for Bruce, South East Melbourne, and the member for Richmond, which includes Byron Bay and Tweed Heads, telling the people of Sojourner, Kalgoorlie and Kununurra how to run their lives. Get out of their lives and let them make their own decisions.
Time has expired. I call the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Listening to the Treasurer in recent weeks, it's become painfully obvious that this government has absolutely no economic plan and no reform agenda for the Australian economy. Instead, the Treasurer and this government's only thought is to snap back to a pre-COVID economic model that was failing to deliver for Australian workers and Australian households. Australians don't want to revert to an economy that this government has created, and a quick look at the record will explain why. This government has presided over the most barren economic run experienced by Australian households for almost 100 years. Between 2013 and 2020, growth in real GDP per capita was the worst since the Great Depression. This government is not interested in average household or per-person outcomes, which should be its main job. It just juices headline GDP through increases in aggregate demand via population growth. Real wages in Australia were 0.7% lower in 2019 compared to 2013, a damning indictment of this government's economic management. According to the International Monetary Fund, between 2013 and 2019, Australia's GDP per person grew at just 5.4%, which was the third last among major OECD economies. Under this government, Aussie households aren't just treading water, they're being sent backwards. The simple truth is that Scott Morrison and Josh Frydenberg are failures as economic managers, just delivering for special interest lobby groups while crushing the wages and living standards of Australians.
Has expired. I call the member for Wentworth.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The City to Surf is the largest fun run in the world, and much of it runs through my electorate of Wentworth, starting in the heart of Sydney City at Hyde Park and finishing at Bondi Beach. Now, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the City to Surf, like many mass events, had to be curtailed, cancelled or postponed. But what the Sun Herald did in this instance was run the event differently this year and run it virtually this year. All participants had to do was to sign up and run the distance, 14.1 kilometres, at some point between the 17th and the 24th of October of that week. Now, the City to Surf, of course, is more than just a popular fun run. It's also an event that offers a platform to raise money for good causes. And since the first starting gun sounded, participating athletes have raised more than $48 million for worthy organisations. My team from the Wentworth electorate office, along with my colleague Senator Andrew Bragg, ran together to raise funds for a crucial not-for-profit organisation called Reach Out. Reach Out has become the most accessed online mental health service for young persons and their parents in the nation. It provides trusted self-help information, peer support programs and referral tools for more than 2 million Australians each year. So I'm pleased to report that Team Sharma raised more than $5,800 in support of Reach Out as they continued to raise money and facilitate mental health support for young Australians. Like many participants all across Australia, I look forward to the next year in the fond hope that the run will return in the usual format.
I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I wish to pay tribute to an elder of the La Perouse Aboriginal community, Auntie Delma Davison, on her recent passing. Delma was born in Nowa and always remembered her father's words: "In a white man's world, you have to be better than them to be equal." And he was talking about getting an education, and that's what Auntie Delma did. And she had a long career devoted to education and was an integral part of the education of many young Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal kids throughout New South Wales. She was determined and a strong voice for better educational outcomes for all schools and all children, and spent her lifetime dedicated to her family and those in need. Arnie Delmer was employed as an Aboriginal education assistant in the 1980s and the New South Wales Aboriginal Education Consultative Group for many years, and she was a life member. She was heavily involved in the establishment of the Gajaga Childcare Centre and Homework Centre in the 1990s at Yarra Bay House, and devoted her life to Aboriginal education and young people. She'd be sorely missed, and there were many that turned out to say goodbye to her at her funeral last Friday in Malabar, and I was privileged to have the member for Barton, Linda Burney, speak at her funeral. Our heartfelt condolences go out to her family at such a difficult time, including Arnie Delmer's children, who recently lost their father, Uncle Leslie, and have now lost their mother. Our thoughts go out to the La Perouse community and all of Arnie Delmer's relatives.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity in the House to highlight some fantastic community events in the electorate over the last couple of weeks. First of all, the Gap Lions Club celebrated the opening of their new storage shed. This has been a long-awaited project down quite a few dry gullies, and it's taken a lot of perseverance, but they got there, and I'm happy to have supported this project with a $4,000 grant as part of the Morrison Government's Stronger Communities program. Brookfield State School also celebrated their 150th anniversary, a significant milestone for any school, and I want to congratulate all the students who showcased their talent on the day to make sure it was a very memorable occasion. My local area is also home to a large defence community with the Enoggera Barracks, and I was honoured to attend the opening of the 42 for 42 Afghanistan War Memorial Gardens. This is not only going to be a wonderful place to honour the 41 fallen soldiers from Afghanistan, but also those who died subsequently from suicide, and it's going to be a tremendous place of reflection for the community. I want to thank Sean and the whole 42 for 42 team for what they've done. Victory Pocket held their celebration with their Mandalay Progress Association Jacaranda Festival. Congratulations to Joseph and his team, who put on a fantastic afternoon of food, music and drinks, ending with a movie in the park, a great way to bring the community together during these COVID times. And then finally, I want to congratulate the Gap Scout Group on 70 years of operation, looking after young people in our community, providing them with guidance and leadership for them and their families. Theo and I particularly enjoyed this one. Thank you to all those community
Time
groups.
has expired, and I call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, one of Lily's many aviation workers wrote to me, a 38-year-old father of three who was one of the 2,000 Qantas ground baggage handling staff made redundant earlier this year. Chris told me he had worked for Qantas for 17 years. Aviation was in his blood. His dad had worked for Qantas from 1995 to 2006 before him. And despite Qantas receiving $2 billion in taxpayer support during the pandemic, Chris was stood down in April 2020, so he had to take a job stacking supermarket shelves to support his family at night. The Morrison government gave Qantas taxpayer money with no strings attached, failing to protect Australian aviation jobs. Qantas told workers that they could bid for their jobs. Chris said that the uncertainty, the stress and the heartache for people like him whose families have always had aviation in their identity impacted his mental health. He was ultimately made redundant by Qantas in February this year. The federal court has since found that Qantas acted illegally when trying to outsource these 2,000 ground handling jobs, an extraordinary judgment. But still, we have not heard from the Prime Minister on this. Where is he? Where is the PM for aviation workers? What does he have to say to them? Why is there no plan for them from the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister has Alan Joyce's number on speed dial. He needs to pick up the phone and tell Alan Joyce to reinstate the 2,000 workers who were stood down illegally.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At some point in the last few hours, in my home state of South Australia, we will have reached the 80% mark for first doses of COVID vaccination for those in the 16 years and over category. It's an exciting milestone for my home state, and of course that means we're on track to having 80% fully vaccinated at some point in the weeks ahead. The Premier of South Australia is about to announce, in fact probably is right now, the roadmap for my home state of South Australia to open our borders and to manage the inevitability of COVID entering our community. It was vital that we first gave every South Australian the opportunity to be vaccinated, and we are very much near that point. It's equally important that we reopen our economy. We let us rejoin all the other states in this nation, let people spend Christmas together with their loved ones where they do have family interstate in those states that have been affected. I have, of course, been very committed to encouraging all those in my community to get vaccinated ever since this program commenced, and I'm proud that some of the highest rates of vaccination in South Australia are in the local government areas in my electorate of Sturt. But most importantly, I'm proud of all South Australians that have rolled up their sleeve. We're very close to getting to that double 80 rate. I hope we exceed it immensely, and I thank all those South Australians that have done the right thing and rolled up their sleeve.
Call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to read a speech by Franklin Legg, a 14-year-old student from Clark, as part of the Youth Voice in Parliament campaign. And I quote Franklin, "What do I want Australia to look like in 20 years? I want our leaders to stand up for our national interests, not their own personal ones. I want Parliament to be a place of productivity, safety and democracy. Regardless of who produces the policy that comes out of the place, it should be rational and reasonable. Some may believe that this is exactly what's happening today, but I view things differently. I believe that politics in Australia has become a point-scoring game. When policy is drafted, it seeks to gain the most votes rather than to help the most people. We're putting off the impending climate crisis, letting poverty run rampant, discouraging migrants from improving our economy, and doing nothing for the Indigenous communities who have been scarred by deaths in custody, all because we are inactive and unable to produce legislation that helps society, not powerful people. We can solve many problems if we work together. My vision for the future is bright and optimistic, green and clean, economically prosperous, multicultural and diverse, safe and fair. Please, leaders, I urge you, put others first before yourself, so Australia's future can be positive for everyone." So I say thank you to Franklin, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Herbert.
I'd like to take this opportunity to update the House on two fantastic projects in the electorate of Herbert that will be going ahead thanks to the Building Better Regions Fund. The first will go some way to help curb Townsville's crime crisis. The second will support safety for swimmers at our beaches. While the state Labor government dithers with its responsibility to change the legislation to meet community expectations, we're playing our part by supporting early intervention initiatives. That's why we're supporting YWAM Townsville with $778,500 under the BBRF to build a multi-purpose youth precinct. This will include an adventure-based learning high ropes course, multi-purpose space and cafe, but more importantly, it'll become home for preventative intervention and rehabilitation programs for our youth. Congratulations to the team at YWAM for coming up with such an excellent concept. Meanwhile, we all know what an amazing job volunteers, surf lifesavers do keeping us safe on our beaches. The Arcadian Surf Lifesaving Club has experienced a 58% increase in membership over the past 5 years, but has been held back by its outdated clubhouse at Alma Bay on Magnetic Island. With the support of $160,000 from the BBRF, the club will be able to renovate and extend their facility and become not just for training activities and club events, but also available for local community use. I look forward to both projects becoming a reality in the coming months.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, today the case numbers are in for Bendigo and we have 24 new COVID cases. We all stand here and wish them well and hope that they have a speedy recovery. But, Deputy Speaker, these 24 cases have close contacts. They are now in isolation. These close contacts could be school children. Those schools could now be closed, and going through a deep clean, those school children could be in isolation. Their parents could be in isolation. If these parents are workers in isolation or quarantine due to COVID-19, it means no work. For millions of workers around the country, that means no pay. And why? Because this government is winding back the paid leave, pandemic leave disaster payment at a time when we're opening up, at a time when when millions of workers could be forced into quarantine at a moment's notice. And why are they going into quarantine? To keep their co-workers safe, to keep their community safe. We want no worker to have to choose between putting food on the table or keeping their co-workers and their community safe. I urge the government to rethink what they're doing. Paid pandemic leave at least gave people a payment if they didn't have annual leave. They really need to listen to workers and to the union movement and consider paid isolation leave. We need this entitlement when we open up, so no worker, no family is in the position where they are choosing pay and food over the health of their family and community.
Time has expired. I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the Albert Valley Wilderness Society and Cedar Creek State School have been working together to educate the community on how they can live in an eco-friendly and sustainable life, and recently celebrated their third joint Community Eco Festival. The festival included workshops showing how to make biochar, more effective food production and sustainable living. The tour through their Australian cottage garden design, which incorporates perennial and annual herbaceous flowers with vegetables and berry bushes in an informal planting pattern to prevent pet and disease issues, as well as to ensure there's always something flowering all year round. Delicious coffee was available from Substation 33, a solar-powered coffee van, and after a huge morning of learning throughout the school community, they had a chance to refuel with a tasty wood-fired pizza made by school principal Mike Myers. I was also able to check out the progress of the school with the Albert Valley Wilderness Society and the progress they've made on their Albert Valley Restoration Project. This community project was federally funded through the Community's Environment Program and has now completed its first stage of removing invasive weeds from the riverbank, and they are now ready to plant their bank stabilising plants that will assist in reducing erosion on the riverbanks for years to come. Congratulations to the Albert Valley Wilderness Society, Cedar Creek State School for the terrific work they're doing to create a sustainable community.
I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, the elite and out-of-touch British aristocracy would often address their servants by their job titles, cook and boots, instead of having to learn their names. The Duke of Portland took this a step further and forced his servants to face the wall as he passed. But not even the dukes and duchesses of the old dart were as out of touch as this treasurer, who last night showed that he does not even see the staff working for him. In August, the Treasurer told Sunrise the cringiest story of his time staying at the lodge with the PM. Quote, "The PM is actually on the dishes, would you believe? Because it's just the two of us there. And after dinner we both get to the scrubbing brush and have a go for it. You might not believe it, but it's true. We pop the spaghetti bolognese or the schnitzel in the microwave." He thought this was such a good story, he told it twice, again to ABC Breakfast. "It's just the two of us, Michael. So he and I have been on the scrubbing brush, I've been using the microwave and we've been cooking up the chicken schnitzel." Why he thought anyone in modern Australia would be impressed by two men who thought that a microwave and a scrubbing brush were novelties in the first place is a mystery, but the cringe factor of this modern-day upstairs-downstairs farce went through the roof when we learnt at Senate estimates last night, through questioning from Senator Marielle Smith, that in fact it was not just the two of them at the lodge and that the lodge was fully staffed as normal. It just seemed to escape the attention of this out-of-touch treasurer, or perhaps the reality just didn't fit with a fake persona that this treasurer was trying to create. It sums up the Morrison government: fake, fake, fake.
I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to bring attention to Bonner's amazing school communities. Over the last few weeks, I've been dropping off the graduation certificates for our Year 6s and Year 12 students and visiting classrooms, staff and P&Cs. I recently caught up with the Malcrivat East School P&C, who are undertaking some terrific upgrades at the school, including a new mural for their community garden. This term I conducted a mock parliament to the Year 6 students at Belmont State School. The students debated whether junk food should be served in the school cafeteria. The two debating sides really came together to deliver some impactful arguments, and I'm sure you can guess what the outcome was. Our Junior Bonner Youth Advisory Council jumped into a Zoom meeting with founder of Woolly Trampolines and Bonner local Joe Andon. Jessie, a Year 6 student from Moreton Bay College, contacted me after the meeting and said that she was so inspired by Joe's story that she had started brainstorming business ideas with her two sisters. And this month, alongside Minister for Education and Youth, Alan Tudge, I hosted the Bonner Schools Forum. We were joined by parents, teachers, school staff and psychologists to discuss the future of our schools. And, Deputy Speaker, this week our Year 12 started their external exams. I want to take this opportunity to wish them the best of luck as they prepare to finish up this chapter and embark upon their next journey. I'm very proud of their hard work.
I call the member for Macquarie.
People who have to go to the post office to pick up parcels in the Hawkesbury and small businesses in the Blue Mountains who Australia Post is refusing to collect parcels from will be horrified to see the bonuses that executives have doled out to themselves, as will people struggling with the NBN. Executives of NBN Co and Australia Post received nearly $300 million in corporate bonuses during the pandemic. This waste of money is just business as usual for the Liberals. They spend taxpayers' money like it's small change. At the same time, people in places like East Kurrajong, Sackville, Ebenezer, Blaxland Ridge, right across to Yarramundi, have had to queue in a pandemic at a post office because Australia Post won't deliver parcels to their door. Nor will they pick up from small businesses in the Blue Mountains, like Kirralee's Needle versus Thread. Kirralee, who's in a wheelchair and makes wonderful bags, says the service hasn't been available to her business since the start of the pandemic. She knows another small business owner who struggles to take more than 100 parcels at a time to the local post office, where we all know staff are doing their best to cope with the extra load. As Kirralee and other small businesses head into what they desperately hope is going to be a busy Christmas trading period, they want to see this problem fixed. They want Australia Post to do its job, serve Australians and help them do business.
The member for Fisher.
Matic Dam in Fisher is a campsite which once educated thousands of school students every year. Today it lies empty, but one dedicated group of Fisher veterans have a bold vision for how this campsite can make a difference in our region once again. SMEAC is a fantastic local charity led by Tim Cummings and Ray Carson. Tim and Ray have worked incredibly hard toward turning this abandoned campsite into Camp X-Ray, a new facility owned and operated by veterans for the benefit of veterans as well as the wider community. Camp X-Ray would transform transitioning veterans' lives through certified training and jobs, as well as delivering camps, drug and alcohol counselling, training and employment pathways for vulnerable young people. It would provide tourism and leisure experiences for the rest of us, including large-scale triathlon and marathon events. Tim and Ray's tireless efforts have brought Camp X-Ray to the brink of realisation. They've gathered corporate sponsorship and donations, charitable status and an agreement to use the site from SEQ Water. Now SMEAC are looking for funding from the federal government to help renovate the campsite and get Camp X-Ray up and running. I am and will continue to advocate for this project because I know that Tim and Ray's mission will make a difference to thousands of our dedicated serving men and women in the years to come. Well done, Tim and Ray.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This month, every single state and territory wrote to the federal government requesting support to ensure their hospital systems can withstand pressure from COVID. The fact is that our health and hospital systems around the country will be under more pressure as Australia opens up. We all want Australia to open up, but we want it to occur safely. And it's important that the federal government be prepared to listen to the states and territories which have led Australia through this crisis, and that we look after people during this process. Because tragically, I was reminded yet again of the impact of COVID with the death of Robert Webb in my electorate. Robert was the only Aboriginal ever elected to the Leichhardt Council. He served loyally from 2004 to 2008. He did incredible work with young Indigenous people in the Inner West and throughout the country. He was still the chair of the Inner West Council's Aboriginal Consultative Committee. His wife Kathy is in hospital still suffering from COVID, and I hope for her recovery. But for all the friends, particularly in the First Nations community of Robert Webb, I express my sincere condolences, I'm sure, on behalf of the entire Parliament.
The member for Mallee for about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our government understands how important it is to have a coordinated global effort to reduce emissions. Confronting these challenges is a shared responsibility, and we are playing our part. We have an enviable track record in meeting our climate commitments. Unlike many of our global counterparts, we are on track to meet and beat our strong 2030 target. Historically, changes in climate policy have resulted in adverse outcomes for regional communities.
Member for Mallee can resume her seat. It being 2 p.m, the time for members' statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What is the cost of the Prime Minister's net zero by 2050 policy?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The plan we released today shows very clearly, Mr Speaker, that the
Members
cost of
on
the
my left.
emissions and technology roadmap is $20 billion, Mr Speaker, over the next 10 years. In addition to that, $20 billion, Mr Speaker, is what we're investing in to produce those low emissions technologies, which is the central component of our plan to hit net zero emissions by 2050. It's technology, Mr Speaker, not taxes. Mr Speaker, it's about choices and mandates, not mandates, Mr Speaker. We're not seeking to force people to do things. We're not seeking to close anything down, Mr Speaker. They're the sorts of policies the Labor Party pursue. That's what their agenda is, Mr Speaker, not our side of politics. What we are doing is building up a portfolio of technologies which will ensure that over the next 30 years, Mr Speaker, we will be able to achieve that goal by adding to jobs, by adding to investment, by strengthening our regions, Mr Speaker, and rural communities, and our agricultural sectors, our transport sectors, our mineral sectors, our manufacturing sectors. Mr Speaker, under our government, Mr Speaker, we will be able to go to COP26 and say that our emissions reductions by 2030 will meet and beat our Paris commitments. 35%, Mr Speaker, up to 35% reduction is what we now anticipate because of the work that has been done, and particularly, Mr Speaker, because of the low emissions technology roadmap which has been brought together by the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Mr Speaker, this is a plan that backs in the efforts of Australians that Australians are making, Mr Speaker, that is already seeing us reduce emissions and sets us on that pathway to 2050 to ensure that we achieve net zero emissions, Mr Speaker, without damaging our economy, without taking away the way of life that rural and regional Australians have been able to appreciate it. When the Labor Party is in power, Mr Speaker, they only had one plan to reduce emissions. It was called a tax.
The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister outline to the House the Morrison government's plan to deliver net zero emissions by 2050 through practical and responsible action that also preserves jobs and creates new opportunities across Australia?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member for Higgins knows and has been a champion of understanding, Mr Speaker, that Australians understand and support the need to take action on climate change. So do I, and so does my government, Mr Speaker. I know this because Australians are already taking action on climate change. Already, Mr Speaker, they're doing it. Australia's emissions have already fallen by more than 20% since 2005, and that's stronger than countries like the United States, like Canada, like New Zealand, Mr Speaker, like Japan. In fact, we have exceeded their emissions reductions over that period of time. And, Mr Speaker, we've done that at the same time as we've seen record levels of renewable investment and renewable energy coming into our system and ensuring, Mr Speaker, that we're setting up opportunities for the future exceeding many times over the global average. Some 8 times the global average when it comes to the installation of renewable energy, Mr Speaker, in Australia. And on top of that, Mr Speaker, we're meeting and beating the emissions reductions targets that we set. We took to the Australian people. They not only supported having a sensible and responsible target, but they also supported the fact that they knew we would seek to meet and beat those targets, which is exactly what we're doing, and we will expect to see a 35% reduction in emissions by 2030 based on the policies that we've been pursuing. Now, we're doing this while at the same time the economy, Mr Speaker, has grown by 45%. 3 million jobs have come into the Australian economy, Mr Speaker. We're growing our exports, including our minerals exports and our gas exports, and particularly in the LNG sector, Mr Speaker, creating so much wealth and jobs for this country. And we're doing it while we're putting Australians back into manufacturing jobs. Mr Speaker, there are 1 million Australians in manufacturing jobs. Under Labor, 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs were gone. They went, Mr Speaker. But we're reducing emissions, growing our economy, putting people back into manufacturing jobs, supporting their jobs in agriculture, supporting them in the resources sector, and that's what our plan does, Mr Speaker. Our detailed plan to achieve net zero target by 2050 is a uniquely Australian plan. It gets the balance right to ensure that we protect jobs, protect livelihoods, protect incomes, protect their way of life, Mr Speaker, keep downward pressure on their household costs to ensure we can get the balance right in the plans that are necessary. Mr Speaker, this is a uniquely Australian way to deal with this because we need a uniquely Australian solution to deal with our economy. Mr Speaker, the actions of Australia speak far louder than the words of many others who will speak from many other places. And, Mr Speaker, we will not have our plans determined by any others than those who remain in this government, in this place, for Australians, by Australians, and that is the plan that we're going forward, which protects our economy and meets our commitments.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the government told Senate estimates it would claim public interest immunity to refuse to release the government's modelling on the impact of net zero by 2050. Today, the Prime Minister said his modelling will be released another time. How is it in the public interest to hide the impact of the government's net zero policy?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, there it is. There's the policy, Mr Speaker. It's been released. And it includes the results of the modelling in the plan, Mr Speaker. I tell you what, you won't find on that side,
Prime Minister, just resume your seat for a
second.
Prime Minister, just resume your seat for a second. At this point, it's inevitable I need to intervene for reasons. Members interjecting no. And I'm just going to point out, because I'm anticipating more interjections which I won't deal with, just so that everyone is clear, the provisions of Standing Order 94A do not require a warning. I've just been generous in doing that, probably too generous, and I'll have no hesitation in using it. The member for Isaacs, I'm not going to single out everyone interjecting. I'll detain you for some time. You're interjecting regularly and you're waving your arms around. Yeah, you are. And even though you've been moved away from here, which I welcome, as far as I'm concerned, it's not far enough in the manner that you're interjecting. The Prime Minister has the call. Well, you moved him, I didn't. I'm expressing.
Mr Speaker, the policy that has been adopted by the government was considered by Cabinet last night. And so that's why today, Mr Speaker, I was in a position to advise that today we are releasing the plan, the detailed plan, Mr Speaker, that sets out how we reach net zero emissions by 2050 by focusing on technology, not taxes, by ensuring that we're respecting people's choices and not seeking to mandate them and tell them how to live and what to buy and how they're supposed to do things on their farms and other places, Mr Speaker, to ensure we have a strong portfolio of technologies that can be successful over the next 30 years to achieve these targets, to get the balance right between affordability and emissions reduction, to keep prices down and to keep the lights on and ensure that there's the transparency and accountability, not just on emissions reduction, but ensuring that we're constantly monitoring the socio-economic impacts of these policies, particularly in rural and regional areas, Mr Speaker, and we're confident, absolutely confident, the plan that we have, the plan that we have agreed, Mr Speaker, the plan that we have adopted, that sets out our policies in detail as to how this is going to be achieved, will be a positive economic benefit, as the modelling indeed shows, Mr Speaker. Now, we will release that modelling as we indeed should, Mr Speaker, and we certainly will. Today we've released the plan, and we will soon release the modelling as well. But, Mr Speaker, that is very different to what happened at the last election. At the last election, there was a choice between a 2030 target of 26 to 28% by the government and a 45% target offered by the Labor Party. Now, the Labor Party was asked to release the costings and modelling that went to their policy. They refused to do it. Now, Mr Speaker, to be fair, To be
the
fair—
Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister to table the document that he's referring
I've said to the Leader of the Opposition, you can only do that at the conclusion of the answer. No, it's actually really straightforward.
Yes.
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, so that modelling will be released. Of course it will be released. I've already said it would be, Mr Speaker, and it'll be there to demonstrate, Mr Speaker. But what I do know is that we won't see any modelling on the Labor Party policy because there isn't a policy. There isn't any modelling, just like there was no modelling on their 45% emissions reduction target, and they couldn't tell anyone what it cost because there was nothing in it. Mr Speaker, they have a target without a plan. Mr Speaker, they have a target without a cost. Mr Speaker, they have a blank cheque that they want to put into law and force it on Australians and mandate them to do things, Mr Speaker. That's what laws are supposed to do. That's not our plan. We're going to back Australians to achieve this goal. This target, we know they want to achieve it. We know they're already taking actions in their own lives, in their own households, in their own businesses, in their own industries, and they're moving forward and we're going to back them to do it. The Labor Party thinks you have to make a law to force them to do it, Mr Speaker. That's not our approach. That's not our approach. That's their taxes approach.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker, I know that you will foresee this coming, but I would ask that the Prime Minister table the document that he's referring to.
Is leave granted?
No, Mr Speaker, I simply say that this is a public document.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
It's a public document, Mr Speaker.
No, I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition again.
Yes, Mr Speaker, if it's a public document, then it should be available to the public, which is why it should be tabled.
Well, just saying, if the request is whether the Prime Minister will table it.
Australia's long-term emissions reduction plan, a whole-of-economy plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. I would invite at some future opportunity, as the standing orders allow, for the Leader of the Opposition to table his plan, Mr Speaker, for achieving the same thing. I'll be waiting a while. I've been waiting for 2 years.
The Prime Minister, you just need to table it, OK? The member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister inform the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is not only delivering nationally significant infrastructure but local projects that will support our communities and regional economies? How will this benefit my state of Queensland? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of alternative policies?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and once again reiterate his support of the mighty city of Gladstone and the people in the surrounding hinterland and the seat of Emerald. I once again reiterate his support of the near 750 vessels that leave the port of Gladstone every year. 750 vessels with the produce on board, whether that's coal, whether that's grain, that supports this great nation's standard of living, that underpins its health, its education, its defence, that brings in the export dollars, that maintains the value of our currency. So vital is the Port of Gladstone to where this nation goes, and I know the member for Flynn has been a great champion for that. And that is why, Mr Speaker, that we are building the infrastructure to further enhance the Port of Gladstone. The 1,716 kilometres of the inland rail, which now you could get an inland rail on from the train on from Parkes to Narromine. And today I just hear of another further 30 kilometres between Balladder to Moree. We're actually doing the job. We're getting the thing built. And it's not that. We've also started on the business plan to take it down further from Toowoomba to Gladstone. You always start major projects with a business plan, and we're doing precisely that. But, Mr Speaker, it's also the smaller roads, the roads that have been left behind by the Labor government up there, especially the Taroom to Bohemia Downs Road. We're asking ourselves, how do we go about these areas that have been left behind by Labor? Or the Mundubbera to Geelong Road, another road that's just been left behind by Labor. We have to really consider what on earth is going on there. But, Mr Speaker, it is also the case, the member asked for alternate policies, and And I have to concur absolutely with the Prime Minister, because, see, the member for Flynn will want to know what our plan is. Yeah. It's inspiration. It's making sure we believe in liberties and freedoms. But there is an alternate plan. It's one of legislation. It's the only thing we know about their plan, legislation. And, Mr Speaker, legislation brings in laws, and laws outlaw things, and laws are enforced with penalties. So we do have a clear differentiation. In fact, we have a chasm between the two different policies, because we believe in inspiration and technology, and they believe in laws and penalties. We believe in inspiration, they believe in punishment. We believe in freedom, they believe in enforcement. We believe people can rise up to a higher level to deal with the problems. They believe that they will force them down with further laws, that they will further wrap up their lives in legislation. And that is a vast difference between the processes. So I stand with this side, 100% with this side, believing in the freedom of the individual, and I will make sure that the laws that will put at threat your workers are never brought into place.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Isn't it the case that instead of delivering a climate change policy after almost a decade in government, today the Prime Minister presented a 15-page slideshow with no new policy?
The Prime Minister.
No.
We now have the independence question. I go to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the community has had a gutful of the lack of integrity in politics. Your government in particular has been beset with scandals, rorts and lies, and trust in politicians is at an all-time low. Of course, the crossbench has been leading the charge to fix this. For example, with members yesterday moving bills to establish an effective anti-corruption commission, bring honesty and transparency to political donations, and to clean up the filth in political advertising. Prime Minister, why aren't you responding to this concern? And in these last weeks of the 46th Parliament, will you actually do something tangible to restore public faith in the political process?
The Minister has the call.
The member for his question, the member for Clark, I know he has a long-standing interest in these issues and the question of integrity in politics, and of course it's an interest that the coalition government, the Morrison government, very strongly shares, and that is why we are proceeding with our commitment to establish a Commonwealth Integrity Commission designed to be the lead body in Australia's successful multi-agency anti-corruption framework and designed to enhance accountability across the public sector. We've been going through a national consultation process, some 330 written submissions received, 46 consultations. We're now carefully considering that feedback as a necessary step to finalising and introducing the legislation. But of course we're doing more than preparing the legislation, Mr Speaker. What we're also doing is providing very significant funding, indeed almost $150 million committed to the Commonwealth Integrity Commission, and at full capacity the Commission will have around 172 staff. Mr Speaker, I want to be clear that the Commonwealth Integrity Commission will have significant powers. It will be able to investigate past conduct and matters that occurred prior to its commencement, and it will be able to look into past conduct that falls into the scope of its jurisdiction, which includes some 145 criminal offences currently existing in legislation, for example offences in the Criminal Code Act, and of course the government has also indicated that we intend to create new offences relating to criminal corrupt conduct, including concealing corruption and repeated public sector corruption. So, Mr Speaker, I say to the member for Clark, I say to the House, our government is working through, in a methodical and thorough fashion, a very comprehensive model here. And I say to the member, and indeed I say to the opposition, if you are ready to back us, then say so. Join us on this journey to get this legislation passed in a significant step to further introduce powerful measures to be able to uphold integrity and to deal with the threat of criminally corrupt conduct at the Commonwealth level.
The member for Stirling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer inform the House about the Morrison government's ongoing commitment to keep taxes low for Australian businesses and families, helping generate more jobs in the regions and the cities right around the country? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Stirling for his question. Acknowledge his background in the ADF, Mr Speaker, and in the private sector, and 60,000 people across the member for Stirling's electorate are getting a tax cut as a result of policies that we on this side of the House have supported. Now, Mr Speaker, we on this side of the House, Liberal and National parties, support more jobs and lower taxes. More jobs and lower taxes. When we came to government, unemployment was 5.7%. Today, it's 4.6%. An additional 1.4 million Australians are in jobs as a result of the policies of this side of the House, Mr Speaker. And we've lowered taxes, more than $300 billion of legislated tax cuts. Indeed, in the last 3 budgets, as a result of the tax relief that we have legislated through the parliament, if you're a person on $60,000 a year, take a bus driver, take a baker, Mr Speaker, you will pay $6,480 less tax as a result of the policies that we have passed through the parliament. And we're creating jobs right around the country with our 10-year infrastructure pipeline. Snowy Hydro, Snowy 2.0, more than 5,000 jobs being supported by that program. Western Sydney Airport, more than 11,000 jobs. And once it's up and running, 28,000 jobs, Mr Speaker. And then the Melbourne-Brisbane Inland Rail, more than 20,000 jobs across our regions as a result of that single infrastructure project. And I'm asked, are there any alternative policies, Mr Speaker, to our policies which are creating more jobs and driving down taxes? Well, we know the Leader of the Opposition, he has 2 big policy ideas. 2 big policy ideas. A national driver's licence to turbocharge the economy and a $6 billion conversation starter to pay people $300 if they've already had the jab, Mr Speaker. A policy that he asked us to support when his own shadow finance minister wouldn't support. But we also know that the member for Rankin is cooking up another policy, Mr Speaker. Surprise, surprise, it's higher taxes. It's a $27 billion hit on family businesses. Family businesses, 300,000 of them. And we're told on the front page of The Australian that Dr Chalmers, the member for Rankin, told his senior colleagues that this tax increase would, quote, leave room for spending measures. So those opposite will continue to spend more, those opposite will continue to tax more, while we on this side of the House are driving down taxes and creating more jobs.
The member for Richmond.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How does he reconcile his earlier statement that the likelihood of the government adopting net zero is zero to his changed public answers this week supporting net zero for the regions? And does he agree with the member for Gippsland who said, I think Michael's removal from office was the greatest act of political treachery in our party in 100 years. I said at the time, and I believe that today, it was all about personal ambition. It wasn't a policy.
The first part of that question, the member for Barton, the first part of that question is in order. The latter part, 2/3 of it, relating to the former Deputy Prime Minister, is out of order. The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm only too happy to answer the honourable member's question because within the Coalition and within the Nationals we diligently went through the process, as we've always said, to make sure that it was something that was that looked after people in regional areas, sort of regional areas, the regional areas where I hope that you would clearly understand them. And one of the big things we were looking for, Mr Speaker, when we did that, because it was incredibly important that we checked for it and went through it, we wanted to make absolutely certain that there was no legislation in there that enforced things, because we don't believe in penalties. They believe in penalties. They believe that the state reigns supreme over the individual. We believe that the individual rises above the state. They believe in penalties and enforcements, and you're part of that. They believe in legislation. Legislation brings in laws. Laws are enforced by penalties, and those laws and penalties put coal workers at threat, put meat workers at threat, put the people in the Hunter Valley at threat, put the people of central Queensland at threat. It's legislation that they're looking out for, and we were making sure that the people of central Queensland are safe, that the people of the Hunter Valley are safe, and we diligently went through that process, Mr Speaker. We went through that process so that we could go forward with a plan that stands for the people of business. We believe the inspiration of the individual and the smarts of the individual to rise above the enforcements of the Labor Party, the red tape of the Labor Party, all the obstructions of the Labor Party, and finally the unemployment of the Labor Party.
The member for O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on Australia's vaccine rollout and how it's providing protection for all, including older Australians?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for O'Connor for his work for people right across his electorate, including towns such as Kojonup, which has a 90% vaccination rate and which was also able to establish a first-class medical centre with his support, with the support of the community and with the matching support of the Community Health and Hospitals program. Kojonup, of course, is an example of one of the thousands of towns and communities around Australia that have continued to have been vaccinated at record levels. We've now reached 87.1% of the country with a first dose and 74.1% of the country that has had a second dose. And we do this knowing that the pandemic continues around the world, with over 414,000 cases in the last 24 hours, with over 6,600 lives lost in the last 24 hours. These are numbers that are profound and significant, and we need to focus on those human impacts. And that's why what we have done in this country, with the small towns and the suburbs, with the communities and the cities coming together, has been a great Australian achievement and story. One of the most important parts of that is what we've been able to do in protecting our older Australians. We've now achieved, for our over 50s, 94.5% of first doses. For our over 60s, 96.5%, and extraordinarily, and as one of our great national achievements, for our most vulnerable Australians, for our over 70s, in terms of the coronavirus pandemic and the risks that they face, a 98.5% first dose vaccination rate. That is a rate which around the world stands with the absolute highest and finest. And most importantly, it protects those Australians who are most at risk. And that is backed within our aged care facilities, a 99.8% vaccination rate for our aged care workers. There were those that may have doubted this, but we didn't doubt, we delivered. And that's significant. That's the pattern, the hallmark, the nature, the scope of what this government does under this Prime Minister. And so we've been able to achieve those outcomes, and now the next thing is, over the coming days, we'll receive, and I expect to receive, the final advice of the TGA and ATAGI on the booster program, and we'll begin again with our older Australians, and we're ready to support those in residential aged care and then the general population. And so as we go forward, we're continuing to save lives and protect lives.
The member for Ballarat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Net zero is a commitment that's meant to last for 30 years. Yesterday, Senator Canavan said the government would scrap its net zero policy after the election because we can't bind future party rooms or parliaments. Why should anyone believe this slideshow will last beyond the next election if the coalition is re-elected?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question, and might I say that as much as I have a lot of time at times for Senator Canavan, he didn't actually write the plan, and so, Mr. Speaker, the views of any individual I'm glad that the honourable member is fascinated, and I must say, she seems to be following Senator Canavan a lot closer than I am, but it's good. She has a lot of spare time. I get a lot of spare time on the other side. And, Mr. Speaker, I think the really important thing is that she obviously has a strong belief that for the next 30 years we'll be in government, and I appreciate that. And on their recent track record, it wouldn't be surprising. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, that she thinks we'll be looking after this nation for the next 30 years. Is because we believe in the inspiration of the individual, and her government believes in legislation. They are going to legislate. They're going to legislate, and by so doing, see the member for Sydney. The member for Sydney, she doesn't care about Central Queensland. She thinks that Central Queensland's a big joke. It's a big joke. Well, maybe if they had $500 million for an art gallery in Central Queensland, life would be a lot better for them. But the member for Sydney thinks that Central Queensland is a joke. She must
just
think
so the
those
Deputy
blue-collar
Prime Minister,
workers are a joke.
you're digressing from the question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was distracted by the frivolity of the member for Sydney, who was obviously thought that people's lives and working.
No, you're now repeating it,
Mr. Speaker. We will make sure. In response to the question, that for the next 30 years, if we are blessed with the opportunity of running the place, and I hope we are, for the sake of Australians, that we will utilise a mechanism of believing in the intelligence of people and the inspiration of people to achieve the outcomes that we have set out in the plan, because it's only the other side that believes in legislating them out of a job.
The member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the minister outline to the House how the Morrison government's plan will see Australia build on our record of meeting and beating our emissions reduction targets, focusing on technology, not taxes? And is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for his question, and as a well-respected former diplomat. He knows how important it is to have a strong plan to reach net zero by 2050, but to do it in the Australian way, Mr. Speaker, to do it in the Australian way. And he knows that we're building on a strong track record.
The member
Mr.
for
Speaker.
Macarthur will leave under Standing Order 94A. The minister has the call.
He knows we have a strong track record, Mr. Speaker. We met and beat our Kyoto targets by 459 million tonnes, almost a year's worth of emissions. We're on track to meet and beat our 2030 targets by up to 35% reduction, Mr. Speaker. We're already 20.8% down, Mr. Speaker. And the plan we've laid out today is a practical, responsible path forward, Mr. Speaker, that respects Australians and respects the Australian way, Mr. Speaker, preserving and supporting jobs in traditional industries, but also capturing new opportunities as they emerge and as customer demands change, Mr. Speaker. It continues to build on the policies and initiatives that have worked, Mr. Speaker, that have worked. Now, there's 5 core principles behind the plan. Technology, not taxes, Mr. Speaker. The plan respects Australians' choices. It respects the fact that Australians have been choosing to put solar on their roofs. 1 in 4 Australians, Mr. Speaker, not being told by the government, doing it because it's their choice. It respects the enormous importance of affordable, reliable energy for our regions and for Australia more generally, Mr. Speaker. It supports our export industries and the strength that they've provided this great nation and will provide for many, many years to come, Mr. Speaker. And it doesn't impose costs on Australians through a portfolio of technologies coming down to parity, to cost competitiveness with the higher emitting alternatives, like ultra-low-cost solar, Mr. Speaker, that we've just introduced into the low emissions technology statement. We're targeting $15 a megawatt hour. Clean aluminium, clean steel, clean hydrogen at under $2 per kilogram, getting the cost of measuring soil carbon, that great carbon sink, 90 million hectare carbon sink in Australian agriculture, Mr. Speaker, getting the cost of measuring that down to a metre, Mr Speaker, down to $3 per hectare per year. But there's an alternative, Mr Speaker. There's an alternative. We've laid out our plan for 2030, for 2050. Those opposite haven't, Mr Speaker. No target for 2030, no plan for 2030, no plan for 2050. The only thing they've got, Mr Speaker, all they seem to have up their sleeve is a law, Mr Speaker, telling Australians what to do. Indeed, the Leader of the Opposition called a technology-led approach absurd, Mr Speaker. But we know what they really want to do, Mr Speaker. They want to impose taxes because that's the only tool in their toolkit.
The member for Whitlam.
To the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to his statement that these people actually did read the Productivity Commission reports. I use them when I run out of toilet paper. Given this statement, why is the Deputy Prime Minister delivering the regions another Productivity Commission report?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
I tell you what, Mr Speaker, I admire his history lesson. That was more than 10 years ago. So, you know, obviously they've got a lot of spare time on the other side. They have a lot of spare time. They're going through people's tweets, they're reading back, I don't know, maybe they're spending time on Odgers, reading the process of the Senate. But it's remarkable that you've reached back that far in time. But I must say, I'm kind of flattered. I'm a little bit flattered that they're so interested in me. You know, I came in here feeling a little bit down the dumps at stage, but you know, he really perks me up. He's a good fella. I can send him some of my photo albums. He can start having a little look through those. But, Mr Speaker, I think what's really important is there's consistency between what happened back then and what happened now. And that is this, that right back then I believed in the liberty of the individual. I believed that the state was there to serve the individual. And right back then I believe that you probably had the same position, that you believed the state was your master. And that's why the Labor Party believes. Why are you so upset about me telling you about your policy,
The Deputy Prime
mate?
Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
The question went to Productivity Commission reports, which the Deputy Prime Minister says is a part of what the National Party has got from the government.
No, we don't need to sort of go into an explanation.
He's not talking anything about whether Productivity Commission reports are worthwhile.
I asked the Leader of the Opposition to resume his seat. The Deputy Prime Minister will bring himself back to the question.
I'm happy to do that because we are making absolutely certain in the reports that come back that we are looking after regional people. We are making absolutely certain that we've got the checks and balances that oversee this in such a way that we can maintain the coal jobs, as if they're affected by international circumstances, so be it. But we are not going to affect them with domestic regulations, which the Labor Party are proposing regulations, Mr Speaker, and of course every worker wants to know whether regulations affect them.
No, I just say to the Deputy Prime Minister that the question was about Productivity Commission reports, and he needs to confine himself to that.
Mr Speaker, the reason we are reporting back is we want the proper checks and balances because we respect our people.
The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government's plan to reduce emissions will protect jobs and generate new opportunities for industry? And is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Robertson for her question. And she is a great advocate of manufacturing on the Central Coast, and she knows how important it is that we bring down emissions while strengthening our manufacturing sector, Mr Speaker. Businesses like Borg, Sanitarium, McCain and Master Foods in her electorate and on the Central Coast, Mr Speaker. And that's what our plan for net zero emissions by 2050 does, Mr Speaker. It supports our traditional industries. It supports manufacturing, Mr Speaker. It makes sure that we support those traditional industries but also capture the new economic opportunities that are emerging because customers' demands are changing. And with it, Mr Speaker, we need to deploy the technologies, shape those technologies to ensure that our manufacturers are able to provide their customers with what they want. Now, more than 1 million Australians are now working in manufacturing. Mr Speaker, substantially more than before, 80,000 more than before the pandemic, Mr Speaker. And in fact, the last time we saw a slashing of jobs in manufacturing was when those opposite were in government, Mr Speaker. 1 in 8. And I'll come back to that, Mr Speaker. But this plan is the right plan. Our plan is the right plan for Australia, because it does focus on the technologies that matter for our manufacturers: clean steel, clean aluminium, hydrogen, Mr Speaker, carbon capture and storage, essential technologies which those opposite vote against regularly, Mr Speaker. 7 times they've done it. 7 times they've done it. It focuses on supporting our farmers who provide the food for our food manufacturers, Mr Speaker. Our manufacturers are well positioned to use our unique industrial advantages, combining innovation, material resources, abundant clean energy and our skilled workforce, Mr Speaker. But I am asked about alternatives. Now, we understand that there's a choice here. There's a choice between, on the one hand, technology and, on the other hand, taxes. Now, the last time, Mr Speaker, those opposite were in government, they imposed a tax, a carbon tax on all Australian manufacturing, on all Australians indeed, Mr Speaker, and we saw 1 in 8 jobs in manufacturing lost when they were in government, Mr Speaker, at places like Kurri Kurri, where we saw the aluminium smelter shutting after the introduction of the carbon tax, Mr Speaker. It's only now we're establishing a new business there, jobs in a gas generator at Kurri Kurri, supporting affordable, reliable energy, that great strength of the Hunter Valley region, Mr Speaker. Those opposite don't even have targets, let alone a plan when it comes to 2030, Mr Speaker. The only plan that Labor knows is how to destroy jobs, how to destroy manufacturing in this country. We understand the need for a strong economic plan to reduce emissions and provide jobs for all Australians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answers, such that they were. How can Australians trust this government to deliver on net zero by 2050 when you will be acting Prime Minister in 2 days and you are opposed to it?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, today's Tuesday, isn't it? Wednesday, Thursday, so it's Friday. It's actually Friday. It'll be Thursday evening that the Prime Minister leaves. And, Mr Speaker, no one's suggesting that we're going to get there by the end of the week. No one's suggesting that. And, of course, by the way, Mr Speaker, the biggest thing, of course, is that people clearly understand that in our roles, my role as Leader of the Nationals, I'm making absolutely certain that we don't legislate the coal miners out of a job.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the Minister inform the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is supporting the agriculture industry through the Technology Investment Roadmap and ensuring that there is an environment in place to protect our agriculture industry, reduce emissions, keep jobs and create new jobs?
The member for Perth can leave understanding Order 94A. And the Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Mallee for her question and her commitment to Australian agriculture. And the federal government made a further commitment to Australian agriculture today in not only helping it reduce its emissions but increase its productivity. Since 2005, the Australian agricultural and land sector have reduced their emissions by over 55%, but have in fact over doubled their production over that period while doing it. A significant achievement in a partnership between the federal government and the agricultural sector in the science and technology to increase productivity, profitability and reducing emissions. And we're complementing that further with the technology roadmap, with our stewardship program. We are the first country in the world to be able to measure biodiversity. And so we are adding to the carbon farming model that has been put out there to support those farmers to not only get carbon abate, but also to get a payment through a voluntary market for the improvement in biodiversity, a measurement that the world now sees as the intellectual property that this country owns because of the investment that the agricultural sector and the federal government has made, a $66 million investment through our stewardship program. But we're also making sure that they can market their product with a brand of seal, their beef, their sheep, with a sustainability brand that says that this has been produced in the most sustainable way, improving the biodiversity, abating carbon, a world first. And that's not about taking away productive landscape, but rejuvenating those parts of the landscape that is costing farmers money, just using common sense. We're also working with our innovation partners like Meat and Livestock Australia. The red meat sector has reduced their emissions by 53% since 2005, and they're planning to double the output of red meat profitability over the next decade while reducing to a net zero emissions target. And they're doing that with the science of feed supplements that go to seaweed and legumes that will reduce methane emissions, also around the genetics that reduce it as well, and then also around soil carbon. We've made a $200 million investment through our National Soil Strategy to be able to measure soil carbon more accurately, and the Energy Minister's also announced a $36 million science challenge to have the best and brightest in the world, right here in Australia, be able to get a credible test for under $3 a hectare. The over 90 million hectares of Australian agricultural landscape can play a part in abating carbon while increasing productivity, supporting over 330,000 Australians in agriculture, building on their jobs, building the productivity and the profitability of those farms, while playing a significant part in reducing our emissions, living up to our international commitments. This technology roadmap is not just about a more sustainable agricultural sector, it's also about a more profitable one.
The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Yesterday, the member for Mallee said about solar panels, they don't work in the dark and neither do our wind farms. Does the minister agree?
The minister has the call.
Well, thank you for the call, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the honourable member for their question? The member for Mallee is right. There are wind turbines. When there is no wind of a night time, they don't work. They don't work during the day when there is no wind.
Members on my
left.
left.
That is the nature of intermittent generation, Mr Speaker. That is just the reality of life.
The member for Parkes has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is also to the Minister for Resources and Water. Will the minister inform the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is positioning Australia as a leading supplier of critical minerals and rare earth elements to meet the growing global demand for the new energy technologies required in a modern economy, and what will this mean for the communities in the Parkes electorate? Is the minister aware of any alternative policies?
The Minister for Resources and Water has the call.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for their question, Mr Speaker? And the honourable member has got the opportunity at the moment. The sun is shining down on the honourable member's electorate. They're in a really good position in terms of agriculture. It looks like a record crop, a lot of water in the dams and infrastructure, Mr Speaker. But in terms of critical minerals, Mr Speaker, and as the honourable member knows, there are significant resources in his area, and that includes, we've seen the company ASM sign a $250 million framework agreement with the South Korean consortium, and that is going to look like a significant investment, Mr Speaker. And also, Mr Speaker, this government has announced a $2 billion critical minerals infrastructure loan facility that will help us to drive some of these projects forward, will help us to ensure that critical minerals continue to grow, continue to build the Australian economy and continue to provide jobs for Australians. Now, Mr Speaker, why is that important? Well, if we look at what's happening around the world right now, we know that the European Industry Association issued a statement on the 22nd of October 21, and that statement said they expect that the shortage in global magnesium could halt their operations in the next few weeks across Europe. Now, the reason for that is that 90% approximately of the magnesium global output comes from China. We know, Mr Speaker, that in Australia we hold enough of this resource to potentially support that global demand for more than 100 years. So right across the critical minerals spectrum, we want to see Australian resources in these products. We want to see Australian resources into things like batteries. And I know those opposite have got a lot of questions for me around batteries, Mr Speaker, but we have some of the largest recoverable reserves of critical minerals in the world. In fact, the 9 most advanced critical mineral projects in Australia alone have the potential to add more than 7,000 jobs and unlock $8 billion worth of investment. Now, Mr Speaker, if we add that on to the $349 billion forecast for resources already, the 260,000 plus Australians already employed, this is a good outcome for our country. Now, we are looking to ensure that we can fill these markets where there is demand. We want to ensure that that demand is filled by Australian companies, by Australian resources that are delivered by Australian workers. And, Mr Speaker, those opportunities will come because of the support from the Commonwealth, the fact that we outline our plans, that we deliver absolutely a $2 billion loan facility and other levels of support, Mr Speaker, because quite simply this is good for our country, it's good for our economy, it's good for opportunities, particularly in regional Australia, like the member for Parkes electorate, like the member for Flynn's electorate, like many regional electorates right around the country, Mr Speaker. Now, we expect to see a lot of these jobs delivered over coming years. We want to make sure that we fill as many as possible downstream from minerals to metals. That is why we're supporting the sector. And in the last few seconds, Mr Speaker, while I've got the opportunity, I'm asked about alternatives. We know that those opposite continue to talk down the resources sector and Australia. We stand up for our sector. We support the resources sector. We want to see more jobs, not less. Shame on those opposite.
Member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Given the Prime Minister now supports Labor's policy on net zero, will he also support Labor's policy for an electric car discount, which will make electric cars cheaper for Australian families?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, I don't support Labor's policy, Mr Speaker. They don't have one. There's nothing to support, Mr Speaker. They've got a target, but they've got no plan, Mr Speaker. The only things we can discern from their policies, Mr Speaker, is what they did last time they were in government, which is they taxed people. They sought to tax people, they sought to mandate things, they sought to force them to do things, Mr Speaker. And so, no, I won't be supporting the Labor Party's policy, Mr Speaker, because not only do I know what it is, the Australian people don't know what it is. They don't know what their target is, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. On relevance, it was a very specific question about Labor's electric vehicle
Just say to the
discount.
Leader of the Opposition, you need to resume your seat, and I'm going to go back to where I did yesterday and be very— the Minister for— yes, it's okay. I'll just stop right there. I'm going to be very clear about this. It was not a specific question about electric cars. If that's all that was asked, you would have a valid point of order. But when you have a tagline on that's about support for Labor's policies, it opens the question right up. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've got to look. I don't want to have an argument. I've got a copy of it in front of me. I don't want to read the question again, given you now support Labor's policy on net zero. The Prime Minister is entitled to respond to that. If you don't want him to do that, don't put it in the question and just ask a specific question about electric vehicles. You didn't ask that. The Prime Minister has the call. He's completely in order.
So our policies are very clear about what we're seeking to do. We've set them out in a 130-page document or thereabouts, Mr Speaker, which I was happy to table earlier during question time, Mr Speaker. But I'm not surprised that the Labor Party doesn't support our policy, because you won't find any taxes in it. You won't find anything in there telling people what they have to do and what they're mandating. You won't find in there anyone banning anything, anyone trying to shut down any mines or tell farmers what to do on their land. Mr Speaker, you won't find any additional regulation in our policy. That's why Labor doesn't like it. You won't find any more red tape. You won't find anyone, Mr Speaker, in there trying to get into people's lives and intervene in how they run their businesses, Mr Speaker. You won't find anything in this document, Mr Speaker, which is seeking to punish rural and regional Australia, which was what would happen under the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. And you won't find in our policies contracting out the decisions that should be made about Australians, about the Australian way that will achieve these targets, to those overseas, Mr Speaker, because that's what the Labor Party does. Under our policy, Mr Speaker, we've got an Australian way to hit net zero emissions by 2050 that is based on technology, not taxes, Mr Speaker, that is based on choices, not mandates on the Australian people, binding them legislation. And it was up again, Mr Speaker. He's been very lippy today. Mr Speaker,
Prime Minister, you can just answer the question.
It's also based on having a
you don't have to
portfolio of
comment on people
technologies that
moving
gets
around
the
the
job
chamber.
done. It's based on getting the right balance between affordability of our energy, Mr Speaker, and the reliability of energy, so we keep the lights on and we get the prices down. And, Mr Speaker, it's based on the transparency and accountability, not just on emissions and the transparency of getting emissions down, but ensuring that our policies demonstrate the economic gains and the socio-economic gains for all Australians, but particularly in rural and regional areas. I'm not surprised the Labor Party doesn't support our plan. They don't have a plan, Mr Speaker. They don't have a target for 2030. They don't like it because it hasn't got taxes in it, because that's the way Labor does things.
The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for the Environment. Will the minister outline to the House the Morrison government's commitment to the long-term health and sustainability of the Great Barrier Reef?
The Minister for the Environment has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm delighted to take a question from the dynamic and determined reef envoy, the member for Leichhardt. The Morrison government is deeply committed to protecting the World Heritage-listed Great Barrier Reef, and we have the best managed reef in the world, something that has been demonstrated time and time again. Mr Speaker, the reef is big enough to see from outer space and one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. But we see the reef through the eyes of its communities, on the ground, up and down 2,300 kilometres of coastline and 400,000 square kilometres of catchment, with 64,000 jobs depending on it. From the farmers whose land management practices link with water quality, the recreational fishers, the Indigenous rangers spearing crown-of-thorns starfish, the citizen scientists, the tourism operators, the small businesses, the many Australians who live between Fraser Island and the Torres Strait. We are with the reef for the long haul, and we have backed the Reef 2050 management plan with over $2 billion of investment. And the success of that plan is acknowledged by many, including the World Heritage Centre, which in this year's World Heritage Committee meeting commended Australia for our strong and continued efforts, including through unprecedented financial commitments. We continue to make our reef the most healthy and resilient it can be in the face of the global challenge of climate change. We're not about heavy-handed regulation. Our reef communities are our champions and our partners, like the Destro family, cane growers in far north Queensland, who manage around 2,000 hectares of cane and who partnered with us on one of our water quality projects. Now the Destros are considered at the cutting edge of best cane farming practices, with Mrs Destro saying that there's not only less runoff leaving the farm, there's more profitability as well. Like our partnership with Turtle Care Volunteers Queensland on the Wreck Rock Turtle Project, the goal of which is to increase the number of turtle hatchlings on the stretch of coastline between Agnes Water and Bundaberg. Nev McLaughlin, who along with his wife Bev has been leading this monitoring program for 40 years, said, "We want to contribute to ensure that future generations of turtles will be nesting at Wreck Rock for all future generations of our families to appreciate." Like the scientists and the tourism industry coming together to deliver local reef restoration, trialling coral nurseries to propagate corals and then plant them on areas of the reef to accelerate recovery. Like the Indigenous women leading work on sea country, looking after waterways, looking after seagrass habitats and wildlife. Mr Speaker, we carry Australia's pride in the reef. We guard against those who would be cavalier with its reputation. And we are optimistic about the future of the reef and the communities and the jobs which depend on it.
The member for Chifley.
My question is to the Minister for Industry. Can the minister confirm in October last year, Industry Minister number 6 said we'd establish mRNA manufacturing capability within the year, and then in May this year, Industry Minister number 7 said you're looking at a 12-month-plus time frame, and now we have Industry Minister number 8 saying we're looking at 2 years but can't be sure. When are you going to stop making and remaking announcements and actually deliver locally manufactured mRNA vaccines in Australia?
The Minister for Industry has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's important to note that we have manufactured 23 million vaccines in this country, Mr Speaker, 23 million vaccines, and we have more than 1 million people working in manufacturing in this country. Now, Mr Speaker, those opposite got rid of 1 in 8 jobs in manufacturing when they were in government, but, Mr Speaker, they love to twist and distort the truth. They love to twist and distort the truth. And, of course, the member opposite talked about Minister Andrews, who said at the time that any time frame would depend on a range of factors. That's what she said, Mr Speaker, and that includes whether it's a brownfield site or a greenfield site, or whether we need access to R&D and intellectual property as part of it. Now, Mr Speaker, as we recover from COVID-19, we want to make sure that we are well placed to control our destiny. Mr Speaker, we are well placed to control our destiny, and in an uncertain world, that means that it's more important than ever to have sovereign manufacturing capability. And that's why we are developing a pathway to onshore manufacturing, not just of the vaccines that we've already manufactured, Mr Speaker, but more broadly for mRNA capability, mRNA vaccines. Now, there's two benefits from this, Mr Speaker. On the health side, of course, if we're struck with another pandemic, whether it's COVID or indeed flu pandemics, we'll be well positioned to speedily provide that mRNA support, Mr Speaker. But there is an economic and industry opportunity here too. And we support manufacturing in this country. We support industry in this country. That means they need to have access to the affordable, reliable energy they need. That's why we're back to over 1 million jobs in manufacturing, Mr Speaker. But we do want to see new areas of technology like mRNA developing here in Australia. And that's why, Mr Speaker, we're pursuing a two-part process. We're having discussions with Moderna. Mr Speaker. Now, I should point out there's only two companies in the world that have developed and are selling mRNA vaccines right now. Moderna is one of them. No new mRNA manufacturing, end-to-end manufacturing facility has been built in the world since COVID struck, Mr Speaker. Indeed, one is planned for Singapore several years away, so we don't know when that's actually going to arrive. But we are having important discussions with Moderna, and there is great potential in that. But we are also, Mr Speaker, have gone through an approach to market. We've received a number of submissions in that. We're working those through, and we'll have something more to say about that in the coming days and weeks. But the one thing Australians can be sure of, Mr Speaker, is we back manufacturing in this country. We back manufacturing in this country every day of the week.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government is protecting jobs and keeping Australians in training today to secure our future workforce? Is the minister aware of alternative policies?
The Minister for Employment.
Let me thank the member for her question and all the work she's doing out there in the western suburbs of Sydney to ensure employment is being maximised. The Morrison government is backing in the next generation of Australian workers through our economic plan, guaranteeing pathways to skills and training through a record $6.4 billion this financial year. It builds on $5.9 billion last financial year. Our economic plan is about protecting jobs, connecting people with jobs and securing our future jobs. Our highly successful Job Chainer program has supported over 255,000 Australians enrolled in in-demand skills, and the $1 billion expansion we saw in the budget sees an additional 163,000 training places, including 10,000 in digital skills and 33,800 in aged care. Our supporting apprenticeships and trainee wage subsidy provide a $1.9 billion to over 74,000 employers to support their trainees and apprentices during all of the last 18 months. Our $3.9 billion boosting apprenticeship commencement program, 77,900 employers, employing over 220,000 new apprentices and trainees, and of course guaranteed funding through to the states and territories at over $1.5 billion, increasing year after year to guarantee TAFE funding. Mr Speaker, as a result of the input of the Morrison government, we've seen an increase of 140% of apprentice starts year on year. There are more apprentices in trades today than there were before the coalition came to government. It is an extraordinary achievement by this government. And we aren't finished yet. There's still a lot more to go, and we want to make sure every Australian out there has the opportunity for a job. That's why I can confirm today the Morrison government has delivered
on our commitment to roll out a national network of 10 industry training hubs across Australia. Promises made, the Morrison government promises kept. The final industry training hub has been operating in Alice Springs in some weeks, Mr Speaker, the member for Lingiari's electorate. I'm sure he's pleased to see that. This completes the rollout of 10 industry training hubs: Alice Springs, Burnie, Townsville, Maryborough, Port Pirie, Shepparton, Armidale, Gosford, Wanneroo and Grafton, and I know the residents of Braddon and Tassie's northwest value the industry training hub, as do the good people of Robinson. The Morrison government is keeping faith with Australian workers. More apprentices in trades than when we came into government, keeping our election commitments. And I'm asked, Mr Speaker, about alternative policies in this space. I can report to the House there are none. It's all pretty grim over there.
The Leader of the Opposition has the floor.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. This month, every state and territory wrote to the government requesting support to ensure their hospital systems can withstand increased pressure from COVID. Is the Prime Minister confident the health and hospital system can withstand increased COVID cases? Why isn't the Prime Minister listening to the states and territories which have led Australia through this crisis?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Commonwealth Government specifically has supported the states and territories, especially with their COVID-related health and hospital costs, through a 50-50 funding partnership, which has resulted, from memory, and I look to the Minister for Health, for about $6 billion. $6 billion of additional funds being provided to the states and territories. Now, this is on top of the National Health and Reform Agreement process, which has increased our funding to hospitals right across states and territories at multiple times the increases that states themselves. And if the states had actually maintained the pace of the increase in funding from the Commonwealth in their own state budgets, Mr Speaker, then there would be even further resources available in the hospital budgets at state and territory level. This issue has been a constant item on the agenda when I've met with the premiers and chief ministers on their hospital system readiness. It has been the subject of detailed modelling work done by both the Doherty Institute and by individual state and territories in terms of drawing on their own private modelling work, Mr Speaker, which has been informing the decisions they've been making and how they manage the crisis. And I particularly pay credit to both the New South Wales and Victorian governments, Mr Speaker, who are confronting the biggest of those challenges at that scale, and how they have been responding to those issues, Mr Speaker, because they have had the biggest surge in cases, and they are doing, Mr Speaker, an outstanding job. I think they are doing an outstanding job. Now, there are other states and territories, Mr Speaker, who haven't seen any of that COVID pressure. They haven't had the cases, Mr Speaker. They've tended to be the states who have been making a bit more noise, but they're yet to see the presentation of the challenges that have been faced in the New South Wales and Victorian system. And what I take from that, Mr Speaker, is there is a difference between the states and territories about how they're managing their hospital systems. Our funding is at record levels and increasing, Mr Speaker, at rapid rates. But at the same time, states and territories must run their hospitals and their health systems, and they must run them well. And, Mr Speaker, that is what we've been working with the states and territories, who actually had a specific dedicated team within the Department of Health working to Professor Murphy to ensure that we are closely monitoring the impact on the hospital and health systems. And as I said, we've been providing additional funding, particularly during the course of COVID. Overall, when you include the work we've done on vaccines, on the GP respiratory clinics and the mental health increase in support that we've provided through the states and territories, Mr Speaker, we're at around about $30 billion in additional investments we've put into health, into hospitals, to ensure that Australia comes through this crisis. Now, there won't be time for the Minister for Health to add to this answer, but I know this, Mr Speaker. Under the policies of our government, working together with the states and territories, we have one of the lowest fatality rates in the world for COVID. We have one of the strongest economies to come through COVID, Mr Speaker, and we are fast approaching the highest vaccination rates in the world, Mr Speaker, and indeed on a first dose vaccination will pass the UK.
The member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, who is representing the Attorney-General. Will the Minister please inform the House how the Morrison government's landmark privacy reforms will help better protect Australians online?
The Minister for Communications.
Well, I do thank the member for Reid for her question and, of course, for her long-standing interest in the subject of how we keep Australians safe online, drawing as she does on her deep professional and academic experience as a psychologist. And, Mr Speaker, our government does have a very strong agenda when it comes to keeping Australians safe online. And just this week, the Attorney-General has released exposure draft of legislation which will further extend our comprehensive approach to keeping Australians safe online, particularly giving Australians confidence that when they're using digital platforms that their personal information is appropriately protected. And so the exposure draft of legislation that we have released will increase penalties for serious and repeated breaches of privacy online and, very importantly, requires the creation of a binding online privacy code for social media services, data brokers and other large online platforms. The intention here, Mr Speaker, is to address the clear power imbalance between online platforms on the one hand and their users on the other, by giving Australians more control, more transparency about how their personal information is being handled. And in particular, the Online Privacy Code will strengthen protections for children and other groups of vulnerable users. We are being very clear in our requirements on the social media platforms under the code. They will be required to take all reasonable steps to verify the age of users, to take all reasonable steps to verify parental or guardian consent for children under the age of 16 years, and to require that the handling of children's personal information on their platforms is fair and reasonable, with the best interests of the child being the primary consideration. Now, Mr Speaker, we welcome feedback on this exposure draft, but we're getting on with the job across a whole range of areas when it comes to keeping Australians safe online and when it comes to protecting the privacy of Australians, both adults and children online. These are amongst the many areas that the prevalence of the internet presents, and I do want to acknowledge both the work of the Attorney-General and of the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister for Mental Health in this important work.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
To the Prime Minister. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House 1 notes A. After almost a decade in office, instead of delivering a climate change policy, the Prime Minister has today presented another glossy document with no new policy. B. The Prime Minister is refusing to release the government's modelling of its net zero policy. And C. The government can't be trusted to deliver action on climate change when the Deputy Prime Minister and most of the National Party members of Cabinet don't support net zero. 2. Therefore calls on the Prime Minister to end his secrecy and immediately release the modelling of his net zero policy. And 3. Supports legislating net zero by 2050.
Is leave granted? The Leader of the House.
No, it's not, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I move that so much as standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Leader of the Opposition from moving the following motion immediately. That the House 1 notes A. After almost a decade in office, instead of delivering a climate change policy, the Prime Minister has today presented another glossy document with no new policy. B. The Prime Minister is refusing to release the government's modelling of its net zero policy. And C. The government can't be trusted to deliver action on climate change when the Deputy Prime Minister and most of the National Party members of Cabinet don't support net zero. 2. Therefore calls on the Prime Minister to end his secrecy and immediately release the modelling of his net zero policy. And 3. Supports legislating net zero by 2050. Mr Speaker, the policy's on the never-never because they'll never ever take climate change seriously.
The Leader
this
of the
is
Opposition
a government that
will
won't
resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
Question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray. Tellers for the Nichols and change the tellers on me. Nichols and Ford. Tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler. Tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 56, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for McMahon.
Seconded, Mr Speaker. I've seen fortune cookies with more detail than the document released this morning. It's a fake document.
The member for McMahon will resume his seat. The Leader of the House has the seat. The member for Goldstein will leave under 94A. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the member for McMahon be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats in this successive division unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion be disagreed to. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
No details, no commitments, no plans, because their heart is not in it.
The Deputy
A
Leader of the
total
Opposition
failure of
resume his seat.
leadership.
The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the question be put.
The Leader of the House has moved that the question be put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required.
Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now before the House is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. If the ayes have it, division required. I ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Again, in this successive division, members must remain in their seats, and unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 51. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. We might just do papers first and then we can do personal explanations. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I thank the Leader of the House. The Leader of the Opposition has indicated to me he wishes to seek the call. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to give a personal explanation.
Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker, on multiple occasions, not just today but over a series of days, by the Prime Minister with regard to policies that I support as Leader of the Labor Party relating to climate change.
The Leader of the Opposition may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today in question time again and on previous days, the Prime Minister and other ministers have sought to characterise Labor's policies incorrectly. Today on electric vehicles, for example, the Prime Minister mischaracterised our policy, which is for lower taxes on electric vehicles, making them cheaper. For the benefit of the House, Labor's policies that I have announced are rewiring the nation on electricity transmission.
I'll just say to the Leader of the Opposition,
I'm saying what our policies are.
I know, and that's
to what
really,
he says
but
they aren't.
You need to show where you've personally been misrepresented.
I have
and
been.
Corrected. The member for Kingsford Smith can leave under Standing Order 94A. Just for efficiency, does anyone want to join him now? Or? I'm being very tolerant with these, with this issue in particular, but I believe the Leader of the Opposition is starting to debate the matter. If he can show where he was misrepresented with the statement and point out that it's a misrepresentation, he can proceed, but it's not a chance to have a debate which would happen at other times in the day.
I understand that, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister has sought to characterise my policies and my support for a range of policies and made statements that simply are not true. I stand by the statements that I have actually made, which is for rewiring the national electricity transmission, community batteries, new energy apprenticeships, electric car discount and the National Reconstruction Fund. They are our policies, not what the Prime Minister says they are.
Okay, that's fine. Just before we go to the matter of public importance, I just wanted to, for the information of members, okay, I'm not seeking to get involved in political discussion, but obviously there was quite a bit of commentary on my giving precedence to the motion of privilege last Wednesday that's led to a large number of you simply to ask about the process. So rather than, I thought it would be useful just for me to make a very brief statement to the House for the information of members, just to briefly outline what did and, more importantly, what did not happen. What did happen was that following the matter of privilege being raised by the Manager of Opposition Business, I considered the issue and determined that I would give precedence for a motion moved by the person who initially raised the issue of privilege or any other member. What this means I outlined clearly in the last two paragraphs of my statement on Wednesday, but I think it's worth just repeating those. As members would be aware, and as House of Representatives practice makes clear, an opinion by the Speaker that a prima facie case has been made out does not imply a conclusion that a breach of privilege or contempt has occurred. In giving precedence for a motion to be moved, I'm simply allowing the House the opportunity to consider the motion immediately and debate and decide on whether the matter should be referred to the Committee for Inquiry and Report. As the practice points out, and I know many members are very familiar with it, but I just want to point it out for other members who have been asking questions. As the practice also points out, the prima facie case relates to the moving of the motion, which puts the matter in the hands of the House. Many commentators have said, and I'm talking commentators outside of this House, many commentators have said I made a ruling, but this is not correct. I did not make a ruling. As practice states, and I quote, an opinion by the Speaker on a complaint raised under Standing Order 51, that's the standing order that deals with issues of privilege, is not a ruling. And so a dissent motion, as provided for in Standing Order 87, is not in order. The reason why this is important is that the Speaker's decision to either grant precedence or not cannot be dissented from. Granting precedence is permissive only. It enables the next step, that a member may move a motion to refer a matter of privilege to the committee. It's the role of the House to consider that proposal and make a decision about referral of the matter. So I just thought that would be useful for members who've been asking about that. I will now move to the matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Ballarat proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's decade of neglect of regional Australians and increasing misuse of taxpayers' money. I call upon all those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, day after day in this place and week after week, we've been treated to the spectacle of the National Party trying to have you believe that they, sitting on the government benches, are the only one true voice of our regions, that only the National Party represents the regions. Time and time again we hear them use that as an excuse for holding the country hostage across a vast range of progressive policy areas, whether it's from climate change, whether it's in investing in renewable energy, whether it is investing in regions across the country. That is what we hear from them. The truth of the matter is that no one political party has a monopoly on representing our regions. Our regions in this place are represented by members of the Liberal Party. They're represented by independents, the Katter Party, and they're represented by members of the Australian Labor Party. All of us together care deeply about what happens in regional Australia. Our regions are complex, they are diverse, and they are as complex and diverse as the economies that support them. The National Party would have you believe that the regions of this nation look and sound and think exactly like they do, and nothing could be further than the truth. The stranglehold that the National Party has over regional policy in this government is holding our regions back, and I know there are members on the other side, in the Liberal Party, who represent our regions, who know it too. And no greater demonstration of that can we have seen what has happened with the climate debate this week. We're told from media reports, we don't know because there's some secret deal about this so-called net zero promise that some of the National Party have signed up to and some haven't, that there's some 20 billion regional future fund or some regional future fund. Well, if the history of the way in which the National Party treats regional funding is anything to go by, then I can guarantee that it won't be the regions across this grand spectrum of Australia that benefit. It won't be the regions in the Australian Labor Party-held electorates or the independent-held electorates or even the Liberal Party-held electorates. It will be a small group of electorates that, frankly, do deserve funding, but they are not on their own. And we saw recently, with the recent round of the Building Better Regions funds, just how the National Party treats taxpayer funding. 90% of that fund went to seats held by the Liberal National Party or seats we know, such as in the Hunter, such as Flynn, that they are intending to target or desperately want to hang on to at the next election. And the result of that has been that there are regions and then there are National Party-supported regions. And that is not helping anybody except the National Party when it comes to trying to keep in office. And we saw that again when we saw the Minister for Resources, the only person whose job seemed to benefit out of the so-called climate change deal the National Party has done. Now, this is not a way to run our country, and it's not a way to support our regions. The truth of the matter is there is no regional policy in this country. There hasn't been since Labor was last in office. There are a series of buckets of funding that the National Party systematically rorts to its own benefit. That is the equivalent of the National Party's Regional Development Fund. And goodness help us when we see what they're likely to do with the next fund. But when we talk about the Building Better Regions Fund in particular, a fund the Australian National Audit Office is currently investigating, we know that since 2018, over $1 billion of this fund has been channelled through. 90% of that total fund has gone to coalition-held and targeted seats. If you look at the Deputy National Leader's seat of Maranoa, during that period of time, That seat has received $52 million worth of funding out of this grant scheme. In the Deputy Prime Minister's seat, the former Deputy Prime Minister's seat of Riverina, $27 million during that period out of the Building Better Regions Fund, $22.4 million to the current Deputy Prime Minister's seat of New England, $19.6 million in the member for Pearce's seat, the former Attorney General. And at the same time, $2 million went to the seat of Bendigo, $1.1 million to the seat of Cunningham, $1.5 to Newcastle, McEwen, a grand total of $241,000. How is that at all justifiable as a regional development policy? It simply is not. It is not a fair policy. It is not a transparent policy. It is a rorted policy. The National Party has its scrubby fingers all over this program. We know that because 112 of the 330 projects approved under round 3 of the Building Better Regions Fund were chosen by a secret ministerial panel against the advice of the department. Unsurprisingly, this is the exact same round announced on the run up to the 2019 federal election campaign that saw coalition seats or coalition target seats receive 94% of all projects and 94% of all funding. In round 5, another pre-election round, we know even more, thanks to the member for Mallee, who in a brief moment of honesty told us that coalition MPs were given access to secret project spreadsheets that were colour-coded pink and green, and that they had a further opportunity that nobody else seems to, including, I think, members of the Liberal Party, had the opportunity to actually go and lobby for those projects that were important to their regions, even if they did not quite fit the program's criteria. You won't be surprised to hear that the member for Mallee has received her seat over $38 million worth of funding under this Building Better Regions Fund. What the government won't tell us, though, is which projects were cut and denied funding because they don't suit the National Party and the Morrison Party government's agendas. How many projects that fully met the criteria have missed out to those in national seats that didn't quite fit the criteria? They won't tell you because this isn't about the regions, it's about them staying in power. It's about using taxpayer funding for election-winning purposes. That's what it is about. And as I said before, when it comes to climate change, you can see the failings of the National Party writ large on the national stage. I am a proud representative of regional Australia. I care about climate change, and so does my community. Farmers in my region know that climate change is real. They see it every single day. Communities in southwest New South Wales and East Gippsland know that climate change is real. While the Prime Minister was in Hawaii, they lived it. Communities in the far north who rely on the Great Barrier Reef know that climate change is real. They count the cost of bleaching events. Communities all along the Murray-Darling know climate change is real. They see it in the droughts and in reduced river flows. Communities across Australia see it in floods, droughts, fires and storms. But not only do they see the costs, they know the benefits that climate action can bring. We know the Business Council's own modelling has found that on average Australians will be around $5,000 better off per person under a net zero scenario, with regional Australians around 3 times better off compared to capital city residents. But we don't hear from the National Party, who represent that small number of seats that they claim is the mirror of regional Australia across the country. Well, we don't hear from them about what is happening to workers across this country and their regions. We don't hear them worrying about the casualisation of people working in the mining sector. We don't hear them talk about that. You don't hear about the disparity in wages. You don't care about the workers in the regions. You don't care about that at all. You only care about your own self-interest. And nothing more is writ large than the Minister for Resources being elevated to Cabinet, someone who does not support net zero, doesn't support the regions, but certainly supported his own job in that process. We know the National Farmers Federation, the Meat and Livestock Australia Corporation, all of those, thousands of regional Australians who feel betrayed by this National Party, who's completely and simply lost the plot when it comes to climate change. This is a party of dinosaurs. They no longer represent the regions. You want to see what the regions look like? Then look on our side. Look at the fabulous women that we have got on our side representing the diversity of regions. The members for Bendigo, Corangamite, Eden Monaro, Gilmore, Richmond, Paterson, Macquarie, Newcastle, Dobell, Franklin and Cunningham. Strong regional women who are standing up for their communities every single day. You want to see the difference about our side and their side when it comes to the regions? Just watch this debate and see the dinosaurs that they've put up on their side.
I call the Minister for Regional Health.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to totally refute the aspersions made by the member for Ballarat. The Building Better Regions Fund has been the lifeblood for many local government councils in regional Australia and reflect the geography of Australia and their representation. It's interesting, you know, the coalition seats cover 5 million square kilometres, Mr Deputy Speaker. Labor has 1.5 million square kilometres of Australian country that it represents, and one seat, Lingiari, covers 1.35 million square kilometres of it. So, look, in this huge wide brown land called Australia, there are Labor Party members representing 130 square kilometres around Australia. So no wonder more of the seats went to regional areas. Look, the member for Shortland didn't worry about getting a $10 million Hunter Sports Centre, or the member for Cunningham, which I now think is called a different name, but $1 million for the Wollongong Regional Tennis Hub, or Solomon and Lingiari both claimed a credit for getting the wellness centres, the Swell Centre, which is a $5 million swimming, wellness and leisure centre up there in Palmerston. Nor did the member for Lyons complain about a $625,000 playground upgrade, or the Derwent Valley Health and Wellbeing Hub of $3.7 million. Gee, I mean, hypocrites, if they were representing regional Australia. Look, the member, the Bendigo seat of Bendigo covers 5,280 square kilometres. But the member for Mallee and Maranoa, between them, Mallee has 83,000 square kilometres, so obviously they have many more local government areas. Maranoa has 17 local government areas and 730,000 square kilometres. But look, in the last decade, the amount of investment going into regional Australia has been second to none. In infrastructure, you've only got to look at these mega projects that the coalition has championed. Finally completing the Pacific Highway upgrade, a $5.5 billion project. Look, the Building Better Regions Fund, you know, the amount of going into really good infrastructure and community and social projects, there's just short of 1,000 of them into regional Australia. The last round will be supporting 9,900 jobs during construction of these projects. They are critical to regional areas which have local governments that are really stretched. They have huge populations, huge areas to cover, not like inner city electorates. Look, some of them you could ride around on a push bike in 2 hours. You know, the member for Parkes, his electorate is bigger than Germany. The member for Maranoa is even bigger. The members over in South Australia, O'Connor, is absolutely massive. That is why there is a sway towards regional Australia in these funds. Now, we have really helped connectivity in physical infrastructure. You just think of all the funds into regional infrastructure. Roads to recovery has been expanded. Heavy vehicle safety and productivity. The mobile phone black spots. You know how many mobile phone black spots the ALP did when they were in government? How many mobile phone towers did they supply? The answer is 0. Well, I can tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are 1,270 new or upgraded mobile phone towers around the country because of that program. And I'd like to thank the former member for Cowper, the Honourable Luke Hartsuker. That was his policy brainchild, and it has transformed mobile phone coverage in regional Australia. We have supported small businesses, which are the lifeblood of employment in regional Australia. The small business tax rate is now down to 25%. The unincorporated businesses, their tax offset has gone from 13% to 16%. Even in my own electorate, I've got over 10,500 small businesses before COVID struck that benefit from this lowering in the small business tax rate. In regional Australia, home building has been given a massive boost because of the Home Builder program, and we have really powered up apprenticeship training with our wage subsidies for new apprentices. There were 100,000 that benefited from this program in the first couple of rounds, and during COVID that number has now grown for a potential of another 170,000 subsidised apprenticeships. We have established regional university centres around regional Australia, including the Tara University's campus, which has started just a year ago, and they've already got 85 people utilising that centre to remotely gather and study together and do a university degree that they didn't have before. But other places like Griffith, Goulburn, also in Maranoa, other areas around the country, over in WA, South Australia, it's been transformational, giving people a chance to do a university degree with support, rather than doing it on their kitchen table with difficulty after hours. Many of the people doing it, they're first in family to get a university degree started, let alone finished. But the completion rates with these programs really give them major benefit, because it is a hard slog if you're doing distance education and working. Other things that we've done in agriculture, for instance, in the 10 years that the member for Ballarat was complaining about, in agriculture we have supported and developed the Drought Future Fund, the Farm Household Allowance, giving people who are, maybe they've got a big farm worth a lot of money, but they're asset rich but cash poor, because owning the land doesn't give you an income. But in the worst drought in 100 years that we've lived for, that farm household allowance has been a lifesaver. We've developed the mandatory code of conduct for the dairy industry. Likewise, the sugar code of conduct. We have got the Made in Australia label showing country of origin of where food stuff comes from. So our food that we produce gets a premium. We've developed the sustainability for agriculture. We've developed a soil strategy, keeping our soils rich so that farmers can partake in soil carbon and Australian carbon credit units. Our free trade agreements have turbocharged our food and fibre exports. As I say, there is so much we have done for regional Australia. Now, in the agriculture space, we've also been supporting modern technology to address climate change. They're upset that we're actually doing practical things in this roadmap that actually make a difference and increase productivity. Methane biodigesters have been supported in the technology space. That can be applied to not only dairies, because obviously with a dairy they cluster in one area, so you can use their excrement to recycle and develop fertilisers, clear water and develop energy sources. The Minister for Agriculture today mentioned research into various seaweeds and Asparagopsis species. If you turn them into tablets, it reduces methane in bovines. And that is technology that we're exploring to see if it's applicable. All these things are really critical in supporting regional Australia, but cherry-picking support for regional councils, which are the major beneficiaries of all these grant programs. We look after regional councils because they are really important in regional Australia. You know, as I said, the metropolitan councils have huge rate bases, little road infrastructure. We have been supporting the delivery of water infrastructure, dams being built. We've given money to the states to get forward and get cracking on delivering extra water for agriculture and industry and for population growth. We have a decentralisation agenda. We have a minister dedicated to regional development. We've delivered the Inland Rail, which is going to improve freight between Melbourne and Sydney and all those regional areas that will have a freight line direct going into Brisbane, and we are arguing to get it done up to Gladstone, have all been done because the National Party is in this building realising that if we get the right infrastructure, we get connectivity. We've got the Sky Muster satellite up there through the NBN that's been given a double amount of capability and extra capability. So internet connectivity, physical connectivity, infrastructure, tax treatment, you name it, social and capital infrastructure in regional Australia, second to none by the National Party.
I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, the government tries to give us this kind of lecture about geographical size of electorates. But we're talking about infrastructure and building infrastructure where people live. Are they really seriously suggesting that more infrastructure money should go to electorates where there are vast land where nobody's living? Like, there's chunks of the seat of Durack, which is the largest electorate in the country, where there are no towns. There are no people. There are no people living there. So why would you say that an electorate like Durack, because of the sheer size of it, should get more funding than an electorate like Bendigo, where you have the second biggest regional city in Victoria? And our regional electorates that I represent, that the women who are participating in this debate from my side represent, we all have big regional cities as well as villages and towns. We represent regional Australia proudly. The government try to claim it as their space, but it is not. In fact, there are probably more women in our side representing regional electorates than women in their entire lower house. That's how proud we are, that's how strong we are in representing the regions. The Building Better Regions Fund is one that is just so disappointing that this government has, quite frankly, rorted in the way that they have. It should be renamed the Building Better Rorts Fund, because that's all it can be. Like, we in Bendigo are trying to redevelop our airport. We're very proud of the work that's been done, that the airport's trying to get upgraded. We actually have flights for the first time in decades from Qantas coming in. They've been incredibly popular. Now, we thought this chance we had a chance in this round, putting forward, the council did. They put forward an application. There's money from the state government on the table. There's the support from a major airline, Qantas, on the table. There is the support from local council, who are the owners of the airport. There are local businesses, local tourism operators on the table. And this round was supposed to be the tourism round. Yeah. They were told, apply for it. Apply for it. They missed out on round 3. They missed out on round 4. Guess what? Round 5 completely missed out. Now, I want to know, is it because we weren't the colour pink or green? When the member for Mallee said that they had an opportunity to go in there and specially lobby, why didn't I get that opportunity? My town needs infrastructure funding too. My town needs it just as much as their towns need it. We are growing, we have growth pressures, yet under this government we've received no support. And it's not just my community that's missing out. In fact, it's a whole chunk of Labor regional electorates that are missing out. The women who will speak on our side will speak to how they've missed out. This round we got about 40,000 from this government, and as the member for Ballarat said, in total, over the last few years, it's about 2 million. When you compare that to ministers who are also around the decision-making table, the member for Maranoa, who is a minister in this government, received 57 million. The former Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Riverina, received 27 million. The former Deputy Prime Minister, then backbencher, now Deputy Prime Minister, received 22.4 million, and they're sitting around the table. They're not even trying to be fair or transparent, and somehow their seats are more needy than seats like Bendigo, Ballarat, Corangamite, and the list continues. If you are genuine about building the regions, if you are genuine about supporting regional communities, you'd be fair and share it equally. But we're not seeing that at all by this government. It is simply building better roads fund. That's what we have on the table from this government, and yet they try and disguise it by saying, well, our electorates geographically are bigger. That's not how democracy works. We all have about 110,000 voters in our democracy, and our regions are made up of a network of towns, hamlets, villages and regional centres. I have the city of Greater Bendigo in my electorate, but connected to that is a series of small towns. The township of Malden, 1,500. The township of Metcalfe, which is 100 people. They too need regional investment, and I have a truckload of projects that need support. But if we can't even get the Bendigo Airport upgraded through this government, when we've got Qantas on board, the state government on board, the city of Greater Bendigo on board, and hundreds of local businesses on board, then what chance does the Malden RSL have? What chance does the Metcalfe Town Hall have? Zero under this government, because they're all about their own and not about anybody else.
I call the Minister for Resources.
Speaker, and I come back to what's in the title of the MPI. And this is the allegation from those opposite, Mr Speaker. Neglect of regional Australians and a misuse of taxpayers' money. Well, let's have a look at what's actually happened in my electorate and let's see them defend some of those things. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I know you know, I just recently opened a palliative care facility at Hervey Bay to service the people of Fraser Coast. Are you seriously alleging that is a misuse of taxpayers' funds? $7 million from the Commonwealth. The state members are nowhere to be seen. The new state Labor member for Hervey Bay, he's in witness protection. You can't even get him out of his office. The state Labor member for Maryborough, the people that they represent will have access to this facility at a very difficult time in their life. $7 million, and I am absolutely proud to deliver that money to our region, to our community for this purpose, because it will be incredibly strongly used in what is a difficult and emotional time for most individuals and their families. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are the types of things that we are delivering into our communities, and those opposite allege this is a misuse of taxpayers' money. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that you're very passionate about road safety, so let's look at some of these things that we've delivered in regional communities in my electorate. $4 million for a set of overtaking lanes on the ISIS highway between Bundaberg and Childers, where a fatal accident occurred some years ago and local community members lost their life. How is that a misuse of taxpayers' money? Now, Mr Speaker, we have $10 million on the table for the Buxton Road intersection, and I know you drive past it, Mr Deputy Speaker. This was championed by the Deputy Mayor of Bundaberg, former Mayor of the ISIS district and Childers, Mr Bill Trevor, and we know that there is a small riverside village at the end of Buxton Road that uses this intersection onto the Bruce Highway at the ISIS River. It is an area of significant concern, and we have had $10 million on the table for a number of years, and yet still we wait. We wait for the Queensland Labor government to actually deliver these facilities through the NPA that we have with Queensland for roads, for construction, for delivery. Now, they continue to push it out. They say they're about to get going somewhere soon, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I'll come to another part of the Hinkler Regional deal, and that is the Royal Flying Doctor Service Aeromedical Flight Training Facility. We've committed $15 million for this facility. In this MPI, those opposite are alleging this is a misuse of taxpayers' money. The Royal Flying Doctor Service, $15 million towards a new training facility which the RFDS will utilise for what their new fleet will be when they replace their existing fleets, Mr Deputy Speaker, as they come to the end of their operational life. We know that it'll add more than 1,000 accommodation nights into the region of Bundaberg, just for the Royal Flying Doctor Service, just for them. Now, the Bundaberg Regional Council has come on board to support some land for this facility. They're a little bit hesitant early, Mr Deputy Speaker. They wanted to charge $550,000 for it, but they did come to their senses after some prodding. And this is an incredibly worthy project that will not only help to train the Royal Flying Doctor Service pilots in their new aircraft, but will continue to ensure that they're safe in terms of their operation and competence into the future. A service that goes out into the regions, that helps people not only in my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, but right across parts of eastern Queensland and into the west. This is a significant investment, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased that it's moving forward. Whether it's the $10 million for the multi-use conveyor at the Port of Bundaberg, which can help us add to our local regional economy, 100% funded by the Commonwealth, and yet still we wait for the owner of the Port of Bundaberg to deliver this piece of equipment. And who owns it? Well, it's the Queensland State Government, currently led by the Labor Party, and yet they won't deliver what will build our local economy, that will help our local port to grow, to increase its capacity. Still, we continue to wait, Mr Deputy Speaker. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on and on, and yet those opposite want to suggest that this is a misuse of taxpayers' money. I mean, that is just outrageous. If we get down to the Stronger Communities program, Mr Deputy Speaker, and as you know, every member of parliament has access to this small program, and these grants are absolutely welcomed by those local community groups. I mean, imagine going to the local rowing club, and the Bundaberg Rowing Club secured just over $7,000 for a new trailer, and telling them this is a misuse of taxpayers' funds. I mean, what are those opposites seriously suggesting? Now, I know they want to make a lot of noise and a lot of political points, Mr Deputy Speaker, but the reality is places like Bundaberg Bowls Club, the Guides Queensland Allura, new kitchen benches for them, the Bundaberg Small Bore Rifle Club, Life Flight, Bundaberg Crow Club, the list goes on and on and on. These are small community groups who can't raise this sort of money on Lamington drives and sausage sizzles. So I'm very pleased to continue to deliver for my electorate into regional Australia opportunities for them, not only to grow jobs but to help make our communities stronger and better into the future.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the last statement that the minister made then highlights exactly what the problem with the Building Better Regions or Building Better Rorts Fund, as it is better known. And that is the comparison with stronger communities. The point about stronger communities is it is equal and fair. Every single MP is given an equal amount to share within the groups within their electorate. And I hope every MP does what I do and shares it as evenly across the electorate as is possible to do. And that's the whole point. There's an equity there. But these guys don't understand what it means to be fair. It is the list of rorts that has occurred under this government. It just almost leaves me speechless, but I'm not going to be speechless for the next 4 minutes. I'm not going to miss that opportunity. Essentially what we're seeing under these funds, so many of them, is that they're used for personal pork barrelling. They're using taxpayer funds to personally pork barrel within electorates. Now, you would have thought that the most marginal seat in the country perhaps would be deserving of some of the largesse. Sadly, no. $3 million has come to the seat of Macquarie, but let's compare a tale of two regions. Let's compare a tale of two regions. The seat of Macquarie, peri-urban, interestingly sitting right next to the seat of Calare. So my seat is a mix of regional, quite remote areas, and then you've got Calare with two big cities in it, and Lithgow, so three and a real centre of Lithgow. Here's the comparison. The Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury received $3 million, in fact all of that just to one small part of the electorate. Calare, $44.5 million. So two seats side by side, one with a National MP, one with a Labor MP, and gee, doesn't that make you ask, how fair is this government being? You know, I think there's another example of where this government showed absolute preference for a national seat, and that was with a decision around a mobile black spot tower. And the tower was allocated to Mount Tomah in my electorate, the heart of where the Gospers Mountains fire went through, an area where there is no mobile reception and an area where many people pass through, an area very, very much in need of improved mobile signal. And so, under the Black Spot program, one was allocated to it. But then something happened. Something happened that no one was told about, and suddenly that tower was taken away from Mount Tomah and allocated to a Nationals electorate further west. No reason, nothing to the community to say, hey guys, we've found somewhere better to put this and it's several hundred kilometres away from you. That's the sort of behaviour of this government that is clearly designed to curry political favour rather than do what is right and do what is needed. I thought it was worth looking at my electorate and comparing it with other peri-urban sorts of electorates. And I looked at the electorate of Pearce in WA. Now, Pearce is described as an outer metropolitan electorate, and it received $19.6 million in funding. By contrast, Macquarie is considered provincial. So we are provincial outside a capital city, with the larger populations living in provincial towns. Outer metropolitan is defined as an area situated in a capital city and containing large areas of recent suburban expansion. So there you go, a fund designed for regional Australia. More of it went to a seat like Pearce, $19.6 million of it, an outer metropolitan seat, described by that in the government's own descriptions of seats, compared to a seat like mine called a provincial seat, completely outside a capital city. So that's why this is wrong, the way the allocations are happening. I mean, when the people who sit, we assume, on what is a largely secret panel, all we know is it's a ministerial panel, to choose it. You look at what have ministers been granted. The Agriculture Minister, $52 million. The Leader of the Nationals, $22.5 million. The former Leader of the Nationals, $22.4 million. It's just got pork barrelling written all over it. This is a group of people who rule for themselves, not for the country.
Has expired, and I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this MPI put on by the member for Ballarat has no relevance to the misuse of taxpayers' money. What it should have been entitled, Labor's attempt to mislead regional and rural Australians whilst having a dig at the National Party at the same time. And I take great offence to being told that I don't care about anybody in my electorate, only about my position. That is an offensive statement. That is akin to me saying to the member for Ballarat, you hate business owners or people who want to make a dollar and get ahead in life. And I can tell you, I make no apologies, zero apologies, for working hard to get money for my electorate, for getting out there and advocating on behalf of my people under the BBRF. And it's offensive to say that it is a rort, because it is not, because time after time I have my constituents come and say to me, Pat, how come I didn't get that grant that I put in? Pat, how come it's been 3, 4, 5 times I've put it in, we can't get it, we're going to give up? That's because it's oversubscribed by 6 times, $1.2 billion this time round, out of 250 million. And for the member across the floor to suggest it's got nothing to do with geography, then she needs to go and have a look at a map, because we represent 5 million hectares across Australia in our regions. They represent 1.5. 1.3 of that is in the member for Lingiari's electorate. So in terms of what they get, they represent 17% of regional and rural Australia. And guess what? They receive 16% in funding. That is only fair, and it is absolutely correct. So do not lecture to me, do not lecture to the National Party. We represent regional and rural people, and I make no apologies that in the last BBRF I received $6.5 million for a dementia village to provide care for those in their later life with dementia. So you're here criticising the fact that the National Party members are out there representing. You're criticising that we represent people in our communities and get funding for dementia centres. That's right. So you don't want us to go out there and ensure that we get those services for people in the later life who are suffering with dementia. No, you can't do that. You have to be partisan. You're being partisan with this.
Members
so
on my
you're
left.
Receiving.
The member for. What is this a point of order? The member for Isaacs, is this a point of order?
It is a point of order.
What is your point of order?
It is a breach of standing orders to make the kind of offensive imputation that this member
sit down.
has just
The member for
made
Isaacs will sit down. The member for Isaacs will sit down. The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also make no apologies. I will not withdraw. I am speaking the truth. So I make no apologies about obtaining the $1.4 billion for my community for the Coffs Harbour bypass. We're taking 12,000 cars off the road. 12,000 cars off the road every single day and providing a better amenity for one of my communities. So to suggest that the National Party members don't care about their community and only care about their position, in the words of the member for Ballarat, she may need to do her homework in future before putting on these types of MPIs. And, Deputy Speaker, I could go on and on about the BBRF around Australia that have supported all communities, including those represented by Labor. All those projects that have helped our communities so far. And to suggest that the National Party are dinosaurs in terms of the climate change policy, you only need to look at what we have done for regional and rural Australians over the past 2 weeks, and I can tell you they are in a much better position now than they were 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And no one on this side of the House is saying that the projects that have been funded are unworthy. Let's make that clear. No one is saying that projects that have been funded on that side of the House are unworthy. What we're saying is that they should also be equally funded for communities that we represent, that are regional and rural communities. My community of Eden Monaro is 42,000 square kilometres. It's the 15th largest electorate in this parliament. It's larger than 55 countries. And to suggest that the space or the area of your electorate is the reason you should get funding is an absolute farce, because my communities are rural and regional. It is incredibly frustrating that we have community members that have to move to the cities for opportunities. But when regional funding, or funding that is identified as regional, is going to metropolitan projects, you can see how that happens. Over 3,600 regional grants have gone to major city projects. $16.5 million of taxpayer money meant for the regions went to the Sydney Cricket Ground. $10 million of regional money went to the North Sydney Pool. Who gets the benefit of that? And if funding goes to a cricket ground in Sydney, then it is likely that a cricket club in Cooma or Tumut has missed out. And we have tremendous sporting talent in our region, and a shout-out to Jade Allen, who debuted for the Sydney Sixers last week. An amazing achievement, given she's been doing her pre-season training on facilities that can't even host regional local events. And I understand that some of this funding that goes into the cities will benefit regional people, but not all regional people. Let's be clear about that. The fact is the Building Better Regions Fund, which was supposed to build stronger regional communities into the future, has been a pork barrelling exercise in round 5. Since 2018, 90% of Building Better Regions funds has gone to coalition-held or target seats, when Labor holds a third of the eligible seats for this fund. And it's unsurprising that this is the case, because coalition MPs were given the opportunity to lobby for projects that didn't quite meet the program's criteria. I wasn't given that opportunity. It is an absolute joke that the Bega War Memorial Swimming Pool, which is 65 years old, didn't receive funding, yet the North Sydney Pool did. It's an absolute joke. The last round of the Building Better Regions Fund included a hardship clause for areas to apply for 100% of funding because they have been under extreme circumstances. And I could go on and on about how Eden Monaro has suffered a prolonged drought, had over 1 million hectares burned in the Black Summer bushfires, has suffered 28 declared natural disasters in the last couple of years, not to mention the economic impact of COVID lockdowns and border closures, yet we received a pittance of funding. It's almost like the clause was made for regions hit hardest, but the minister made decisions not on that basis. I've got 6 local councils, all of who would love money from the Building Better Regions Fund. They have tens of thousands of kilometres of road network, and yet no money came. The Australian public deserves to know that decisions over grant funding are made based on merit rather than political interest. Councils, businesses, communities across regional Australia need to know that they will get funding regardless of who their representative is. It is not good enough in 2021 to say, sorry, your regional community doesn't matter to us if we don't represent you. That's not outrageous. It's exactly what just happened. But it's not a surprise. It's actually not a surprise to people anymore. I mean, this is what people want. They are sick of the announcement and no delivery. I mean, last week we spoke about the Emergency Response Fund, which has now grown to $4.7 billion. They've earned $700 million in interest, and they've only committed $50 million of the fund. I mean, this is a fund for emergency response, for recovery and mitigation projects, but no money has flowed out of that fund yet. Australians are sick and tired of the continued and increasing misuse of taxpayers' funding, and regional Australians are fed up with the power plays in the coalition that demand where money goes. We need to restore faith in our democracy, and this will only happen with a change of government. Regional Australians deserve better.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Eden-Monaro for reminding me about the drought round, as we described it in WA, a round of Building Better Regions Fund, which was restricted to those areas that had been drought declared. Now, at the time, my electorate, which does cover 866,000 square kilometres and 38 local government authorities, was not drought declared. We subsequently were after that particular round of BBRF closed. Therefore, my communities, the 38 local government authorities across my electorate, had no access to funding during that round, which led to a very high demand and very high expectations of the most recent round. So, across my 38 local governments in O'Connor, I had 18 projects put up, significant projects over $1 million, for a total of $40 million. And part of the reason for that was not only that we were excluded from the previous round due to not being drought declared at that time, but also the West Australian government, West Australian Labor government, which, once they were elected in 2017, discontinued the previous coalition government's royalties for regions funding. Now, this was a fund that was predicated on the royalties which are generated in regional Australia being reinvested in regional Australia in the towns where those royalties are generated, and particularly, towns like Kalgoorlie, Leonora, Laverton across my electorate produce an enormous amount of royalty income for the West Australian government. And $1 billion of that royalties was to be predicated to regional development. Now, this year in West Australia, iron ore alone has produced $11 billion of royalties for the West Australian government. Now, none of that money is coming back to regional West Australia through regional development programs at this point in time. So what that's led to is the only source and access of regional development funding, Deputy Speaker, is the Building Better Regions program. So, as I say, led to a massive oversubscription, 18 projects of $40 million. And now I'm very proud. I wrote letters of support for every single one of those 18 projects, and I'm told that the member for Macquarie, who was on her feet recently, some proponents complained that they didn't receive letters of support from in her electorate from the member for Macquarie. So it's interesting, but certainly in my case, I've advocated for every single one of those projects, and I was very pleased that 6 of those projects got across the line to a total of $14 million. Now, we've heard accusations by the Labor shadow spokesman and others in the media that this is a pork barrelling exercise. Well, I can assure you that my seat on 65% two-party preferred is not a marginal seat. It's not a seat that the government is trying to defend or trying to win. It's a regional seat that covers an enormous area. with 110,000 hard-working citizens spread across those 38 local government authorities and over 120 different towns that deserve support from their federal government. Now, just quickly run through some of the projects that we've funded. And the Kalgoorlie Boulder Basketball Stadium. Kalgoorlie has a state basketball league team that have been playing in very, very substandard conditions. So that $5 million to go towards the $13 million project will be very well received. The Esperance Bay Yacht Club to upgrade the marina, which will also allow cruise ships to dock their tenders and increase the tourism visitation, is another important project of $2 million. The Albany Motorsport Park of $5 million from us out of a $10 million project will create a state-of-the-art motorplex complex in Albany, which will once again draw hundreds and if not thousands of visitors to the region. So just touching on some of those projects, but I just want to wrap up by talking about the Nibing Progress Association. Now, Nibing is a little town of about 200 people. The Shire probably has around 400 people in it. And at the recent Regional Australia Committee visit to my hometown of Katanning, Rachel Brown, who's the treasurer of the committee, she appeared and explained that they needed a new community hub in their town. Now, the community, and I'm talking about a community of less than 200 people, member for Corangamite, before you get on your feet, 200 people raised over $1 million to put towards a project, a community hub that they needed, and we contributed $900,000. I'm very proud of that and very proud of them.
Expired, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's breathtaking the Morrison-Joyce government apparently considers the Building Better Regions Fund to be its own re-election fund. The fund has delivered over $1 billion of taxpayers' money. But here's what the Morrison-Joyce government isn't telling you. Over 90% of the funding has gone to coalition-held or target seats. In contrast, Labor-held electorates received a meagre 14% of the funding. It's no wonder the Morrison-Joyce government has become known to communities, including mine, as the government of rorts. It's clear for all to see why this government doesn't want to introduce legislation for an integrity commission that has real teeth. It's because this government's dirty deeds would be exposed by an integrity commission. The Prime Minister must explain to people in Labor-held seats why they are paying their taxes, seemingly to contribute to a coalition government's re-election. And then there's the fact that 55% of regional grants have gone to cities. This means 3,682 regional grants have gone to major city projects, compared to only 309 projects in areas classified as remote or very remote. The Morrison-Joyce government likes us to know how important regional development is to them, but the figures reveal just the opposite. As we know, there was $16.5 million of taxpayers' money, which is meant to go to regions, but went to the Sydney Cricket Ground. And here's another one, $10 million of regional money going to a pool in North Sydney. How is that regional, Deputy Speaker? Where's the benefit for regional Australia in that? And there's a long list of equally ridiculous examples of regional funds ending up anywhere but in a region. And you know what? The people of regional Australia and the people of my electorate are wise to this government's deception and to its neglect of our regions. Deputy Speaker, we have found that the claims this week by the Nationals that they are fighting for the regions around zero emissions policy. A memo to the Deputy Leader on this. You need to represent regional Australians on climate change for 52 weeks a year, not just when it is an electoral imperative. For example, in January 2020, the Federal Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources released a discussion paper on the development of an offshore clean energy bill to incentivise and regulate offshore renewable projects in Australia. But despite promises to introduce legislation by mid-2021, there is still no sign of a draft bill. Credible offshore wind projects in my region have been waiting more than 5 years for this legislation, and the wait is likely to continue, with this government saying it will only invest in technologies like solar and wind when there is a clear market failure or where it will save jobs. What about creating new energy jobs, new clean energy jobs in our regions? Surely renewable energy projects for the regions are an absolute no-brainer. Another no-brainer is support for our tourism sector across our regions during this pandemic. During COVID lockdowns, I implored the Morrison government to provide desperately needed financial support to the tourism sector in my region under the Recovery for Regional Tourism program. Despite a most significant loss of revenue, the Surf Coast, Bellarine and Great Ocean Road regions completely missed out. The failure to include these key tourism destinations was in direct contradiction to the government's own program guidelines, which clearly states that gross value added by international visitors and tourism employment within the region is a key factor in determining funding. I also note that 7 of the 9 eligible funds for the fund were in LNP-held seats. Is that equitable? Deputy Speaker, Australia is caught up in a critical shortage of timber, and it's particularly hurting fast-growing regions like mine. It's hurting construction, impacting jobs, opportunities for apprenticeships, and ultimately it's affecting economic prosperity. The Morrison-Joyce government promised to meet 1 billion plantation trees target in 2018, but this government, as usual, has failed to do anything. In fact, a concessional loan program set up to help meet the 1 billion trees target is not yet even open. An amount of $500 million was promised before the last election towards this target. Once again, hollow words. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to regional Australians, this government speaks big but delivers little. It delivers without equity and delivers not for regional people.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Barker.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, what a beat-up. I mean, these people come into this place, and I think their thesis is effectively that 90% of the funding has gone to coalition and coalition target seats. Well, the reality is I can tell you 100% of the funding went to coalition and coalition target seats because we're targeting every single seat in this place. That's the reality. You know what they say about statistics, lies, damn lies and statistics. And this is a cruel trick by those opposite to try and pretend that they're on message. They come in here and want to whinge and whine and carp, always pointing out to these so-called inequities. But if I take the member for Macquarie's argument to its logical extent, she basically says, don't worry about the merits of the application, just apply funding evenly across electorates. So what would ultimately result in is a situation where applications with very high merit that have gone through a rigorous application process will be disadvantaged, and those that are poor applications, that haven't done the necessary work that's required to get an application over the line, would be advantaged. Now, you've got to think about what that means. What that means is we'd end up with this kind of mismatch across the country, where people would ultimately say, no point really working hard to develop a good application, because at the end of the day you'll be punished for a good application, so we might as well just make rubbish applications. Now, we don't want to see that. We want to see merit-based assessment. And in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we applied that rule, and I'll call it the member for Macquarie's rule, then those opposite would no doubt come in here and say, oh, well, look, this is ridiculous because there should be a merit assessment in relation to this. Well, the reality is that this is a program about building better regions. There might be a hint in the title, building better regions. For me, that means stronger, more resilient regions. And in my electorate, which spans 64,000 square kilometres, larger than Croatia, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have some very, very, very small communities. And if you went to the community of Karoonda East Murray, its own local government, less than 1,100 people live in that local government area, and the member for Corangamite wants to have that community compete on an even footing with Geelong? You can't be serious. You can't be serious with respect. Geelong is not a regional community. From where I'm standing, it looks like basically a capital city. And quite frankly, from the people of Karunda's perspective, it's a metropolis. Now, the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we don't do something serious about the trajectory of population distribution in this country, we'll end up by 2050, and there's been a lot of talk about where we end up in 2050, but projections have us by 2050 ending up with two mega cities in this country. And I don't want to live in an Australia which is effectively Melbourne and Sydney. All due respect to those people that represent those fine capitals in this place, but the heart of Australia beats in our regions. And I want a basketball player with talent at Murray Bridge to enjoy similar facilities. He or she will never enjoy exactly the same facilities as people living in our capital cities, but I'd like them to enjoy comparable facilities. Because, quite frankly, our next generation of Australian Olympians disproportionately come from regional Australia. I want older Australians living in small communities to be able to enjoy similar facilities to those in the city. Now, for those opposite to come in here and say, oh, this is just another rort because 90% of the funding went to coalition and coalition target seats, it's just playing with statistics. You're losing credibility daily. You didn't come in here after the emergency round, the bushfire round, and say, oh, well, we did particularly well in bushfire affected communities. Of course bushfire communities did well in that round. It was deliberately targeted at drought and other emergencies. Now, the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the people of Australia vote with their feet. And they know that the coalition, proud Liberals, proud Nationals, represent regional Australia, and they do it well. That's why we keep getting returned disproportionately in regional Australia.
The discussion has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Social Security Legislation Amendment, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Barton.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill, the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021, will provide a framework for piloting new approaches to delivering unemployment services in remote communities. Ahead of the implementing of the government's budget announcement that the Community Development Program be replaced in 2023. It will create a new supplementary payment for eligible job seekers in remote engagement program pilot sites to engage in placements that are like having a job and at the same time build their skills in roles that will benefit their community. The new payment will be one aspect communities can trial alongside other approaches to training, skills, development and non-vocational support in their remote engagement program. It will also support communities. Many of the more detailed aspects of the approach will be set out in legislative instruments and policy guidance, the reason being that this will allow the flexibility to adjust as lessons are learnt and communities' ideas change over the course of the pilot. The National Indigenous Australians Agency has several bills before Parliament for progression during this sitting. The bills will provide a framework for piloting new approaches to delivering employment services in remote communities ahead of, as I just said, implementation of the government's budget announcement that the Community Development Program will be replaced in 2023. It will support collaboration with communities to develop an appropriately flexible program that will build the skills and vocational capabilities of people in remote communities. Many of the more detailed aspects of the approach will be set out in those aforementioned legislative instruments and policy guidance. The reason for this, of course, is that in any pilot program, you want to be in a position where you can adjust the program as you learn. In many ways, this will resemble a randomised trial in which programs will be implemented in 4 different sites over about 800 people, and we will measure the outcomes of those different programs. When particular features go better or particular approaches work better, then we will see if those results can be replicated in other communities. This is the way that really policy should be rolled out. The reason being that too often in this place we present programs that we expect to work just as well at the south of Hobart as we do in the north of Darwin. That obviously will not always be the case, and so it is critically important that this parliament, that this government experiment, that it innovate, that it, to use the words of the startup world, learn to fail fast. Because what is at stake here, Deputy Speaker, is of course the welfare of some of the most vulnerable people in Australia, who live in some of the most challenging communities in Australia. We, I think, have to accept that over many decades of trying, the member for Lingonari actually mentioned Margaret Guilfoyle, who was, of course, the Social Affairs or Social Securities Minister in the Fraser government. As we know, that was not a government that was known for its innovation, and a lot of problems festered during that time. But Margaret Guilfoyle, Dame Margaret Guilfoyle, from the confines of Canberra, sought to solve problems and challenges faced by some of Australia's most vulnerable in their most challenging communities. And for that she should be congratulated, because she sought to attempt to do something that no government had tried to do so before. And in any attempt, you are going to have successes and you're going to have failures. But one of the problems, one of the challenges, dare I say, that this parliament faces is that we will often do things that won't work out the way that we want them to, that will often create unintended consequences and unintended problems. And what we need to do is to face up to that, to admit that we have failed, to admit that we may have done some good, but we have also done some things that didn't work out as well as we wanted to. And in those circumstances, when we are brave enough, when we have the courage to do that, we can start to begin to make things better. I don't want to prosecute the failures of the past. I want to talk about the future. And what this bill is about the future. It's about trialling different approaches to helping people who are on welfare get off welfare. And that's the strange thing about welfare. If you love someone, if you truly care for someone, if you have compassion for your fellow Australian, then you never want to see them on welfare. And if they find themselves on welfare through no fault of their own, through circumstances, in some cases because of things they've done, then you don't want them to stay there very long. The statistics on this are compelling. People who find themselves in the welfare system for the long term do not have very good life outcomes. It is something that you would only wish upon your worst enemy. So when we are talking about vulnerable Australians in challenging communities, what we really want them is to be off welfare as quickly as possible. We want to design systems that create a disincentive to stay there and a pathway out of there. It is those two things. It's not just the carrot it's also the stick. This bill is about the carrot. This bill is about how we can create programs that help Australians, vulnerable Australians, get themselves off welfare as quickly as possible. It will, for example, amend the social security portfolio legislation to support commencement of pilots in sites across remote Australia from later this year for a new remote engagement program, as announced by the government in the 2021-2022 budget. This program will replace the CDP from 2023. The Social Security Legislation Amendment Bill establishes this new supplementary payment for eligible job seekers in remote engagement program pilot sites to participate in placements that are like having a job. The placements will build participant skills and deliver goods or services to benefit their local communities and provide a pathway for job seekers to find a job. The bill builds on the Australian government's commitment to reform employment services and is a critical component of the national agreement on closing the gap. Over many decades, Deputy Speaker, governments have tried different approaches to delivering employment services in remote Australia. We have learned that what works in our cities and more densely populated regions may not work in remote areas. It is something that if I may, Deputy Speaker, reflect upon, you would think is not something that a parliament would need to discover, but we did. And in doing so, we are making changes to make the lives of vulnerable Australians better. So we have also learned that we have to continuously adapt and evolve to better meet new and unforeseen, unknown challenges that lie ahead. Australians living in remote communities face complex employment challenges, different from those experienced in regional and urban areas. Remote areas cover 75% of the Australian landmass. However, there are fewer jobs available in remote areas, with less than 2% of actively trading businesses located in those areas. This bill therefore creates the payment to be called the Remote Engagement Program Payment that will be made to eligible job seekers in remote engagement program pilot sites to volunteer to participate in a work-life role, such as with government services or a community organisation. The placements will build a job seeker's skills and provide a pathway for job seekers to find a job, but also to build an economy. At the same time, the placements will enable eligible job seekers to deliver goods and services that benefit their communities. This bill supports the government's commitment to work in genuine partnership and co-design with Indigenous Australians. The government is committed to co-designing the pilots with communities and believes this will be critical to their success. It is important that there is capacity to trial different approaches in different sites. To give effect to this, the government and this bill commitment to work in partnership with Indigenous communities, the bill sets out the basic parameters of the payment with other elements such as any additional qualification criteria and the exact rate of payment to be set out in detail in legislative instruments and policy guidance. These legislative instruments will be informed by the outcomes of a co-design process in the pilot sites. Government will take the time to work together with and listen to communities in the pilot sites about what they think could work in relation to the amount of the payment to be provided, the hours of engagement to be undertaken in return, and what eligible job seekers are required to do to continue to receive the payment. The design of the new remote engagement program will be informed by lessons learnt in these sites. That is a radical idea for this parliament. That is to learn from our mistakes and to listen to the people that we are designing these programs for. So to reiterate, during the spring of 2021 parliamentary sitting period, the government is progressing several bills important to advancing the well-being of Indigenous Australians. This is one of that package. As part of the CDP reform, the Social Security Act and the Social Security Administration Act will be amended by the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021 to assist eligible job seekers in remote engagement program sites to build skills in roles in government services or community organisations that are like having a job. Deputy Speaker, if there is one last thing I would like to reflect upon, it is this. These programs are important. The nature of this bill is a noble one. Therefore, I find it disappointing that those opposite have sought once again to move what is a meaningless second reading amendment. And I couldn't understand for many years why they were doing this, why they were taking up the parliament's time in doing so. But what has become apparent to me in the last few weeks and few months is that there is a website called theyvoteforus.com.au. It is backed by big tech billionaires who hide behind it, seeking to buy our democracy. And what this site does, I think, in a manner and form that is quite wrong, maybe even evil, seeks to misrepresent the views and the voting patterns of members of this parliament. So, for example, we will now vote against this meaningless amendment, second reading amendment. That site will then use that vote to claim that I voted against improving the outcomes, the life outcomes for some of the most vulnerable Australians that we have. I can't believe, I find it difficult to believe, knowing some of those people opposite, that they would be part of this fraud being perpetrated on the Australian people. It is just beyond me that they would continue to engage in this process, especially when we're talking about vulnerable Australians.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank honourable members for their contribution to the debate on the Social Security Legislation Amendment Bill, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021. This bill is a representation of the important strides being made as part of the Morrison government's reform to employment services to support the economic recovery from COVID-19. This program, since its introduction in 1977, has gone through many iterations, including CDEP, RJCP in 2013, and CDP from 2015, and now the Remote Engagement Program. For the first time, this program will be co-designed and developed with Indigenous Australians. This legislation is just one building block and sunsets in 2023. The bill is not a new program. The new payment that this bill enables will be one aspect that communities can trial alongside other approaches to training, skills development and non-vocational support as part of the co-design of the Remote Employment Program. It will provide a framework for piloting new approaches to delivering employment services in remote communities ahead of implementing the Morrison government's budget announcement that the Community Development Program, CDP, will be replaced in 2023. I am pleased to sum up the debate in relation to this bill today. This bill is an important step towards closing the gap and significantly improving the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, especially those living in remote Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. I think the ayes have it. No. So division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Is this the question on the amendment?
Nice work with Kmart. That's good. So who's taking this one? Oh, this is Vicky. Very good. Very good. What is it? Yeah. No problem.
Oh, thank you, Vicky. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Lock the doors. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray. Tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 56, noes 49. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? The member for McMahon.
Yes, Mr Speaker.
Leave is granted. The Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Question is this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes. Government business. Order of the day number 2. Health Insurance Amendment, Enhancing the Bonded Medical Program and Other Measures Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Cooper.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, in the middle of a global pandemic, healthcare saves lives. People should be able to book an appointment with their GP and receive care straight away, whether it's COVID-related or a regular health checkup. Unfortunately, this isn't the case for many people in my community on the central coast of New South Wales. Like many regional areas across Australia, the coast is battling an acute GP shortage. Locals are waiting weeks for routine appointments. Practices are being forced to close their books and doctors are struggling to keep up with demand. People often say Australia has a universal healthcare system, but we don't. A two-tiered system is developed where access is increasingly determined by where you live and how much you earn, and communities outside big cities are finding it harder and harder to see a GP. People living with chronic health conditions such as heart disease or diabetes, made worse by longer waiting times and facing the barriers to care of higher out-of-pocket costs, exacerbated by a shortage of healthcare workers. As a pharmacist and a local MP, I know if people delay care, their condition will only get worse, which is worse for them, worse for our healthcare system and worse for the economy. They'll end up in emergency departments clogging up an already overwhelmed hospital system when a trip to the GP could have helped them sooner. This is the case for too many people on the Central Coast. The lack of doctors on the coast is largely because of the government's refusal to recognise most of the northern end of the coast as a priority. It's not a distribution priority area. I've been calling on the government to give our region DPA status for a long time now. Changing our classification would allow practices to recruit and retain more GPs and would help people in my community get access to quality healthcare close to home when they need it. Fortunately, Wyoming Ourimbah, which is part of my community, was granted DPA status on the 1st of July, which has meant, after a chronic shortage on the Central Coast, the Central Coast Community Women's Health Centre have finally been able to recruit a GP, who is now working 2 days a week. I spoke to Teresa Mason, the manager of the Central Coast Community Women's Health Centre, today after their AGM. They, like many others in my community, made a submission to the Senate inquiry that Labor pushed for. And as she says in the submission, recruiting and retaining GPs to our health service has been a long-term challenge, a challenge which hasn't been improved by the government's stubborn refusal to act on the DPA status, which has meant a chronic shortage on the Central Coast of New South Wales. It's just not good enough. Healthcare should be a priority, especially in regional communities. Deputy Speaker, when a young mum notices that her son is sick, she should be able to take him to a GP straight away. She shouldn't have to wait days to make an appointment while her son's condition only gets worse. Sadly, this was the case for Christy. Christy's son ended up in ICU at Westmead Hospital in Sydney for a month with a collapsed lung when he was just 16 months old. Thankfully, he's fully recovered. But this should never have happened, and it could have been avoided. And it might not have happened if Christy was able to get her son into a GP sooner. And then there's people like David. David lives in Wyong, my hometown on the Central Coast, but he used to live in the Hawkesbury. He told me that he needs to make an appointment at least a week in advance if he wants to see a doctor on the coast, but that's not the case further south. He says he's better off making the trip down to the Hawkesbury because he can get to see a GP within an hour there, where he used to live. No one should have to drive that far to get quick access to healthcare, especially, he told me this, during the middle of lockdown. Locals should have timely access to care close to home, in their own community. Deputy Speaker, I heard a similar story from Leonie. Her husband tried to get in to see a GP in their local area, Toukley, after he became unwell. Every single practice told him they couldn't take on new patients, and then they were forced to send him away. He then had to make a half-hour trip to his old neighbourhood where he could get into a GP, only to be told that he was in the middle of a cardiac event. In Australia today, Deputy Speaker, this is unacceptable. If Leonie's husband had been able to see a GP close to home, he would have known what was happening sooner and he could have got the essential health care at the hospital straight away and the emergency treatment he needed. Any delay in treatment can mean lives. And this is all happening because there aren't enough GPs in our community and the government refuses to help. The critical lack of doctors on the north end of the coast has gone on for too long. That's why on this side of the House we had to take things further. And together with Labor MPs and senators, we pushed for a Senate inquiry to be established to investigate GP shortages in outer metropolitan regional areas across Australia, including on the Central Coast. The inquiry is now up and running and there are already 110 published submissions. I have one here that I referred to earlier from the Central Coast Community Women's Health Centre, and I understand the Secretariat, from speaking with them, is struggling to keep up with the sheer volume of submissions. Over the next few months, this inquiry will investigate the lack of doctors in our area, reforms to the DPA classification system and GP training, as well as the impact of COVID-19 on GPs. This is good news for people on the coast. It's a step forward in our fight to secure more GPs and an opportunity for locals to be heard, and I will be pushing for a hearing in our region, because the voices of local people on the Central Coast deserve to be heard, not to be overlooked, not to be ignored, not to be pushed aside by this government. In the meantime, Deputy Speaker, the Minister has announced a new exceptional circumstances review, and I have a copy of it here, for the Department of Health's DPA, where anyone in a non-DPA area, such as a clinic, can apply for an assessment. And it goes on to say the following factors will be considered alongside an area's non-DPA status: changes to health services, workforce or health system, patient demographics or changes, absence of services. After 8 years, the best the government can do on the 2nd of September is to put out a media release which says there'll be a new exceptional circumstance review for the Department of Health Distribution Priority Area Classification. The best they can do. And you know, I think the Minister is genuine, and I know he's acting in good faith, and I've provided letters of support for practices who are trying to be able to access this review. But a case-by-case review will not fix a systemic, system-wide problem. Everybody knows that. And after 8 years in government, it's just too little too late. And as I said, it will not address the underlying systemic problems that are afflicting people, particularly anybody living outside of big cities. And as a footnote to the Minister's announcement on the 2nd of September, the Minister said, and I quote, "We are aiming to ensure the process is a speedy one, to quickly help address any GP service shortfall arising from those additional factors," the ones I mentioned before: changes to health services, workforce or health system, patient demographic changes, absence of services. Well, I'm hoping so too, Minister, and a belated Zoom meeting on the Central Coast will not fix years of neglect, Minister, and I'm pleased the Minister has come into the House because I've called him about this myself. I've spoken to him about this urgent problem in our community, and more action needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. And for people like Christy, who couldn't get her son in to see a GP, who ended up in ICU at Westmead Hospital when he was 16 months old, Minister. For people like David, who had to drive to Sydney to get access to healthcare when he couldn't get any access close to home. Or people like Leonie's husband, who in the middle of a cardiac event couldn't get healthcare on the Central Coast. Minister, you said this yourself, that you understand, as a health practitioner, you understand the urgency. I urge you to push the government to advocate strongly for regional communities like the ones that I represent, like the ones that you represent. It must be better. It has to change. It's risky. It's risking people's lives, Minister. We need practical solutions to fix this shortage so we can improve healthcare for all Australians. It's gone on for too long. Anyone who lives outside of a big city, anyone living in regional, remote, rural Australia is feeling this, Minister. We support the intention of the DPA changes, which were meant to get doctors to the bush. But do you know what doctors have told me across Australia? What it's done? It hasn't fixed the problem in the bush, it's just spread the problem further, so that everyone living outside a big city is now impacted by this, whether it's the outer suburbs, the regions or the bush. And I understand, Minister, you said in your media release on the 2nd of September that the government is also preparing a formal review of the DPA indicator. You go on to say that further details of the review will be announced soon. Well, I hope so. I really hope so. Because I understand that in my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales, close to 150 local practices have lost DPA status over the last 3 years. 150 local practices. Some of them have closed. Others have been forced to close their books. And do you know what that represents, Minister? 40% of practices in our region, on the northern end of the Central Coast, have lost their DPA status. And at the same time, as you would know, we're seeing an increase in low-urgency presentations at Wyong and Gosford Hospital emergency departments. I worked at Wyong Hospital. I worked there for almost 10 years. The staff there are dedicated, they're capable, but they are under enormous strain. And the emergency department doesn't need to be clogged up by low-urgency presentations which would be quicker and safely seen in a GP surgery. Minister, it is not good enough. It has to change, and a belated case-by-case review process and a yet-to-be-announced review, wider review of the DPA indicator, is not good enough. I know, Minister, you are genuine in your intentions, but our community, the community on the northern end of the Central Coast, has been left behind, overlooked by this government for 8 years. And people in my community are feeling the impact of that. It is risky. It's impacting people's health, mental health and well-being. It's not good enough for people on the Central Coast to be overlooked, to be left behind. And as I said earlier, I've spoken to you about this, Minister, personally, and I've raised these issues with you countless times, and I believe you are genuine in your desire to do something. But there is no urgency. It needs to happen now. People are missing urgent health checks. Someone I heard from today has missed a breast screen check. You know, people are missing checks for melanoma. People are missing urgent health screen checks at the same time as they're not being able to get care, and it's clogging up our emergency departments. Minister, this is not good enough. The people of the Central Coast deserve better. You've said you're aiming to ensure that this process is a speedy one to quickly help. I hope so. You've also said that you'll announce a wider review of the DPA indicator soon. I hope so. But, Minister, a review is not good enough. What's needed is action. What's needed is action now for people in my community who have been overlooked and forgotten and whose health's at risk because of this government.
Well done. What a champ.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to also speak on the Health Insurance Amendment enhancing the Bonded Medical Program and Other Measures Bill 2021, because it does provide some additional flexibility to help improve the operation of the statutory Bonded Medical Program and the Medical Rural Bonded Scholarships contracts. The amendments will ensure that the program continues to benefit participants and ensure its key objectives are achieved. Deputy Speaker, the government currently funds a range of initiatives to help attract and retain medical professionals in rural areas across Australia, including this program, the Bonded Medical Program, which commenced on the 1st of January 2020. The program provides a Commonwealth-supported place in a medical course at an Australian university in exchange for participants completing a return of service obligation by working as a medical practitioner in a regional, rural or remote community. This helps to deliver higher numbers of GPs and specialists to areas of workforce shortage, which is particularly important in areas like my electorate of Robertson and right across the Central Coast. And I note the member for Dobell in her earlier contribution referred to this, where there has been a shortage of medical professionals and particularly GPs for some time. This has gone on much longer than the 8 years the member for Dobell referred to. It has been going on for a very long time on the Central Coast. And there has actually been a number of reasons for that, and the government over the last 8 years has been taking a number of steps to specifically look at addressing the shortage of GPs on the Central Coast, and we have had success in the areas that we've been tackling, including thanks to the now Minister looking at a task force to help address the shortage of GPs on the peninsula, for example. And that task force helped to drive to deliver a number of additional GPs to the area. But we know that there are challenges not just simply in relation to DPA status. We've seen suburbs that have been given DPA status, or the old District of Workforce Shortage as it was called a couple of years ago, and that was placed, and then the shortage cleared up. It was no longer. There were sufficient GPs in that area. And then when the DPA status is given to another suburb, because we actually find that that doesn't necessarily keep GPs in our local community. And I have a personal interest in health and wellness and making sure that our system is not only the best in Australia but the best in the world. And one of the things that I know is the importance of long-term primary care and having access to a family doctor where you can have a relationship going over a number of years because that doctor is located in the community. They have chosen to purchase their home, to work there. Their kids go to a local school. Their community is there. They are part of the community. And having long-term GPs here on the Central Coast is an important part of being able to solve this very challenging issue. It's one of the reasons that the government has delivered an outstanding Central Coast Medical School and Medical Research Centre in the heart of Gosford, which opened just earlier this year, a world-class medical research institute and medical university that means that young students will be able to train to be GPs or nurses. Hopefully, we want them to stay. We want them to love the Central Coast lifestyle so much that they actually stay, and over time this will help, I believe, to help address some of the shortages that we do face in particularly challenging areas like the Central Coast. So, as I was saying before in relation to the subject of this bill, these proposed amendments will provide more flexibility to consider the personal circumstances of participants, such as allowing individuals to cease to be part of the program without penalty in the event of serious disability or death. This is one of the issues that key stakeholders and doctors have helped to identify and seek to address. This will also allow some legacy scheme participants to apply for more time to complete the return of service obligations. This will apply for certain long-term participants who would otherwise not be able to complete this program in the 18-year period allowed if they opted into the program. The changes also allow for breaches under the program to be more appropriately managed. They reduce the administrative penalty for each relevant breach from $10,000 to $1,000, ensuring that it's appropriate and proportionate in the circumstances. The bill will also allow for appropriate administration of breaches of legacy medical rural bonded scholarship contracts by allowing the minister to waive penalties accrued by participants for breaches of arrangements prior to the start of amendments. The changes will also enable the minister to determine if an individual who breaches their contract after the introduction of these amendments should have a Medicare ban applied. Deputy Speaker, we do know, as I referred to before and as the member for Dobell also outlined, that there has been a real challenge in attracting and retaining GPs to the Central Coast for many, many years now. And since the coalition government came to government in 2013, we have been working on a number of important initiatives to help resolve this problem. And I have been advised by the Hunter New England Central Coast Primary Health Network that the Central Coast currently has 339 general practitioners working in 92 practices. For a population of 337,000, this means that there are only 100 GPs per 100,000 people on the Central Coast, which I understand is below both state and national averages. This challenge, I believe, will only become greater as several GPs on the Central Coast are retiring or are looking to retire in the next few years. Some general practices have advised that they've got no other option than to close their doors because they can't find new GPs to fill these vacancies. And as I said before, we do need a number of initiatives to be able to help address this particular issue. We need short-term solutions to help bring the number of GPs to the Central Coast that are required. We also need medium and long-term solutions to make sure that we're not always playing catch-up, or when we solve the problem in one suburb or area, it doesn't pop up in another. We actually want to be able to address this in a holistic way. While there are over 3,500 GPs graduating in Australia each year, very few end up deciding to live in a regional or rural area, and this, I believe, is one of the problems that we do face on the Central Coast, and that's why the bonded medical program is so important. It gives students the opportunity to live and work where they're needed most. In my own electorate, suburbs like Woy Woy, Ettalong and Umina Beach are classified as distribution priority areas, making them eligible for this initiative, along with Mangrove Mountain, Summersby, Carryong, Calga, Colnura and also Wyoming. I know many GP practices in other suburbs across my electorate would welcome changes to the classifications of the Central Coast to enable future GPs to access this program because of the very real impact that it does have. The program also has a number of benefits for the higher education sector. I'm told that the University of Newcastle normally hosts between 30 to 35 students with a bonded place, with some of these students entering their first year on the Central Coast. A spokesperson for the university told me that the changes in the bill are very positive in terms of increased flexibility for students and the long-term effectiveness of the scheme. We understand that they provide students with more flexibility and they're more family-friendly, which is very important for a university like Newcastle, where the majority of our students are mature age, they said. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government is also investing in other projects to boost our medical workforce. Recently, as I referred to before, the Central Coast Clinical School and Research Institute building welcomed its first 170 medical students, and this is something that was made possible following a joint investment by the Australian government, contributing $32.5 million, and the New South Wales government and the University of Newcastle contributing $20 million each. In addition, the Australian government provided $12.5 million of transitional funding through the Department of Education and Training to help cover the costs of establishing the new medical and clinical schools. The school has also recently welcomed over 700 students from the nursing program. This is just a start, with a graduate entry nursing for international students, masters in health economics, masters in clinical exercise physiology and a master of clinical psychology expected to be on offer from 2024. The University of Newcastle is also looking to offer a Bachelor of Public and Community Health, which is a new program that focuses on the integrated and community health needs of the Central Coast. The Clinical School and Research Institute puts our region on the map as an area of medical excellence, as well as forming part of our long-term strategy to attract and retain more doctors and professionals in our region. So, Deputy Speaker, the federal government is also undertaking an exceptional circumstances review process for the Department of Health's distribution priority area classification system, and I know this is very, very much welcomed on the Central Coast. It's going to provide an opportunity for changes to the Central Coast population and other factors to be assessed, and it allows GP clinics in non-DPA areas to be able to apply for an exceptional circumstances review, which is something that I know is very, very welcome at a number of local GP practices on the Central Coast. This review will help clinics recruit doctors to care for communities like the Central Coast. In addition to this work, the Hunter New England Central Coast Primary Health Network has been working to attract and retain GPs to our region with a number of bespoke incentives, support networks and programs. And I'm delighted that from August of this year, the Central Coast has now become home to 33 new GP registrars commencing in our region. These new doctors have been distributed across the Central Coast region, and they will help to deliver better health services for local residents. This bill allows for more appropriate and efficient administration of the bonded medical program to meet and support the needs of the modern workforce, a workforce of medical professionals providing crucial health services in regional, rural and remote Australia. This couldn't be more important at a time like this, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to rise in support of the amendments moved by Labor to improve the bill that is currently before the House, the Health Insurance Amendment, Enhancing the Bonded Medical Program and Other Measures Bill of 2021. I will come to some of the comments made by the previous speaker, the member for Robertson, shortly with regards to the University of Newcastle. But I do want to take this opportunity to just, at least in the beginning, try to map out what the intention of this bill is. It is an effort to amend the Health Insurance Act that would try to provide some flexibility into the bonded medical program and the administration of those scholarships and contracts that are related there. So it's, the government says the bill is in fact designed to address the doctor shortage across the regions, including the rural and remote areas. I really take issue with that claim. I seriously think that is overstating the work of this bill, and whilst this might provide some relief to one small component of the reasons why we continue to have doctor shortages in rural, regional and remote parts of Australia, but not only those. As you would have heard from many members on this side of the House, including myself now as the member for Newcastle, saying we are suffering doctor shortages in metropolitan and outer metro regions. Don't for 1 minute think this is only a problem for remote or rural parts of Australia. And why is that? That is because of deliberate policy decisions made by this government over the last 8 long years. So, whilst this is a bill, there are aspects of the bill that Labor is absolutely supportive of, and we are, we do welcome these small changes to the way in which, the bonded medical program is going to be administered. It is welcome that there will be increased flexibility around the administration of the program, as I said. We don't have any beef. We don't have any problem with the proposed changes being made there. What is at issue is the notion that this will somehow address doctor shortage issues in this country, because it's not going to, and I don't think we should be pretending otherwise. These changes, that is really the reason why Labor pushed so hard to establish the Senate Community Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into the outer metro, rural and regional GPs and other healthcare services, because we needed to be able to consider the performance of programs like this one that is subject in this legislation, the bonded medical program. It has been in operation for some time. It needs a thorough review, I would suggest. It has not met up with expectations by any means. But let's not for one moment think this is the sole reason for doctor shortages in our nation. Indeed, it is worth reminding the House that it is the Morrison government's decisions to remove areas like Newcastle and the Hunter region from the new distribution priority area classification. That means doctors in these bonded medical programs cannot meet their return of service obligations in areas like Newcastle and the Hunter. That just makes our GP shortages even worse. And this is, I said at the beginning I wanted to come back to some of the comments being made in relation to the University of Newcastle that the member for Robertson made, not disputing the fabulous work that the university is doing and the big efforts being made to establish yet another medical school, this time on the Central Coast. But I warn this government that just creating new medical schools is not going to be the panacea either. And you know why? Because I went through this argument when the government, and the National Party in particular, led the charge to create the new the Murray-Darling or Murray-Riverina Medical Schools Network, at the time I think it was called, establishing campuses, the Murray-Darling Medical Schools Network, that's what its proper name was. The government dedicated nearly $75 million to establish this network of medical schools, and I believe there was a bit of celebration this year with some the new students starting in some of those medical schools. But let's not kid ourselves that this government, in setting up new schools, provided a single extra medical place to go into those schools. What they did was to rob medical places from universities like Newcastle that already had the oldest and most successful program in Australia around regional medical training. We had a partnership with the University of New England in Armidale, have done since 1978, training doctors for regional and remote regions of Australia, way above the national average of any university. You took, not you, Mr Speaker, but this government took medical places from successful universities like Newcastle in order to stump up a promise for the National Party to deliver a new set of medical schools around the Murray-Darling region. So, you know, terrific that people from Orange or Wagga and other parts of Victoria get access to medical schools closer to home, but they weren't new places. You robbed them from other existing places and programs in the country. So if you were serious about addressing medical workforce shortages in Australia, you wouldn't just build new medical schools, you would be properly resourcing them. And you would be backing in programs, for example, that the University of Newcastle wish to implement now. We already run a really fantastic nurses training course, Bachelor of Nursing at the University of Newcastle. But we know that there are low numbers of First Nations nurses in Australia, for example. People from Walgett, Brewarrina, from the Aboriginal Medical Service in those two have come to Newcastle to say, we want you to run a Bachelor of Nursing on country. What a terrific idea. And the University of Newcastle is flexible and innovative enough to be able to deliver a Bachelor of Nursing on country. But they need some support from this federal government to do so. So if you were really serious about trying to address GP and medical workforce shortages more broadly in rural, regional and remote Australia, you would be backing in 100% universities like Newcastle seeking to deliver bachelor programs on country for First Nations people. So the university is not resting on its laurels. We know that the University of Newcastle is already training more than 50% of First Nations doctors will be trained and coming out of the University of Newcastle. It is a phenomenal course. It's taken 30 years to build, but not content to just sit back and pat ourselves on the back, go, good job. We now actually realise the challenges of delivering bachelor programs on country, where people need to be able to access, where we can increase the numbers of nurses coming through, tenfold or more. So I really hope that the government is listening today and is prepared to back in a great program like the Nursing on Country program. As I said, you can't just take from existing programs and then plop them over the country and expect to have more doctors all of a sudden, and that they are going to stay in rural and regional areas. You should be turning to places like Newcastle that has been running that regional medical training, as I said, since 1978. So it's not like we're newbies into this field. 36% of the students coming through those programs come from rural and regional communities in the first place, and that compares to the 20% that is currently coming through other medical programs. And we know that students going through that joint medical program between Newcastle and New England, Armidale University, we know that those graduates are twice as likely to seek work in the rural and regional areas as the national average. So, as a program with the highest proportion of graduates working also in rural and regional areas, I think there is a lot to be learned from programs that have a lot of runs on the board already. I just want to really highlight a couple of case studies, I think, as to really just the detriment that has been caused over the last 8 years by the continuous freezing of the Medicare levy, this change now where you carve out Newcastle and the Hunter region from, being able to deliver bulk, taking out the incentives for bulk billing payments, now carving us out of the distribution priority area classification list. All of this means that you are making it more and less possible for people to be able to see a GP in a timely and affordable manner in my community of Newcastle. I want to raise the case of the Fletcher Medical Centre in my electorate. It's one of many GP clinics across Newcastle affected by this government's callous disregard, really, for what is happening to the health and wellbeing of Australian families in non-metro, non-capital city communities. Madison, who is the practice manager at the Fletcher Clinic, recently reached out to me because they are desperately trying to fill vacancies, GP vacancies in their clinic. The clinic is working overtime in order to try and meet demand. It is not sustainable. It has been made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, and yet they know that the Newcastle catchment area is only 1% over this now kind of, mythical catchment benchmark that forbids them from being, they now have to apply for an exemption in order to be able to recruit an additional GP. And despite, as I said, they're only 1% over this benchmark, but the government hasn't been able to see its way to provide them any kind of break. No exemption for you to go out and find your the GP that you so desperately need for what is a vast and fastly growing area in the western part of my electorate. I also want to highlight the recent closure of a practice at West Wallsend Medical Clinic, a practice that existed for over 30 years, again to an area of growing families. The GPs really just, could not, after the 6 years of Medicare freezes, followed by this decision to reclassify our area out of the DPA list. That was the final straw for this GP clinic. They had to shut their doors and now, they serviced a low socioeconomic part of my electorate, with more than 50% of patients being concession card holders. That practice no longer exists because of the inaction of this government over the last 8 years. You cannot just say you want to see more doctors out in regional areas if all you do suggests otherwise.
Order. The honourable member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. If there are no further speakers, I will call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Health Insurance Amendment enhancing the bonded medical program and other measures bill provides additional flexibility to support the ongoing administration of the bonded medical program. The bill supports achievement of the program's objectives. Amendments support participants in the program and their interest in seeking to be part of the program, and while in the program, it ensures fair and reasonable application of legislative penalties by making them quite appropriate and, most importantly, proportionate. It also supports better administration of breaches of the legacy medical rural bonded scholarship program, again in the interests of participants where breaches may be inadvertently incurred. Overall, the bill enhances the bonded medical program. It allows for more appropriate and efficient administration of bonded programs and, above all, to meet and support the needs of a modern medical workforce providing crucial health services in regional, rural and remote Australia. The program is one important element of this government's broader, stronger rural health strategy. A highly skilled, well-dispersed regional workforce reduces the prevalence and impact of disease, allowing better primary care to be delivered and a better distribution of the medical workforce. It's important that individuals get access to services in their local community without the burden of travelling large distances and establishing continuity of care and trust. There are many advantages to practising medicine in country Australia rather than metropolitan Australia, and I encourage more doctors, whether they're bonded or not, to choose the rural option. I'd like to thank all the members for their contribution, including the member for Dobell and the member for Newcastle, but there are so many moving pieces in the medical workforce dilemma facing the nation. We have a lot of other policies. They mentioned the Murray-Darling Medical School Network, which is extending existing Commonwealth-supported places to be trained for much longer, from the beginning to the end of their medical school program, medical school degree, in regional centres where they're getting, I think, better training than they do when they're based in a metro high-level teaching hospital, because they see much more regular type medicine, they get much closer clinical experience, tutoring from senior medical practitioners, and a great appreciation of country life. It's also, the medical school network is also a great workforce attractant and retention factor, keeping senior medical professional people staying in country areas because they can be involved in the rural clinical schools, of which we have 21 around the country. And they are a great asset, give better training, but there is competition amongst all the professions. Way too many people have started going into medical specialties, and that's a dilemma that we are trying to change. General practice is an incredibly important part of the health system. It's the rock and the pillar on which everything stems from, and that's why Australia's got good public health outcomes compared to many other health systems, including well-known ones like the NHS and the American system, which isn't as good as what we have in Australia, which is a mix of private medical practice and salaried medical practice inside a very structured system. But anyhow, these issues are beyond the bonded medical program, which is a good program, but we look forward with these changes to delivering better outcomes, and I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cooper has moved as an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Declare the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
And I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill now be read a third time. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 3, Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, Facilitation, Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Consequential Amendments Bill 2021. If there's no objection, there being no objection, the Chair will allow this course to be followed. That's me. I call the member for Barton.
Hear, hear.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Facilitation Bill 2021. This bill will facilitate the establishment of a stolen generations redress scheme for those areas for which the Commonwealth had responsibility when children were removed from their families: the Northern Territory, the Australian Capital Territory, and of course Jervis Bay. In my opening comments, I want to acknowledge the family story of Minister Wyatt and the fact that his own mother, and I'm sure other members of his family, were in fact part of the stolen generation, not in the territories, but nevertheless part of this awful scheme that existed in one way or another right across this country for decades. And there is not one Aboriginal family that I'm aware of that has not been touched by this shocking series of regimes that existed across the country. The effects of these schemes can still be very much felt today. I know that there will be other members who speak in this debate that will talk about the intergenerational effects. This bill is long overdue, and Labor hopes to see the speedy and effective implementation of this scheme. For many decades, First Nation Australians were systemically and violently targeted by policies of elimination and assimilation. Culture and language were destroyed, in fact, forbidden. Lands and waters were taken away, and so were children, sometimes taken from the arms of parents and relatives, but more often quietly and suddenly removed. And indeed, Senator Dodson, in the other place, tells the story of his own story when he was a child, being hidden from the welfare and consequently not being removed himself. I'm sure that had my circumstances not been as they were, where my great aunt and uncle took me and raised me, that I could well have ended up, along with thousands of other children, as part of the stolen generations. Many children never came home from school, never got off the train or the bus, or never left the hospital with their mother. The anguish, the pain, the dislocation, the loss and the grief are all alive today. Even if many of the people who were taken are not with us, their stories goes on. This is what intergenerational trauma is. It goes some way to explaining why many First Nations people are distrustful of institutions and authority. Often the people that had the shocking responsibility of removing children were in fact the police. And it goes some way to also explain why in many communities police are not seen in the trusted way that they are seen in other places. It goes to explain why many Aboriginal people feel that if there's anything they can do to avoid the government being involved in their lives, including being on the electoral roll, that is what they'll do. It also goes to explain very much why there is still the enormous fear in communities of children being taken. Of course, times have changed, and the children wouldn't be taken for many of the fears that are held. But the fears are so ingrained. This went on for so long. Whole families of children were taken and dispersed among institutions, often never getting an education. being forbidden to even know the truth of their families, being forbidden to even know anything about their culture, and being abused terribly in these institutions. You only have to talk to the old men now that call themselves the Kinchler boys to understand the trauma and the abuse that they experienced as young children at Kinchler Boys' Home. It goes also to understanding the history's cruel lesson in that those who are important and powerful have a disproportionate ability to hurt, steal and destroy. Acknowledging what was done and making reparations is part of healing, not just for individuals and families, but for the fabric of our country. It is an act of truth-telling. In 1997, Bringing Them Home report was a watershed moment in our country. It drew a line in the sand of this country where no one could say anymore, "We did not know," because it got such huge media attention. And I was in the room the day the late Sir Ronald Wilson and Professor Mick Dodson launched the report at the 1997 Reconciliation Convention in Melbourne, and it was an absolute watershed moment. Among the 54 important recommendations of the report, reparations were acknowledged as critical for genuine reconciliation. The report contained harrowing testimonies. One woman, removed at the age of 8 to Cootamundra Girls' Home with her 3 sisters in the 1940s, said, "Most of us girls were thinking white in the head, but were feeling black inside. We weren't black or white. We were a very lonely, lost and sad, displaced group of people. We were taught to think and act like a white person, but we didn't know how to think and act like an Aboriginal. We didn't know anything about our culture." A submission from another survivor explained the devastation caused by the loss of language. It went like this: "My mother and brother could speak our language, and my father could speak his. I can't speak my language. Aboriginal people weren't allowed to speak that language while white people were around. They had to go out into the bush or talk their lingos on their own. Aboriginal customs like initiation were not allowed. I never had a chance to learn about my traditional and customary way of life when I was on the reserves." Despite the findings of the report and the well-documented evidence pointing to the systemic disenfranchisement of First Nations people, the governments of the day continued to ignore the voice of First Nation communities. This is, in this country, one of the worst acts of social engineering that you could possibly think of. We rail against other countries whose human rights records abuse populations. And it happened here. It happened here to people who are alive today. It happened in my lifetime. The Bringing Them Home report also recommended a national apology from the Australian government. This apology, of course, was finally delivered by former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. And I remember sitting up just up there as Prime Minister Rudd delivered the apology. A powerful acknowledgement of the past and a turning point for our nation. I can't remember whether I've said it at this dispatch box, but the years of the Howard government refusing to say sorry. 350,000 people walked across Sydney Harbour Bridge calling for the Prime Minister to say sorry. And that apology meant so much. It couldn't give people back their years and their families, but it meant so much. It was a powerful acknowledgement of the past and a turning point, as I said, for our nation. It was the first step in formally recognising the extent of pain and suffering inflicted upon the stolen generations. There are current members of this House, including the member for Lingiari, who were present for this apology. And as I said, myself up in the gallery, and the member for Grayndler, the leader of the Labor Party, cites it as one of his proudest moments as a parliamentarian in this country. The experience of bearing witness to such a historic moment in Australia's history is something that will always stay with me. I remember the old people sitting around. Were you here?
I was here.
Was sitting around on chairs, and all the surviving Prime Ministers, but one of course, listening to that apology. And one of the most generous things I've ever seen in my life, I will never forget it, an old woman stood up and handed to Minister Macklin and to the Prime Minister Rudd a glass Coolamon. And a Coolamon, of course, is what we carried our babies in. It was just remarkable. It was gracious and it was truly a healing moment. The redress scheme is a result of the dedication and the persistence of the stolen generation survivors, advocates and organisations. First Nations people in the territories have long been demanding justice, quietly and sometimes not so quietly seeking acknowledgement. To dismantle the systemic abuses of the past, we must recognise the pain experienced and its legacy. We must also look to the future and to reconciliation by taking material steps to address the intergenerational trauma caused by the loss of identity and the loss of connection to country and family. A trauma which is manifest in the economic and social inequality First Nation Australians face, and most worryingly in the shocking rates of out-of-home care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children today. I'm sure some of the attendants here in the chamber will also remember that moment. No amount of money can ever compensate people for what was done to the stolen generations and their families. And most worryingly, as I said, we are still seeing out-of-home care rates climbing and climbing in this country. Members of the stolen generations and their families have waited long enough for redress. Before the last election, Labor made a solemn commitment to introduce the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, very similar to what the government has announced. We are very pleased to see that the Minister and the government have adopted a similar position. It is a significant step forward. However, the redress scheme must be implemented with the greatest of care, and those opposite must learn from the mistakes that have been made in the design and administration of the National Redress Scheme for people who experience institutional child sexual abuse. Redress should be about healing, not about re-traumatising. For this scheme to truly work, the government will need to listen to the stolen generation survivors and advocates and work with them so people can access it. Governments must help, not hinder. Notably, this bill does not actually establish the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme. Instead, it deals with how payments made under the scheme will interact with social security and tax systems. Most importantly, exempting payments from taxation and from social security income test. We welcome that. But also making them inalienable so they cannot be claimed by creditors or accessed in bankruptcy proceedings. The rest of the scheme will be implemented administratively without the oversight of the Parliament. The scheme is expected to benefit around 3,600 people and will have three parts: a one-off $75,000 payment in recognition of the harm caused by forced removal, a one-off $7,000 healing assistance payment, an opportunity for each survivor to confidentially tell their story to a senior official, have their story acknowledged and receive a face-to-face or written apology. The scheme will be available to survivors of the stolen generations who are removed as children from their families to the Northern Territory or the Australian Capital Territory prior to self-government, or the Jervis Bay Territory, and it will be open to applications from 1 March 2022 to 28 February 2026. To apply, people must have been under 18 when they were removed from their families by government bodies, including the police, church, missions and/or welfare bodies. And the removal must have been in circumstances where their indigeneity was a factor. The scheme will allow families to make an application on behalf of a member of the stolen generations who dies between the 5th of August 2021, the date of the scheme's announcement, and 1 March 2022, the date the scheme opens to applications, and this is welcome. The Senate inquiry into this bill identified several important issues which I encourage the government to consider. They include the prospect of payments to the families of those who have died, the treatment of payments under the Social Security Assets Test, the availability of culturally appropriate support, advice and counselling. We have seen during the pandemic, and so often when the government programs are rolled out, that communication with communities is poor. And I implore the Minister, whom I know understands, make sure you work with the Stolen Generations organisations, make sure information about the scheme is available in language, make sure community organisations and health services are informed, make sure First Nations media is used, make sure that face-to-face help is available, and make sure those who are making claims cannot be misled or ripped off. Accessing the scheme will be painful for many people, and we do not need to make it any harder than it already is. Mr Speaker, Labor is pleased to support the establishment of this scheme, and I am very proud to be here previously with the member for McMahon, the member for Sullivan and others that were here on that day in February 2008. Mr Speaker, Labor is pleased to support the establishment of this scheme. I commend the Minister for getting it done. It is a policy Labor has been committed to for years, and we support it with a great sense of urgency. I have outlined several issues we would like to see the government address. Perhaps an advantage of implementing this scheme administratively is that these issues could be quickly and easily addressed by the Minister. But people have been waiting long enough, and many are in poor health. Many are very old. There should be no further delay. And to those state governments that still have not put in place stolen generation schemes, there are no more excuses. History will not look at all kindly on those who do not do everything they can to acknowledge this dark and violent part of our past. We support this scheme. We will not be dividing, but we will be watching carefully. And in closing, Mr Speaker, can I draw attention to the state of the House?
Order. Quorum required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 12. I can't count. Just count me. So, 31. Seven. Order quorum present. Members could leave the chamber if they're not staying to speak. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Higgins, I think.
Yes, that would be me.
She'd like to jump.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Schemes Bill 2021 Facilitation Bill and consequential amendments. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we stand, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respect to the elders past, present and emerging, and in particular to note the moving comments made by the previous speaker, the member for Barton, and acknowledge the work that she has done in supporting Indigenous Australians. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bills before us today are actually incredibly significant. They address the topic that so long was ignored many years ago and then for so long not acted upon genuinely, but which this government seeks to redress, with a commitment that is practical and works to address measures in this issue. That topic is reconciliation, one of the darkest chapters of our country's history, and we cannot turn a blind eye out of shame. We must face this issue and work towards a future that addresses and assists with the healing of the trauma caused. The redress scheme is just one step in healing, an acknowledgement of the harm caused by forced removal from family that was experienced by victims of the stolen generation, and a financial and wellbeing focused reimbursement that addresses this. This bill will support intergenerational healing and hopes to positively impact the lives of survivors. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bills before us today allow for the facilitation of the redress scheme for stolen generation survivors. It will ensure that participants of the redress scheme will not be adversely affected by decreased access to other Commonwealth funds. This is only logical, as we cannot punish those who our country has already caused so much pain to in the past. Moreover, the bills will ensure that there is cross-checking of identity information so that these reconciliation efforts are directed towards those who truly deserve it and cannot be exploited in any way by others. These bills stand as an important step in the Morrison government's commitment to reconciliation. The gravity of the bills before us cannot be understated, for they stand to solidify the redress scheme to protect Indigenous Australians as we, as a nation, pursue reconciliation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government will be investing nearly $400 million over the next 5 years in the redress effort. It will encompass a focus on both financial security and wellbeing for affected individuals, as I'm sure all of this in this place are keen on. These bills affect those who are forcibly taken from their homes in the Northern Territory, Australian Capital Territory or the Jervis Bay Territory. I'm proud to be a member of the National Redress Committee. The redress scheme itself encompasses a one-off payment of $75,000 in recognition of the harm caused by the forced removal, combined with a $7,000 healing assistance payment in recognition of the variety of manners in which an individual undergoes their own healing journey. But on top of these financial reimbursements, survivors will be given the opportunity to confidentially tell their story and to receive face-to-face or written personal response. Now, as a paediatrician, I know how important it is for people to be able to share their story. In fact, as a doctor, there is much to be said about the healing of telling a story. Bedside manner is incredibly important, but the narrative of a shared story has an important therapeutic component. In circumstances where the stolen generation survivor has recently passed, an application on behalf of their family or estate can be submitted. An acknowledgement that the trauma experienced by survivors transcends the generations. Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, not all problems can be solved with this government effort, but it does stand as one small crucial step in acknowledging the economic imbalance Indigenous Australians do face. Mr Deputy Speaker, the redress scheme is by no means the only action the Morrison government is taking to address the conversation of reconciliation. Indeed, in the 2021-2022 budget, the government committed over $50 million to fund over 100 organisations supporting members of the stolen generation and their families. This support includes important activities such as family tracing, so that stolen generation survivors can understand their ancestry and learn of their families. It is harrowing to think that they have been disconnected, discombobulated from their inheritance, and the ability to be able to find and trace that lineage and pattern is incredibly important for people who are seeking to understand where they've come from. Reunion services are also being funded so that these Australians can again meet their families and share a crucial connection that no redress payment itself can offer. Not only this, but various counselling and healing support services will be made available to provide emotional support to help mend the lasting pains caused by family separation. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government is not limiting government support to stolen generation survivors. Instead, all Indigenous Australians are privy to support. This builds on the work this government is doing to close the gap. That is why the last year's budget commitment to deliver support to Indigenous Australians to build skills and find employment is so important. This comes along efforts towards education with a focus particularly on the young. On top of this, the Morrison government has committed hundreds of millions of dollars towards women's safety and economic security, mental health, aged care, as well as the environment and land management. As we all know, the gap between Indigenous Australians and non-Indigenous Australians has been broad, wide, and is not closed at the speed we would all like. The gap is in education, health, life expectancy, employment, housing, and youth in detention. In fact, the rates of incarceration of Indigenous Australians in this country remains a national disgrace. Mr Deputy Speaker, the redress scheme will be survivor-focused and trauma-informed to ensure that there is no further harm done to survivors. Stolen generation organisations will be consulted as the scheme is refined to ensure that it is culturally appropriate and gives Indigenous Australians the best opportunity to reconcile with the past and enter the future with stronger financial and wellbeing foundations. Not only this, but the National Indigenous Australians Agency has consulted broadly across the various departments of the Commonwealth Government to ensure that the bills will have their intended effect. The Morrison Government has sought and will continue to seek the very best advice on how to implement reconciliation efforts in this country. It cannot be a matter of government to decide all policy regarding issues of this nature. We must consult with Indigenous Australian agencies and groups to understand the suffering of these Australians. That is why the government has done so much preparation for this scheme and the bills that are presented to us today. And at this point I'd like to note, as the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister Ken White, himself an Indigenous Australian, has said, we need to co-design all that we do. Indigenous Australians have had enough things done to them. We now need to work to make sure that we do things with them. Like the Indigenous concept of yarning. That is why I support the voice, and I'm very proud to be on the working group of Indigenous recognition in this parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, these bills and the redress scheme they represent are never going to be enough to truly say sorry to the Indigenous Australians affected in the stolen generation and their families, but is certainly a step in the right direction. As Australians, we cannot forget our past. The way forward is not to feel shame, but optimism and hope in the future of our country. Optimism that we can someday reach a point where Indigenous Australians are on a level playing field, and are not brought down by the continuing effects of past policy. As I said in my first speech, a strong country is a country at peace with its past. This bill is one more step on the path to atonement and reconciliation, and for this reason I commend these bills to the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a genuine privilege to be able to rise in this chamber this evening to speak on the bills that will go some way to addressing a grave, grave injustice for stolen generations in the Northern Territory and ACT. The removal of children from their families, almost now centuries plural long practice by governments across Australia, has created the most enormous trauma that has also transcended generations. I want to, at the outset, pay tribute to those who spoke earlier in this debate, the member for Barton, and indeed the Minister for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs, Mr Ken White. They're very personal stories and clearly, extremely, they're so grounded in this history of stolen generations and this centuries-long practice of forced removal of children that I could distinctly hear the pain in their voices before me, and I just wanted to put on record that I acknowledge that pain, and that is felt for so many thousands of First Nations people in Australia. The separation of families and the destruction of communities on a massive scale just cannot simply be forgotten. The fear of pain remains not only with those members of the stolen generations, but for their children, their cousins, their grandchildren. That is a very deep, genuine fear that remains for so many people. No amount of money is going to undo that, or could adequately compensate individuals, families or communities for the extent of damage that has been done, and for the long shadow of that trauma has now cast, as I said, over multiple generations, on their relationships, on their health, on their mental health, and a person's economic prospects, and on their capacity to live their culture, to have that, to feel strong in language and identity. It is such a tribute that there is a strong generation of First Nations people coming through, being very proudly kind of identifying and grounded in their identity. But that does not mask the fact that there is a great deal of trauma involved for many peoples who have had direct experience of being forcibly removed, either themselves or someone in their family. And so that horror and that systemic pain that is felt, both very literally within people's bodies, that goes a long way to help explain the profound distrust of authority, of schools, of police, of policies, of governments and parliaments like our own, that many First Nations people have, and that is something we all need to really wrestle with as well, about how we make amends, how best to do that. So today I think is really a very timely reminder of how much work we still have to do as a country, as a parliament and as a community to help rebuild that trust. And the most important thing about the scheme that is now being proposed and finally being established is that it gives people It gives those stolen generations people recognition. Recognition of what was done to them, recognition that it was wrong, that it was racist, that recognition of each and every person's story. Sadly, there have been thousands of people who have been eligible to claim this compensation who are no longer with us because it's been too late for many in the stolen generation who have passed, for this scheme to be of benefit. They passed without having any justice. And that makes me profoundly sad. But it should also make us very determined not to allow this to drag on another moment longer. As a parliament in a country, we failed in one of the most important and basic duties we have, and that was not to ever harm children. I know there's been many references here to Kevin Rudd's apologies on the stolen generations that took place in this House on behalf of the Parliament, on behalf of this nation. That was a very powerful recognition. But of course, the hard work is yet to happen. Apologies are never, the full stop moment in the process. They are really just the very start. I spoke earlier in the other chamber on the anniversary of the apology to the victims and survivors of child sexual abuse in our institutions, and made the same point. These apologies are really just the beginning of a very long journey that we have in order to make amends for those gross injustices. So the purpose of these bills before us tonight is really to put in place a policy for stolen generations reparations, and Labor welcomes this with open arms. We do so because, frankly, this is an adoption of Labor policy, and I say that with generous heart. I think it is fantastic that the government has taken a Labor policy, seen the worth of it and known that it was a good idea. Been too long in the making, to be sure, but have decided to take on that proposal to ensure that stolen generations people do receive reparations. In this case of $75,000 in compensation plus a $7,000 ancillary payments option. We genuinely welcome the government picking up this Labor policy and putting it now, trying to implement that. That is a good thing. Whether it was the just recognising a good policy when you see it, or perhaps it was the launch of the class action by 800 members of the stolen generations in the Northern Territory earlier this year that might have prodded some action on this matter and had something to do with the timing. That is a matter only that the Morrison government can speak to. Regardless of how you got here, I welcome the fact that you have taken what is a fundamentally good and just policy. Now the hard work will be in the implementation. So whilst we welcome the funding for the Territory Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, this package is only for surviving members of the stolen generation. So it is not for family members who we know have already passed. I think that needs to be made very clear. Indeed, we should also, there are shortcomings in this scheme, and I guess there are many people who are reflecting today also that there are members in this parliament today who walked out on the apology to the stolen generations when it was conducted in this House over 13 years ago. So let's hope that there has been much more goodwill coming to the table to ensure the success of this package before the House. We will be watching very, very closely the scheme's design and its implementation, and the government must get this right. I have sat for the last 2 terms watching over the implementation of the National Redress Scheme, and this government has been found wanting on a number of occasions. It is critically important that we have a forensic approach to the implementation of this scheme, because these bills don't actually establish the scheme itself. They will be, because the government's going to be able to make those more detailed announcements in terms of policies, commitments, rather than legal entitlement, it would seem. Instead, what the government really must do now is ensure that these payments will not count as income for the purposes of social security or veterans' entitlements means test. That is important. They must be exempt from taxation. They must be protected from creditors in any case of bankruptcy. That is another very important matter. And we must allow information to be cross-checked with the Department of Social Security to verify identity. So if a person can't verify their identity by providing a Centrelink customer reference number, for example. In setting the scheme up, it is critically important that the government learns from the mistakes and the issues that have become so apparent in the National Redress Scheme for institutional child sexual abuse. So these are the flags that Labor is, putting in the ground for government now. We are warning government that you must work closely with stolen generation survivor groups at every single stage of the design process. Now, that includes the Healing Foundation, the Northern Territory Stolen Generations Aboriginal Corporation, and the other groups in the NT and the ACT and Jervis Bay. If those people are not involved at each and every step of the way, this scheme will not live up to expectations. It will not deliver the justice that stolen generations people deserve and are seeking, and will hold each and every one of us to account if it's not delivered. We will be making sure that locally, culturally appropriate support is also available at every step. These are critically important components of any scheme. We'll be making sure that this government protects people's privacy and believes them. We'll be making sure that the process for a personal apology and acknowledgement is meaningful and sincere. And of course, I am very mindful of the fact that today there are shocking numbers of First Nations children who are in out-of-home care. And it is very sobering to think about that matter and to wonder if there will in fact be another Stolen Generations under our own watch, if that trajectory of removing kids and placing them in out-of-home care at the rates that are currently being pursued is to continue. I am deeply worried about that. Even if the government's current out-of-home care closing the gap goal was met, a 45% reduction by 2031, the rate of kids in out-of-home care, First Nation kids, is still going to be 5 times higher than that of the non-Indigenous population. We cannot accept a situation that has the makings of another apology or another redress scheme at some time in the future. That is a diabolical scenario, and it should not be beyond us to ensure that never happens. Australia's past policies of systemic child removal, it destroyed families. It decimated cultures in many parts of this country, and it has hurt all of us. Our entire nation is stained by those deplorable practices. Hopefully, this scheme and the recognition of wrong it will afford goes some way to making amends for those who were betrayed enormously.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Coming in virtually from Queensland, and this is a very important companion bill, and I recognise the previous Speaker, member for Newcastle, passionate in these areas, and an area where both major parties have can be proud of what they've done, and in particular, I think the Prime Minister, who I think will be remembered for achievements like this, as we've seen also with the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Care, really important steps and very compassionate ones, campaigned for a long time and delivered under the Morrison government, which I'm particularly proud of. So no hesitation in recognising the large number of people who worked to this destination, that the Commonwealth takes its role very seriously for Commonwealth territories. And a focus today, obviously, on the Northern Territory, and I think a reasonable summary from previous speakers, no disagreement from me, that a companion bill that implements certain aspects of this scheme and ensures that recipients of these payments are not subject, for instance, to the Social Security Act or the Veterans Entitlement Act, where they may potentially not be eligible for payments. It addresses situations of bankruptcy where these payments are quarantined. And these are important elements as well, that the payments are not subject to income tax assessment or income testing or capital gains tax. So that's what the bill is about, but the opportunity today, Deputy Speaker, is to just say how important these redress schemes are, both the national scheme and this one, the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme. Clearly, many of the recipients are very, very senior, frail, many of them with chronic disease. It was imperative to act quickly. The government has done that. And I think with a trauma-informed, culturally sensitive approach, with a focus on survivors, that is what was needed potentially decades ago. And my contribution to this debate, for those that are listening around the country, is to perhaps pick up on a point by the member for Newcastle.
Call the honourable member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I call your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum present. I ring the bells.
Better than I did.
Good evening.
It was you, wasn't it? Right, I'll take that.
Quorum present. I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Speaker. And to think that an opposition Labor Party MP would call a quorum in the middle of a bill of the gravity of the Stolen Generations Redress Scheme is absolutely unbelievable. Obviously, from my virtual position in the Parliament, I'm unable to see who that MP was. But if it was, in fact, the member for Laylaw, that is a complete disgrace that she would call such a motion in the middle of such an important scheme being debated with bipartisan support, with us having very, very supportive, considered, survivor-focused commentary being made in this Parliament. This is a moment for us to celebrate. And if indeed the person who just called that quorum was an individual representing the seat of Laylaw, that is absolutely disgraceful, and Hansard will record that. These matters may seem trivial to members like the member for Layla, but her party takes a very different view to healing, truth-telling and reconciliation. And they understand that a payment like this was a long, dogged fight for many outside of this Parliament and has become a position supported by both sides of politics in what is, we all recognise, an important practical step but completely inadequate to heal, in a symbolic sense, the suffering and the loss and what was taken away from these individuals. I'm very, very glad to speak on behalf of this facilitation bill. I know that we have the support of both sides of politics, and a message to the broader Australian community is that this important amount is not to be counted in dollars, Deputy Speaker. It's to be counted in the gesture and the goodwill that comes with the payment and the commitment to hear, to listen, to accept, to understand, and to make sure that not just, as I was saying with the member for Newcastle's point of view about not allowing out-of-home care to ever get out of control in the way it did in the past again, we may well be facing the need to apologise for other forms of policy and the way they've affected Indigenous people, possibly not necessarily relating to children, Deputy Speaker, but a whole range of policies around employment, education, school attendance, incarceration, rehabilitation. All of these matters need every member's attention to make sure that what we do in this time while we are incumbent is not something that our successors have to apologise for in our behalf. While it's important to apologise as soon as possible and in good faith, let's all look within and not satisfy ourselves that apologising for the actions of others is sufficient to get ourselves through as caring and being compassionate about the issues facing Indigenous Australians. It simply isn't. Things are not as they should be. I'm happy as a member of the government to take full responsibility for that, but I know that every member of this Parliament in Canberra, as do the state parliaments, regard this as one of the great domestic challenges for Australia. This redress scheme is something that, while long overdue and very much welcomed, let's make sure nothing we do right now, while we are representing Indigenous Australians, leads to an apology in the future, and let the lessons of today's legislation be learned by everyone. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Bowman. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a few short comments, and this matter will be taken up further when the bill proceeds to the Senate by our First Nations spokesperson, Senator Lydia Thorpe. In making these comments today too, can I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the country on which we are meeting today, here in Canberra, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, and across the country, wherever we are on stolen land. And as we debate this important bill that goes a step further to giving redress to members of the stolen generations, we need to pause and acknowledge that this country was founded on violence and dispossession. That is our history. Any rational, honest look at our history would see that it is one that began with conquest and began with violence and began with dispossession. And whether it's the frontier wars that turned into massacres in many, many instances, whether it's the continued refusal of even basic civil rights, forget about not just voting, but in being able to go where you want to and into shops and businesses and where you want to go, or whether it's forced removal of children from their families, which is the stolen generations, which is the subject of the bill today. We haven't done a very good job in this country of being honest about our past. And when you're not honest about your past, then you find yourself repeating it and continuing to inflict the pain. And I want to talk a bit later on about the real risk that we're facing at the moment, that we'll continue to see future stolen generations. But what this bill does seek to address is the despicable practice where First Nations children were removed from their families. And distressingly, it continues today at alarming and increasing rates, and extremely disproportionately from First Nations children, i.e. it's happening more amongst our First Nations children. It is welcome, and the Greens welcome it, that stolen generation survivors are finally getting some redress. Too many stolen generation members, though, have already passed and haven't seen any attempt at justice. And it is beyond sad and tragic that they've not been around to see the Parliament at least take some step towards redressing the massive, massive injustice that they have suffered. We have seen some piecemeal approaches to redress across different states, but one of the things that has meant is that some people have fallen through the cracks, and redress has been very different in its extent, which is not fair, given that the trauma that was inflicted was a deep, deep, deep trauma that is still being suffered because it's multi-generational. The Greens conducted extensive consultation with stolen generation members, and our spokesperson, Senator Lydia Thorpe, put forward a while ago the need for a national redress scheme. And we arrived, after consultation, proposal that members who are accessing that scheme, people who are accessing that scheme, should be entitled to $200,000 plus $7,000 funeral expenses as a starting point. Though, of course, like any scheme, and I expect there'd be acknowledgement of this probably across the Parliament, recognise that no amount of money can ever compensate for the loss and for the pain that was experienced. And that proposal, and that sum, I think, is when you look at the way that other schemes work across the country, is a fair scheme and begins to go some way towards acknowledging the harm and the trauma and providing some, beginning to start to provide some redress. This scheme only provides for $75,000 plus $7,000 healing assistance, which we'd say is not enough. It is welcome that it is started, but that sum is not enough. And we heard during the inquiry that we conducted that people think that this is inadequate, but they know it's better than nothing, and many of them are not going to wait any longer or even be able to wait any longer, and so they are going to accept it. One of the issues that people need to understand about this bill is that in many respects these bills are quite basic, and they leave a lot of the detail to regulations. So we're going to be looking closely to make sure that the government puts forward details of the scheme in the regulations as they've proposed, because we've seen in the past in other areas a gap between what gets announced and what actually turns up in the regulations. And in forming the regulations, can I we want to urge the government to continue to consult with members and representatives of the stolen generations to make sure they get it right, because it's too important to get it wrong. One of the limitations, though, in the scheme as is put forward by the government is that, aside from those stolen generation members passing away between August this year and March next year, their families cannot seek redress. And one of the things that Senator Thorpe has been at pains to point out is that it's critical for the government to understand that taking away children doesn't just affect them, but it affects whole families and several generations of those families. It is multi-generational. There is multi-generational trauma that has been inflicted by the forced removal of children from their families. And sadly, at the moment, on what we know from the government, we don't have a situation where all families of those stolen generation members who have already passed and those who might, during the duration of the scheme, will be eligible. But given that this legislation, which we welcome as a step along the way it will pass, given that this legislation does give significant breadth to the minister to craft a scheme through regulations, we hope that that is something that the minister will consider to understand the multi-generational nature and the descending nature of this trauma, and that is something that could potentially be fixed if the minister was willing to design the scheme a bit more broadly and a bit more differently. It is good that the payments that are being made, and we welcome them, that the payments that are going to be made will, in many respects, certainly not be taxed, but won't be treated as income in many respects, for example, counting towards bankruptcy and so on. And we likewise have to make sure that there are no flow-on impacts from treating any of the money as assets, for example. We just have to get that absolutely right and consider its interaction with other forms of payment and other forms of support that people can get. As I say, that is going to be, because of the nature of this bill, because this bill leaves a lot of the design of the scheme to the government, we put those matters forward on the table in good faith in the hope that the government will take those into account when actually designing the scheme. As I said, there's a number of other matters that we want to raise in a bit more detail, but Senator Thorpe will take that up when this bill comes to the Senate. To conclude, I think you've heard from... This is one of those bills that passes through this parliament that, an outsider looking in would say, well, of course there has to be some redress, and of course there has to be some compensation for such a wrong and such an injustice that was perpetrated. And it's one of those things that has taken this parliament probably far too long to get here, and we've got to acknowledge the significant milestones along the way from within Parliament, and including the former Prime Minister Rudd's apology, which was crucial and made a difference to so many people. But I particularly want to pay tribute in closing to the members of the stolen generations and also their families and their descendants, and applaud them for continuing to fight and continuing to push for justice. I think no one in this place would say that there's any amount of money that's going to be able to compensate, but we can acknowledge it was the wrong thing to do, and we can start to provide redress. And so, does this bill go far enough? No, it doesn't. Is it a welcome step towards providing redress and some acknowledgement to those people who have suffered so much? Yes, it is.
I thank the honourable member for Melbourne. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lingiari. For Grey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We do both have the same haircut, it's true. I've been here since 2007, not as long as the member for Lingiari, but as the crop of 2007 I was here for the apology in 2008 and was in both the chamber and the Great Hall when Prime Minister Rudd made his famous comments, and he's to be congratulated for that. But it's been a long road. As a result of that apology, each year we have a Closing the Gap statement, and that's a good thing. On some markers, we're doing pretty well. On others, they are particularly stubborn, and we're not doing well at all. It's not, I don't think, as I said in a debate here yesterday when we were talking about Indigenous issues, a lack of will on governments of either side. It's just that some of these problems are devilishly difficult to fix, but we have to keep trying. I think the changes made this year around the arrangements for the stolen generations, which actually bring the state governments into that national reporting and national responsibility to address these problems, is a great step forward, and I congratulate the Minister for that outcome. Because at the end of the day, it is states that actually deliver a lot of the services on the ground, and I think previously it's been just falling back to the federal government, and it's time that we brought all of that together and fixed it up as much as we possibly can, at least. This is, of course, an intergenerational issue, not just for those affected, and I'm very mindful of the comments of the Speaker, the member for Melbourne before, that this is an intergenerational issue where those that were taken away as children, that their children can be affected and their children beyond that. And we need to take account of that. But it's not just an intergenerational issue for those people, it is an intergenerational issue for all Australians and indeed all of our parliaments. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report was brought down obviously in 1997, and here we are 23 years on, and we're still dealing with issues that were highlighted in that report. It was a decade after the Bringing Them Home report that we had the apology, and now here we are 12 years later, and we are at last delivering a redress system. But it's certainly taken longer than it should have when we look at that time frame. But it should be somewhat of maybe not a celebration, but at least a relief that we've got to that point now, and we can move on. It would be, I think, unfair to say that the policy of removal undoubtedly caused enormous duress and strain. I couldn't back the theory that every person who was removed had a bad outcome with their life. I mean, we know some people from the Aboriginal community that have been fabulously successful either because of or despite the fact they were removed from their parents, and in many cases they're highly educated and very influential in the Indigenous world, the world of Indigenous politics, and trying to further the cause of Aboriginal Australians, and I congratulate them for that. But even though they are, I believe, in a minority, and even though they may have made successes of their lives, it's difficult to imagine they did not deal with the trauma and grief of separation at the time and in subsequent years. They'll probably be congratulated for being such strong individuals, actually. But either way, there was no doubt that the policy of removal did a lot of harm. I'd have to say, like I grew up, my hometown is Kimber. I often talk about Kimber when I'm in this place, one way or another. I moved into the town off a farm when I was 10 years old, and I'd been attending a very small primary school before that time, where we only occasionally had Aboriginal students. When I got into Kimber, I found out there was a bigger world, if you like. The school had about 300 students at the time, and a significant number were Indigenous. And I would be lying if I said we were without prejudice. Looking back, it was a more racist world, I think, than we are living in at the moment. And I think that's something we can all be grateful for, the work that's been done over those subsequent years to if not eliminate racism, because we know it's not eliminated, but to certainly reduce the public displays of it and acceptance of Aboriginals in wider society. But having said that, the families that we had in town were relatively cohesive, and their children, attended school. I would have thought it was sort of the pathway to success. Now, sadly, one way or another, no Aboriginal families live in Kimber anymore, and I think it's difficult to put your finger on just when that happened, but probably around about 30 years ago. The last of them moved out, the ones that had been the established families there. Most of us believe it was at a time, and I haven't substantiated this, when the rules of accepting Commonwealth support, the dole if you like, changed, and they actually had to report at an office to get the money, and of course there was no office in town, and so we tend to see those families move to places like Ceduna, Port Lincoln, Whyalla, and out of the smaller communities like Kimber. And I think in retrospect that's been certainly a negative for our community, but probably a negative for them as well, because I think our community had been good at fostering good outcomes for individuals. But I wasn't aware in that period of time, when from 10 years old on, that children were still being taken away from their parents at a very young age. And I don't think it happened in Kimber, but I wouldn't swear by it. But I wasn't aware of it at the time, and as a 10-year-old's not aware of everything anyhow, I'd have to say. But it came as, I reckon, a shock to me later on to find that this was still going on while I was at school, because I knew about children being taken away from their parents, but I thought it was something that happened a long time ago. And of course, when you're a kid, everything seems a long time ago. Like if you're 10 years old, 15 years ago is something that happened in ancient history, of course. But I was surprised to find that it was still going on in the mid-60s, certainly in some places, and not in Kimber, as far as I know. And if some Aboriginal families contact me and say you wouldn't know what you're talking about, well, I will be corrected. I'm reminded of a family that lived there, the Reeds. George Reed worked for the council, drove the dozer from memory, and was a very valued part of the community. I don't know how many children he had, but I'm going to say about 8. Some of them went on to be good community leaders in other places because they moved away. But in another parallel of the things we're talking about today, and we're talking about people, family where some of the individuals might have been 7 or 8 years older than me, and the youngest were perhaps 3 years younger. There's only one left alive today. And I reckon that's a pretty sad story. And it's not that they'd had terrible lives, but they were living in urban areas, and yet that death rate is obviously higher than it is for the wider community. And that, of course, is another issue that we're trying to address as we go along. So this policy of removing children, not always at birth but at a young age, has obviously caused enormous damage. And this national redress scheme is perhaps well overdue, but it's here, and payments of $75,000. And importantly, in this context, Minister's gone to the effort of making sure that that won't be impinged in any other way by any other Commonwealth payment, including payments to the National Redress Scheme for institutionalised child abuse. So largely these payments are fashioned on that, and that's good and right and proper. And if some unfortunate individuals have actually fallen into both of those camps, both been taken away from their parents and then suffered institutionalised childcare, and obviously from the statements to the 1997 Bring Them Home report, would suggest that it's far from isolated, that happened on a fairly regular occurrence, and that is, of course, shameful. In finishing up, I just come to some comments that came from the member for Lawler, and I'm glad she brought this up, and I'm not going to pick any holes in what she had to say. She spoke about the tragedy today of the numbers of Indigenous kids that are in out-of-home care, and I think that is a tragedy. But we also have to bear in mind the difficult decisions, the impossible, diabolical decisions that I think state government officials are facing here. I mean, do they leave a child in a dysfunctional, violent household, or do they take them out? What a terrible decision to have to make. We need to be mindful of the fact we need to protect children, and I'm certainly mindful of the fact that living out of home is far from ideal. And there was a figure I used in the chamber, I think yesterday or the day, must have been yesterday because we weren't here the day before, yesterday on a bill on Indigenous issues, where I recently saw a figure that, and this is another tragedy of course, that so many Aboriginal people are in custody, but that 70% of them are in custody for violent acts, predominantly on family. And I think that sort of points out as to why children are being removed from these dysfunctional households. I wish I could wave a magic wand. It is, as I say, it's one of the most diabolical choices. I don't know how we deal with it. I mean, we've obviously got to deal with that issue of trying to stop that kind of behaviour in the first place, but we're talking about a very long lead time there, and it's not as if people haven't tried before and there are any simple solutions. So this is tough work. Doesn't matter what you do in this area, it is tough work. Meeting those national targets on closing the gap is tough work. I think collectively as a House, we tend not to argue too much about these things. I was a bit disappointed about the way some of the debates went yesterday, but we are all committed, I think, to bringing about a better result. Maybe we might debate the pathways we take, but this bill is put forward in good faith by a very good minister and I believe by a government that do have best interests of Aboriginal people at heart, and I commend it.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I acknowledge the member for Hasluck and the member for Barton for their contributions to this debate, and recognise the unique perspectives that they bring as Aboriginal people and as people who have been impacted by the stolen generations themselves. And my first real interaction with members of the stolen generation was 4 decades ago. But then in 1992, I recall attending a conference at Cormilda College in Darwin of Stolen Generations members. And these were people who wanted justice and wanted an understanding of their plight and their suffering and their hurt. And then we saw the government, the then Labor government, institute the Bringing Them Home inquiry and its final, then we saw its report to the Parliament in 1997, where it made 54 recommendations. And a key recommendation was, of course, reparations. It wanted an acknowledgement of and an apology to the Parliament, which took, of course, then 10 years to come about. Guarantees against repetition, restitution, rehabilitation and monetary compensation. So sadly, though, the then Prime Minister was John Howard, who, as the member for Barton pointed out in her contribution, steadfastly refused an apology or to recognise the importance of restitution. That was sad then, and on reflection it's sadder now, because that was an opportunity to deal with this issue then, not once and for all, but certainly address it in the needs which were identified by the Bringing Them Home report and which has taken now so long to actually properly address. It's not my intention to go through the details of the legislation. Others have properly done that. I do want to talk, though, about the stolen generations. The removal of children from their families is an almost century-long practice by governments across Australia, and we know created trauma that has transcended generations and instigated intergenerational trauma. The separation of families, the destruction of communities on a systematic scale can't be simply forgotten, and the fear and pain remain not only with members of the stolen generations, but their children and their grandchildren and their extended families. There is no amount of money, despite the importance of this legislation, that will undo or could adequately compensate individuals, families and communities for that hurt and for that damage. And for the long shadow the trauma has cast on relationships, on health and mental health, on people's economic prospects, on culture, language and identity. For so many people today, the horror and the trauma of systematic child removal policies goes a long way to, as the member for Barton said, explain the mistrust to authority of schools, of policy of governments, of healthcare and hospitals. As the member for Barton pointed out, she was up there in the gallery on that wonderful day on the 13th of February 2008 when the Prime Minister Kevin Rudd extended the apology to the stolen generations, and the then Leader of the Opposition responded in like terms. That was an important shift, because up until then, the then Opposition had refused to contemplate an apology to the stolen generations. And Brendan Nelson is to be congratulated for his leadership on that day. It was a very important thing to happen. It brought this parliament together, except I note there are a number of people who are still in this parliament who absented themselves from the apology, and that was shameful. I want to now speak about my many friends who are members of the stolen generation, some of whom have died over recent years, and so have missed this opportunity for recognition in the way that this bill will do. But I know my friend, dear friend, and pre-selected candidate, Labor candidate for Lingiari, Marion Scrimger, who I hope will replace me in this parliament, is a daughter of a stolen generation survivor. Marion recently shared this story on her Facebook page after visiting Tea Tree, just north of Alice Springs, where her father was, the area from which her father came, but was taken from so long ago. Marion's father, Jack, was taken from his Aboriginal mother and non-Aboriginal father at Tea Tree and sent to Croker Island off the coast of northern Australia. During the Second World War, he took part in the so-called Long Walk Home to avoid Japanese bombing. Jack, many other children and 3 teachers initially walked from the mainland near Croker Island, hundreds of kilometres to Gumbalanya, and it was the beginning of a trip that took him all the way to the southeast corner of Australia. And Marion had the opportunity to sit with his family that he never had. When talking about these tragic events, I'm reminded of Archie Roach. When Archie sang his most famous song, Took the Children Away, at the bicentennial in 1988, 2 elderly Aboriginal people from the Northern Territory came up to him afterwards and said, "What do you write that song about?" An old man asked. "Me," said Roach, who was taken as a child, sadly, from his parents. That old man said, "No, you wrote it for me." A former long-term member of my staff, Jack Crosby, who sadly passed away a few years ago now, was married to Sue Roman, a very dear friend. Sue's mother, Lindy Roman, was stolen away to the Kaolin compound in Darwin, was taken away to the Kaolin compound in Darwin. Sue, her daughter, was put in the infamous Retta Dixon home. Sue's mother was forced to work as a domestic for families in Darwin. Sue's mum, Lindy, was judged unfit to look after her own kids, but was considered fit to look after the children of non-Aboriginal people. Sue is the youngest child of a family of 5 children. She was removed when she was a baby. She's now 72. Sue remained under the control of the Australian Inland Mission, who controlled Rita Dixon until she was 18. Sue had one brother. He was sent to an institution in Alice Springs, 1,400 kilometres away. There were hundreds of kids in Rita Dixon over the time with Sue, and she was one of the few or only children who was of Larrakia descent. Her mother was therefore in Darwin. Sue was sometimes and illegally able to talk to her mum over the side fence of Rita Dixon, where it shared a boundary with the Bagot community. At 12, Sue was sent to school in Victoria into the care of foster parents who turned out, sadly, to be abusive. While those parents, her mother wrote letters, while with those people, her mother wrote letters to her but were never given to her. They'd been sent with sometimes with a 10-bob note. She never saw the money. Sue's mother was not even told she was sent to Victoria. Sue's version of the impact is simple and powerful in her words. They F your life. Fortunately, she says, I got to learn the truth because some friendly school teachers she had as a teenager worked with her to go through what had happened. In the process, she says, I made a commitment not to be poor bugger me. She says, I had at 15 a couple of years of truth-telling. The school teachers were Brett and Pat Wren. They were school teachers she met in Victoria. They became her foster parents for 2.5 years. When Sue was 17, she came back to Darwin. She then went on to work with other survivors to lead a claim for compensation for what had happened for them at Rita Dixon. Estelle Ross is a Stolen Generation survivor. She's an Eastern Aranda woman. Her daughter is Christine Ross. Christine's mum is 83 in January. Recently, Christine told me of Estelle's story, which Estelle is happy to share. In 1946, as a young child, she was taken from her home at Altunga with 6 others taken at the same time. And they were also sent to Garden Point off the north coast of the Territory. The 6 children were put on the back of a ute. They were told they were going shopping. They never came back. Estelle was sent to Garden Point Mission on Melville Island. It was run by the Catholic Church. Their mothers were not told anything about what happened to them. Estelle only left Garden Point when she was 15, when she was sent to boarding school in Adelaide. She stayed there for 3 years, then she was released. Estelle only met her mother again many years later when she was an adult. At Garden Point, Estelle grew up with her family, without her family at all. Initially, she couldn't speak English. She was completely denied any access to her own language and culture. And when she met her mother many years later, it was very difficult for her to communicate because Estelle's mother had very little English. Estelle suffered emotional abuse and mental abuse. She says she was raised by nuns who were not compassionate. In the process, she was constantly abused for minor things. She formed a strong bond with other survivors at Garden Point and she stayed in touch with them all her life. And one of the people she was there with was Jack Scrimmager, Marion's dad. Christine reminded us of what happened to her mother leads to intergenerational trauma. For Christine, hearing her mother's story was a huge upset. Estelle says that talking about this is not for the sake of compensation. It's important to make all of this part of Australian history. She says it's a story that has to be told. In the words of Christine, stealing children was has screwed up so many kids and led to a lot of suicide. Christine notes there is only so much you can take off living with trauma. For her, the impact has been huge and ongoing. Christine also said it's taken for too long for the survivors to get compensation. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is very important legislation. And it's very important that we have bipartisan support for it. And I want to acknowledge the leadership of the member for Barton and indeed the member for Hasluck in making sure we're seeing this legislation in the Parliament today. But let there be no doubt, this is a story of national shame and disgrace. And it's a part of our history that we need to constantly acknowledge and address. This compensation process is one part of it. But those stories, the ones like the ones I've just told you, are stories we all need to hear. Lest we become relaxed and comfortable in the knowledge we've done something. Well, we're doing something, but we're never going to change intergenerational trauma or the loss or the sadness or the disgrace that was brought about as a result of this process of stealing children away from their families. We have an obligation in this place. As members of Parliament, we are acutely charged with a great responsibility to look after the interests of the Australian community. This legislation does that in part, but it's so sad, it is just so sad that so many have died and will not see the justice that will be brought about as a result of this minor piece of legislation for compensation. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Lingiari. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Territories Stolen Generations Redress Scheme Facilitation Bill 2021. In combination with the Consequential Amendments Bill, this bill will facilitate the operation of a redress scheme for living stolen generation survivors who were removed as children from their families in the Northern Territory, the ACT and the Jervis Bay Territory. Funded through a $378 million package announced by the Prime Minister Scott Morrison in August this year, the scheme will make payments in recognition of the harm caused by forced removal from family of stolen generation survivors to assist with the healing of this trauma for the stolen generation survivors who were forcibly removed and to help survivors gain access to counselling and support services and a face-to-face or personal written response. It is another step taken by this government on the journey to providing redress for those forcibly removed as children in territories that were administered by the Commonwealth. The government is committed to a process of truth-telling as part of the nation's journey to reconciliation. The scheme will be survivor-focused, trauma-informed, and operate on the basis of doing no further harm to the survivor. Consultation with key stolen generations organisations will take place in the coming months, and internal and external advisory boards are being established to guide and monitor the scheme's establishment and to ensure the scheme is delivered in a culturally sensitive manner. The facilitation and consequential amendments bills, meanwhile, will ensure that a participant in the scheme will not be adversely affected by receiving a redress payment. Specifically, survivors receiving the payments can be assured their payments will not be used to repay any Commonwealth debts, and that their eligibility or access to Commonwealth payments, pensions, benefits or services will not be affected. As my good friend, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Ken Wyatt has noted, with many stolen generations survivors being of an advanced age, the imperative to act now has been brought into sharp focus. The passage of these bills will ensure the scheme can start receiving applicants in the early months of 2022. While it is, of course, solely a matter for stolen generation survivors, if, when, and how they choose to seek redress, pursuing it through the scheme has considerable advantages over doing so through the courts. Court matters take time. They can be complex and have a high level of evidentiary burden. The redress scheme will be largely administrative-based, with the minimum of complexity regarding the operation of the scheme. It recognizes that there may be poor historical records regarding the removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families, and will establish evidentiary requirements to reflect this. As such, evidentiary requirements for redress through the scheme are likely to be lower than those required to successfully bring court proceedings. In addition to this, applicants will be able to access free application support and legal and financial advice from independent scheme-funded support services throughout the application process. This government takes incredibly seriously its commitment to supporting the healing of stolen generation survivors. There has been great progress made under the leadership of the Prime Minister and Minister for Indigenous Affairs, and I commend their insight as to and recognition of the urgency of establishing the scheme. It is a sad fact that it could easily, although not acceptably, have been pushed aside amidst the once-in-a-generation challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. That it didn't speaks to the priority accorded to this issue by the Morrison government. The scheme represents a major practical step forward towards healing, truth-telling, and reconciliation following on from the 2008 apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples. I commend this facilitation bill to the House.
Thank the honourable member for Chisholm. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I start by outlining the sadness and the empathy that I feel for anyone who's been subjected to the wrongdoing on the level of the stolen generations, and/or anyone who has or continues to be subjected to child sexual abuse of any sort, no matter what the type, no matter how severe or for how long or by whom. My heart goes out to those Australians who have been in that situation and who may continue, unfortunately, to be in that situation. And I've spoken about this before in this place, and I'll continue to shine a light on this issue that stains our country, its history and, unfortunately, its future. I commend the Prime Minister on the creation of the National Centre for the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse and strongly support more work in this particular policy area. I'd like to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging of the Kumameri of the Yugambeh language on the Gold Coast, who form part of my constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I extend my best wishes to their organisations and their families and make special mention of Rory O'Connor, the CEO of the local Yugambeh Museum. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Yugambeh lands stretch from the Tweed to the Logan Rivers, significantly larger than the Moncrieff electorate, taking in all of the boundaries. And I'd like to share a story about a local Indigenous elder, Patricia O'Connor, to start on this bill before I get into the nuts and bolts of the bill. The source of the story is from the Yugambeh Museum itself, and so I'm confident that it is accurate. Her journey has been from a childhood in a tent home outside Bedesert all the way to Buckingham Palace for the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games. Mrs O'Connor was born in Bedesert in 1928 and has been honoured for her role as the joint founder of the Kumbermeri Aboriginal Corporation for Culture in 1984. She was also part of a team which successfully negotiated Australia's largest repatriation of Aboriginal remains in 1987. And she helped with the reburying ceremony of 200 Aboriginal people who have been sadly excavated from their original burial site at Merrimack in my electorate by the University of Queensland in the 1960s. She also opened the Yugambeh Museum, Language and Heritage Research Centre in Beenleigh in the member for Ford's electorate, which is one of Australia's largest language centres, and of course the Gold Coast Com Games mascot Borrabee, the big koala, which has statues all over Moncrieff and Broadbeach and at the Home of the Arts and other locations, is tasked with keeping Indigenous languages alive in South East Queensland schools. And I hope that Borrabee comes back as the mascot for the 2032 Olympics on the Gold Coast, and Borrabee certainly has my vote as a natural fit for that role, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mrs O'Connor's community work extended to involvement in the unveiling of Australia's first memorial to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander service men and women in 1991. And before COVID hit, I joined her and the local Aboriginal community to honour those who have fallen in the wars at the Indigenous Diggers Remembrance Day. We thank them for their service to our great country. The memorial stone is on a Bora ground just outside Moncrieff at Burleigh Heads. And I see that I'm going to be wound up shortly, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll probably go into continuance for tomorrow. And so what I will do is just keep going a few more minutes until we go to adjournment debates. But I wanted to share with the House a good news story in terms of the attitude that Patricia has towards the future and the hope that she has for the future of, indeed, Indigenous Australians and, of course, the future of Aboriginal children in our country, and how much she's given to our community, how much she's given to the Indigenous community, and how very pleased I am to hear some of the words that I'll talk about in continuance from Patricia when she talks about her hope for reconciliation, her hope for the future of our country, and her hope for our relationship between the rest of Australia and Indigenous Australians across our great country. So I thank the House for listening to my speech thus far, and I know that we're shortly going into the adjournment debate very shortly. Thanks so much to Patricia O'Connor, who has served our community for so many years, and the great story that I will share, of course, with the House in the upcoming next section of my speech.
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn.
I'll put my name down, yeah.
Are there any speakers from the opposition? I call the honourable member for Oxley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising tonight to show my utter contempt and disgust with this government in their announcements today to bring in voter suppression laws at the next general election. We've just had a debate in this chamber regarding the future and the voice of Indigenous Australians. And media reports tonight have revealed that at the joint party room this morning, the coalition has ticked off on voter suppression laws to be brought in before the next election. Mr Deputy Speaker, I sit as a member of the Joint Standing Committee on the Electoral Matters. This issue has been litigated and prosecuted. Not one bit of evidence has been presented before the Joint Standing Committee regarding bringing in voter ID laws. We saw this in my home state in Queensland when Campbell Newman was in charge and he tried this US-style voter suppression trick. The crocodile tears that we've just heard from members of the opposition regarding an important piece of Indigenous legislation, well, what do voter suppression laws and who do they impact on? Indigenous and First Nations members of our community, the poor, the vulnerable, the people who don't have identification. This is nothing more than a grubby grab for votes by the LNP. We will not stand for it, and the people of Australia will fight this every step of the way. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the dissenting report to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters at the last election, it was made clear by members of the opposition that if the government tried this on, we will fight this. Let me be very clear, Mr Deputy Speaker. The tricks and the cons that the LNP are trying to bring in are nothing more than US-style voter suppression laws. They know this government is in trouble. You only need to see the news poll this week to realise that across Australia, Australians are waking up to this government. They see the tricks and the cons from this Prime Minister, always about the announcement, never about the delivery. So what do the LNP do in this country? They go to their grab bag tricks and pull out the old favourite, try to stop Australians to have their say. I know the member for Barton, when she's spoken to Indigenous communities across this country, as a leader and as a warrior for First Nations people. We want every single Australian to have their say. Well, bring it on, Mr Deputy Speaker. If they want to try this on, and the lead ringleader of this is none other than Senator James McGrath, the chair of the Joint Standing Committee on the Electoral Matters. When he's not prosecuting the war on the ABC and all the other nonsense culture wars that the LNP go on about, well, I'm calling on the government to junk these proposals. I'm calling on members of the National Party to junk these proposals. If they think they're going to bring in laws to stop Australians voting, well, they're going to have one hell of a fight on their hands, Mr Deputy Speaker. When I've read the media reports tonight, I am fearful, because when the LNP are in electoral trouble, when the LNP are in dangerous territory, they do everything they can to try and stop voters. Well, I'm calling on every single member of this House to oppose these US-style voter suppression laws. It is an outrage that we would even be considering this, but I am not surprised when we've seen culture war after culture war, when the Education Minister gets up in this place in question time and goes on about like he's at a young Liberal convention, banging on about curriculum, banging on the black arm history of Australia. Well, you're in charge through you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The minister, if he's had 8 or 9 long years to fix the curriculum, why hasn't he done it? Yet we come in here like it's some LNP young convention when he's being cheered and clapped by the backbench, a desperate government running out of steam. Well, the latest proposal by this government to bring in voter suppression laws will be opposed. We will make sure every Australian has their say at the next election. And Anthony Albanese's government will bring back integrity to the Australian political processes. We will ensure that the tricks and the cons and the shysters of those opposite won't be supported, and we will deliver every Australian to have their say at the next election.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Oxley and I call the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having worked in the community housing sector, I have a good understanding of the housing spectrum and particularly on the needs front, how we need to protect our most vulnerable Australians experiencing homelessness. But then to give them, as they get on their feet, the opportunity to get into housing and to support them through affordable housing. And on that, one of the things I'm most passionate about is around supporting women escaping domestic violence through intergenerational welfare to get on their feet through affordable housing to then enter the housing market. and coupled with this, an opportunity for them to get back into the workforce, to sort of arm them with the tools they need for economic independence. And economic independence and housing independence go hand in hand to providing women with what they need to have full independence and to get on with their lives. And I think there is a lot more that we can do on that front. When it comes to moving on from affordable housing into the housing market, in Western Sydney we have wonderful opportunities now to support people into purchasing their own homes. And with Western Sydney Airport coming on and growth in Western Sydney, the opportunity to not have to leave the area to get a good job, to stay, to live, to work in that area is really important. And that's why I'm really pleased with the work that we're doing, particularly around Home Builder and our first home loan deposit schemes, because these are the programs that support young people, aspirational people in my electorate and right across Western Sydney who are working so hard, the people that go out and build our constructions, infrastructure projects, those big nation-building projects like what we've got going on in Western Sydney, supporting them into their first home. It should be one of our top priorities, and that is absolutely one of our top priorities. And I'm really pleased that in New South Wales alone, with the scheme, that we've had around 23,000 applicants, because people want to get ahead. They want to have their first home. They want to get into the market and they want to build their families, and I'm so pleased that so many of them want to do that in Western Sydney. Another part of the scheme, which is really important when it comes to how we're supporting first homeowners, is the support that we're giving for single parents, given the challenges that are faced saving a deposit while on a single income and raising children. And over 84% of these are women. And this goes back to affordable housing and women who want to pursue their lives and to get to independence, and providing this opportunity for women who are trying to get into the housing market with just 2% deposit is really important, and I'm really proud that we are taking those steps to support single parents, and particularly, again, in Western Sydney, where home ownership is such an important thing for people in raising their families. So we've got a lot going on in the housing space. I was really pleased to join the Housing Minister when we opened affordable housing in Penrith, 300 units at this particular property, and then going from affordable housing, supporting people through the housing market into their own homes. There's more to do, and I met with the Minister today and we talked about these measures and how we can continue providing these opportunities for people in Western Sydney, and I look forward to progressing these projects with him, because, as I said, the housing market, getting into your first home, supporting your families, being able to get on with your jobs, having a job close to home, not having to do that long commute, this is all part of the Western Sydney dream, and why so many of us want to stay, live, work, raise our families, not have to do that commute for so long out of Western Sydney. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Lindsay, and I call the honourable member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thought you were going to the member for Indi there for a moment. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, today's Australian Financial Review splashed the taxpayer-owned shippayer ASC is offering jobs to hundreds of employees from the axed French submarine program at the same paying conditions, as well as an extra 2 weeks' leave, promising no one would be worse off. The Morrison government has put forward an offer of a guaranteed job. Yet workers woke up feeling maybe they'd been looked after, but then found in today's Senate estimates that there is only enough funding for these 300 workers to be paid for 3 months. Yes, only 3 months. 3 months is hardly a guaranteed job. So a submarine worker in Adelaide, the Morrison government, they are gaslighting you. you've got a job guaranteed for just 90 days. But you see, this Morrison government have a solid history of gaslighting Australians. Indeed, this morning, when Senator Wong was questioning Senator Birmingham, she exposed the fact that the full-cycle docking decision as to whether it was staying in South Australia or moving to WA was clearly a political decision. The full-cycle docking announcement was finally made last month, buried by the AUKUS announcement, when they needed it to fill a fresh political purpose, a poor attempt at masking future job losses in South Australia. The very important decision for our submarine capability and our submariners was nothing but a political carrot for the Liberal government. Years of stringing along WA and South Australia, all for political benefit. Now let's look at the other projects though. While the government has made much of the current Guardian-class, offshore patrol vessel and Evolved Cape-class patrol vessels currently under construction in Western Australia, there is little certainty of ongoing work following the end of these projects. In his press conference on the 16th of September, the Prime Minister said there was more ship construction work coming to Western Australia over the coming decade and listed an ice-rated replacement for the Navy's Ocean Protector, a new large salvage and repair vessel, and up to 4 support ships for the Enhanced Undersea Surveillance System. The Prime Minister also said that same day that his government will work with the Western Australian government to invest in a large dry dock at Henderson. Work with. That's not a commitment, although it's a convenient teaser for a federal election campaign, I bet. Western Australian industry tells me that they don't think any work for any of these projects has been awarded or contracted yet. In fact, industry tells me that even though the PM says the work is going to Western Australia, the minister responsible has floated the idea of the work actually going elsewhere. Just goes to show how much a guarantee is worth from this Morrison government. This Morrison government needs to get serious about supporting Australian defence industry. We knew they were taking it for granted before, with Australian content on the old attack-class submarine contract down to 60% from the original 90% with no consequences. Then the Prime Minister said recently that the government's intention is to build the nuclear-powered submarines in South Australia, maximising the use of Australian workers. But now we're hearing the Morrison government aren't going to push for Australian industry to be involved in the future build of the nuclear submarines. It's not a priority. It seems that intention isn't worth much from this government either. Australian defence industry, the Morrison government is gaslighting you too. It is only Labor that will invest in Australian defence industry, that will grow our industry through the National Reconstruction Fund, that will skill up apprentices so that we have the expertise we need when we need it, that will develop sovereign capability here in Australia. Because Labor is committed to a future made in Australia. It's only Labor that will ensure defence projects contracts are transparent and companies accountable to ensure work happens here in Australia, that we develop the IP here in Australia, that we develop our capability, and that we're not just sending this work offshore. This government is clear. This government are all about announcement, but never about actual delivery.
I thank the honourable member for Burton. I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Tonight I rise to speak about some caves and some trees, which seems rather insignificant when we've got little Cleo Smith in Western Australia still missing as the search enters its 11th day. And for family and friends, indeed all sound-minded Australians, this is such an awful time, a worrying time. And if anybody has any information, as Premier Mark McGowan said today, please contact police. But I am rising to speak about the Yarrangobilly Caves, and I know the member for Barton will be interested in this, given the fact that she is a Wiradjuri woman. And unbelievably, this absolute treasure in Tumbarumba, or near Tumbarumba, has been vandalised. It is in the Kosciuszko National Park in the Snowy Valley Shire, and many people from my electorate of Riverina visit this beautiful part of the world, once pristine part of the world. I've spoken to the member for Eden Monaro, Christy McBain, she shares my disgust at the police reports that these wonderful caves have been damaged. A New South Wales police spokesperson has told the ABC that a padlock securing the doorway into one of the caves was removed and the power distribution board was damaged. Now, what has happened is that they've snapped off the stalactites. A stalactite is a tapering structure hanging like an icicle from the roof of a cave. It's formed by calcium salts deposited by dripping water. And some of these cave systems in Kosciuszko have been there for hundreds of millions of years. And to think that senseless vandals would go inside the system, break in the first place, and then smash these stalactites is just beyond belief. Police are alleging that the Gillabeenan Cave, one of 6 caves which form the Yarrangobilly Cave system, was broken into and vandalised sometime between 17 and 23 October. Now, the Gillabeen Cave dates back around 2 million years, according to geologists. There is also a thermal pool at the site where the water is a constant 27 degrees year-round. It's a wonderful tourist attraction, and people go there from all over Australia, but particularly from Eden Monaro and the Riverina, the 2 electorates neighbouring each other. Now, unfortunately, according to a former National Parks employee, Andy Spate, who spoke to the ABC, said that it would not be the first time the caves have been targeted by vandals, but it beggars belief why vandals attack these things at all. It's bad enough they go around and paint and daub walls and the like, but to actually damage something that is irreversible is just so unfortunate. If anybody has any information, they are urged and encouraged to phone Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000. Now, I know that the Kosciuszko system is part of that wonderful, what used to be the Tumbarumba Shire before it was merged with Tumut Shire, and that was a shame too, I have to say, having seen Tumbarumba Shire within my time as its representative win the A.R. Blewett Award for Local Government Management, but that's another issue. But of course, the wonderful Tumba Trek, which early February each year is something that many people embark upon. I know that the member for Eden Monaro and I have done that once or twice together, but I revived it back in 2012. I resurrected something that was started by Tim Fisher, the late, great former Deputy Prime Minister, former member for Farrer. He started it in 1985, and he took the national media atop of Kosciuszko and to other beautiful parts of the Kosciuszko National Park, and extolled the virtues of tourism, extolled the virtues of Indigenous occupation there for thousands, tens of thousands of years. And of course, we still all missed him. He passed away on the 22nd of August 2019, aged 73, and we want to honour his legacy always with that Tumba Trek. But if anybody can identify those criminals who did that to Yarrangobilly Caves, please do so, because they should face the full justice that they deserve.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to make the House of Representatives aware of what's happening in my electorate of Indi and to call for urgent attention and resources for the COVID-19 situation in towns like Albury-Wodonga, Wangaratta and others in regional Victoria. I've just notified the Health Minister, Mr Greg Hunt, of the situation on the border, and I thank him for his commitment that Wodonga will be at the front of the queue when rapid antigen testing becomes available next week. Mr Speaker, many communities in my electorate are facing COVID-19 outbreaks and transmission in the community for the first time as our economy opens up, and we knew this was coming. In fact, it was part of the national plan, yet it seems there's been no plan to make sure we have the resources we need to respond to outbreaks when they occur in regional places such as mine. When asked about cases in Wodonga today, the Victorian Chief Health Officer seemed unaware of what we were facing. An equivalent-size outbreak in Melbourne would be around 3,000 cases a day. For us, this is a very serious challenge.
And for smaller communities, the numbers we're seeing are pushing our health services to the brink. In Indi, we're blitzing vaccination targets. I'm very pleased about that. More than 81% of people 16 years and over are fully vaccinated, and almost 95% have had one dose. I'm so proud and grateful to everyone who's got vaccinated. But despite this amazing effort, COVID-19 has found its way into our community, and especially to children who either can't get vaccinated or only recently became eligible. Mr. Speaker, almost half of the cases in North East Victoria yesterday were aged under 18. And every day we hear of new schools that have been affected. In Indi, more than 13 schools have been closed due to cases of COVID-19 in the past 2 weeks. Even more schools in the neighbouring town of Albury have also been closed, again affecting people in Wodonga. It's less than a week since all students at regional Victorian schools returned to in-classroom learning, a time that should have been a return to normality after 2 challenging years is instead full of disruption, with even more uncertainty and demands on families. Due to the high demand on contact tracers in the health department, schools are now being expected to do their own contact tracing. Schools are contact tracing, coordinating deep cleaning and offering both on-site and remote learning all at once. Mr. Speaker, something has to give. In Wodonga, people were turned away from testing centres before 9 a.m. this morning. Less than 2 hours after opening their doors, our local health service was already at capacity, telling people to stay home and isolate and try again tomorrow. Imagine being so desperate to be tested for COVID-19, to do the right thing, so desperate not to be turned away yet again that you'd arrive at a testing centre and camp out at 4 a.m. Because that's what's happening in Wodonga, and this is absolutely unacceptable. The federal and state governments have known this moment would come for more than a year, yet still regional health services are being left to respond without enough support from the major cities. Now, epidemiologists have been flown in to assist today, and I'm very happy about that, but it's not enough. We need a lot more help. Albury-Wodonga Health has already wound back non-core services such as dental, community allied health and pain management services, to move staff to testing. In Albury-Wodonga, the Cancer Centre has had to convert a ward to become ready to take COVID-19 patients because Albury-Wodonga's main hospital simply does not have any negative pressure rooms. Mr. Speaker, nowhere else in Australia has a specialist cancer hospital had to be used for COVID-19. This is one of many reasons, but a core reason right now today why we need government to fund a new hospital for Albury-Wodonga. We need it urgently. For years, regional health services have cared diligently for those in their communities, but people needing complex or high-level care were transferred to bigger cities. But if hospitals now in Melbourne and Sydney are already at capacity, where will our people be cared for? I can't say enough about how proud I am of our regional health services, of the dedicated workers putting in extreme hours to keep up with demands. As a nurse and a midwife, I know you will do anything for your patients. But I plead now, send us help for testing, for contact tracing, send us extra staff. Our communities need it, and they need it now.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Wide Bay and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wide Bay's pioneers were instrumental in building Australia. Our gold gave the nation wealth, and our Gympie messmate hardwood built railways, wharves and homes. Sawmills and gold mines supported hotels, schools, police stations and telegraph offices across Gympie, Maryborough and Noosa and all the settlements between. Our livestock put protein on tables and family dinner tables across the country. Mr. Speaker, Wide Bay has been a region that Australia relies upon since Federation, and with our government's investment, it will continue to do so into the future. Our need to protect supply chains in essential products like medical and building supplies, food and beverages was never more evident than during COVID-19 when we left shops without what we went there for: hardwood, timber, staple foods and some medicines. Before the pandemic, our government was building more stable supply chains in critical minerals and investing in our Defence Force capacity, including by increasing defence equipment manufacturing in Australia. The new Rheinmetall-Niwa munitions plant in Maryborough shows that we can build that Australian industrial defence capability, and we can do it fast. With the help of a $28.5 million grant from the Commonwealth Government, in 12 months, Rheinmetall-Niwa has transformed a greenfield site into the most advanced artillery case manufacturing plant of its kind in the world. R&M has engaged more than 70 local regional Queensland companies to supply it with goods and services for the project. When fully operational, R&M will have a workforce of about 100 people to produce more than 30,000 artillery shells each year for the ADF and allied nations. The R&M facility embraces our government's vision of collaboration with industry to create sovereign capability. Manufacturing is the second largest industry in Wide Bay and accounts for nearly a third of our exports in timber products, foods, chemicals, metals, machinery and equipment. Home renovators left hardware stores empty-handed during COVID, unable to secure necessary supplies because we are over-reliant on other nations. A new $2.2 million production line helped with a helped to buy a $1.1 million grant from the Commonwealth Government at DTM Timbers in Maryborough means reducing our dependence on imported products by making laminated hardwood timber products in Australia. Construction beams, posts, stairs, stair treads and flooring will be made using shorter cuts of timber left over from DTM's timber existing processing facility. Australia's first commercial algae processing facility, Provectus Algae, a biotechnology company in Noosaville, specialises in biomanufacturing high-value compounds. They're expanding into larger-scale manufacturing facility to open by year's end. We provided Provectus Algae with $390,000 to assist in world-first technology to extract precious compounds from algae to produce novel biologics and pharmaceuticals for infections, inflammatory disorders and cardiovascular diseases. More than a third of people in Wide Bay are technicians, tradies, labourers or machinery drivers, all employed by manufacturing. We have manufacturers such as Helitac, which make tanks attached to helicopters for firefighting, which this government awarded an accelerated to commercialisation grant. We have long-standing processes such as Nolan's Meat, which process more than 2,500 cattle per week and feeds Australians and people living in Brunei, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, the Middle East, Africa, Taiwan and the USA. Wide Bay has helped to build Australia since settlement, and it is positioned to continue to build, feed, grow Australia well into the future, and I'm very proud of where Wide Bay is positioned in our future manufacturing strategy.
The House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.